Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
151. Tsumaiki in danger. Facing Yuram's doubts, Kenjaku didn't care at all. Instead, he stretched out 5 fingers and smiled with narrowed eyes. The ancient sorcerer regarded as a veteran, Dhruv Lakdawala. The ancient sorcerer whose cursed energy output exceeds that of even Okotsu Yuta, Ryu Ishiguri. Takako Yuro who controls the sky. Kurorushi who claims to be immortal. And the strongest from 400 years ago, Hajime Kashimo. Any one of these 5 superpowers can destroy the entirety of Japan. Isn't that exciting enough? Kenjaku called out the names of these 5 strong men in one breath. However, Yuram was dismissive and said, "Heh, what's the difference between the first 4 and ordinary trash in Sukuna-sama's eyes? As for the battle fanatic Kashimo from 400 years ago, he is indeed strong, but he's still not as good as Sukuna-sama." Yuram's sharp words belittled these 5 strong men, making them seem worthless. As expected of Sukuna's subordinate, you have a big appetite. Kenjaku smiled, stretching his 5 fingers and looking up at the sky through the gaps between them. What if I told you this culling game could restore your Sukuna-sama to his peak strength or maybe even make him stronger? This finally piqued Yuram's curiosity. She raised an eyebrow slightly, and though her tone remained indifferent, it couldn't hide the turmoil in her heart. Go beyond his limits. You better not be joking. Kenjaku glanced at her sideways. He looked down on this foolish woman, whose devotion to Sukuna had reshaped her very being. Kenjaku asked, "Have you ever heard of Mahoraga?" Yuram's breath hitched. She had lived for thousands of years, how could she not know that name? The ultimate Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique. Possessing a monstrous adaptability, it is said to be the nemesis of all sorcerers. Since the Zenin clan's founding, no one had ever completely subdued Mahoraga. If Sukuna could tame it and reproduce such an incredible ability, Kazuma and Gojo wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yuram said, "If that's the case, I'll admit this culling game is somewhat interesting. So what's the plan?" Yuram's proud words fell on Kenjaku's ears, and he smiled slightly. "Come with me." Soon, under Kenjaku's guidance, the two arrived at a dimly lit room. Yuram asked, "What does Mahoraga have to do with this woman?" Looking at the girl lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Yuram frowned. Kenjaku replied, "Her name is Tsumaiki, and she is Megami's sister." At that moment, Yuram instantly grasped Kenjaku's intention. At the same time, she couldn't help but sneer at the despicable nature of this monster. Megami had inherited the 10 Shadows technique. Now that his sister has disappeared, he must be extremely anxious. It would take only a single piece of information to lure him into their trap. As Kenjaku whispered an obscure curse technique, the black curse on Tsumaiki's forehead gradually faded. The one who ties the bell must untie it. At this moment, Tsumaiki, who had been sleeping due to the curse, slowly opened her eyes. "Ugh, my head hurts." "Huh, who are you?" Tsumaiki stared warily at the 2 figures in the room. The 2 thick quilts covering her couldn't provide any sense of security. Moreover, the unfamiliar room's decor made her immediately realize that this wasn't her home. Was this a dream or reality? Just as the girl began to panic, an extremely gentle voice sounded in her ears. "This is the gap between dreams and reality. The outside world is in chaos. We are here to protect you." Perhaps it was the gentleness of Kenjaku's voice, eerily similar to Geto Suguru's, or perhaps he was using some kind of witchcraft to bewitch her. Either way, Tsumaiki subconsciously let down her guard. Slowly, she began to believe the man in front of her. Her limbs were still stiff, making it difficult to sit up. She followed behind Kenjaku and Yuram, carefully stepping into the ink-black night. Tsumaiki's mind was blank. She looked at the 2 figures in front of her, about to ask something when suddenly, a blinding light filled her vision. The pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses, and in the blink of an eye, she saw it. Collapsed buildings, shattered bridges, cars torn in half by unseen forces, broken limbs and bodies strewn across the ground. The overwhelming stench of iron and death. Hell on earth. The extremely bloody and horrifying scene almost made Tsumaiki's heart stop. She had been skeptical before, but now she was utterly convinced. The world had ended. Yuram's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "If you want to kill Kazuma, why did you create a rule preventing him from participating?" Kenjaku chuckled, then summoned a tiny golden insect from his body. He said, "I have to put on a good show. Rules are meant to be broken. The sorcerers at Jujutsu High will try their best to get the points. And once Kashimo and the others, who have signed contracts with me, unconditionally transfer their points. I can use an overwhelming amount of points to add a rule that specifically targets him. At this, Kenjaku's smile became deeply sinister. How about this? If he doesn't rank first in points, all his cursed techniques will be stripped away. Kazuma is powerful, but I want him to die under the weight of this game's rules. Kenjaku spread his arms wide, inhaling the thick scent of blood. He didn't just enjoy war, it was merely the prelude to humanity's next evolution. Everyone assumed Kazuma was too strong to be allowed to participate in the culling game. They were wrong. The rule restricting him was nothing more than a smokescreen to mislead the higher-ups and Kazuma himself. If he dares to enter, he will never leave. Just imagining a warrior of Kazuma's caliber perishing under his schemes filled Kenjaku with pure ecstasy. By then, he would have the perfect body. After several battles, Kenjaku had become obsessed with Kazuma's body. That inexplicable, overwhelming cursed technique. The seemingly limitless supply of cursed energy. And, most importantly, the genjutsu capable of countering even Sukuna. As everyone knew, most cursed techniques are imprinted into a sorcerer's body from birth. Yet Kazuma possessed a vast array of abilities, making Kenjaku burn with envy. Only Gojo, with his 6 eyes and limitless, could rival such an anomaly. Compared to Kazuma, Geto's body was worthless. Kenjaku ran his long, pointed tongue across the corner of his lips, grinning madly. He said, I'll dig out his brain, keep those 2 fascinating eyes, and find myself a new home. Yuram stared at Kenjaku with a deep gaze. This man spoke with a gentle and refined demeanor, but he would do anything to achieve his goals. Anyone could become his pawn, even her. Even Sukuna-sama. The 4 disaster curses of the past were proof enough. She has to remain cautious. Otherwise, even Sukuna might fall into Kenjaku's trap. The conversation between them had not been concealed. Even if Tsumaiki had been slow-witted, she would have realized it by now. Her eyes widened in horror. She took a step back, trembling, as she pointed at them. You're the ones behind this disaster. 152 Yaga's predicament. At this moment, Tsumaiki was extremely terrified. In the conversation just now, she heard the words Jujutsu High and a name called Kazuma. As Megami's elder sister, she knew something about Jujutsu. Could these 2 people in front of her be the curse users her younger brother had mentioned? But if they wanted to deal with Jujutsu High and the sorcerer named Kazuma, why would they capture her? She had nothing to do with Jujutsu High, she was just Megami's sister. Wait, Megami. Thinking of this, Tsumaiki's heart suddenly pounded. Could it be that they want to use her to harm Megami? Kenjaku showed a harmless smile and said, Tsumaiki-san, please cooperate with me. During this period, I will treat you like a distinguished guest. Tsumaiki's face turned pale as her mood shifted. At this point, she had no choice but she couldn't just sit and wait for death. Maybe she could learn more about their conspiracies and then find a way to spread the news. At night, a forbidden area of Jujutsu High. In a small cell sat a somewhat forlorn figure. The outbreak of the astral plasma vessel incident and Geto's dark transformation had dealt Yaga a devastating blow. During the Shibuya incident, his beloved disciple Gojo had been sealed, making him look even older. The cold cursed handcuffs weighed heavy on Yaga's heart. Without Gojo's presence to intimidate them, the higher-ups, who had long coveted his cursed corpse creation technique, finally began to act. Not long after the Shibuya incident, they sentenced him to death on trumped-up charges. He never told anyone about it. He knew their real motive and would never reveal the method of creating cursed corpses. Everything was heading toward the worst possible outcome. Outside the door, an old voice rang out. You are not the only one who can create a cursed corpse, but no one else can make one that can think independently. Not to mention, this cursed corpse can grow like a sorcerer. It would be more accurate to call it a living sorcerer rather than a cursed corpse. Hand over the method, Yaga. At this point, Gakugenji suddenly raised his voice. Don't tell me you really don't know how to make it. Only one response came from inside the cell. Yes, I don't know. Hearing this, Gakugenji sighed. In terms of stubbornness, Gojo is nothing compared to you. In his opinion, Yaga should never have exposed Panda to the world. If he hadn't, the higher-ups wouldn't have been so jealous. As the head of 2 schools, Gakugenji had always resented Yaga's brilliance, but deep down, he admired him. The fact that Yaga had trained someone as powerful as Gojo proved that his teaching ability far surpassed Gakugenji's own. If Gakugenji had been a higher-up, he wouldn't have coveted the cursed corpse creation technique. Instead, he would have studied Yaga's teaching philosophy. He didn't want Yaga to die like this. But despite all his persuasion, there was no response. Gakugenji narrowed his cloudy eyes, frowning. Something's wrong. Creak. The door swung open. Inside the narrow cell, there was nothing. Only the broken cursed handcuffs remained. Gakugenji couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, if you hadn't come here voluntarily, how could these handcuffs have held you? But escaping like this, you've destroyed your own path completely. In a forest, a gust of night wind blew, rustling the fallen leaves. Yaga sat alone on a wooden stump. No one knew the forbidden areas of Jujutsu High better than him. It hadn't taken much effort to escape from the heavily guarded prison. This forest, protected by Tenjin's barrier, was where his companions resided. He couldn't abandon them. Before his death, this was something he had to do. Beside him, a dog wearing a tie and a black suit called out softly. Yaga, what's wrong with you lately? You seem out of it. Everyone's worried. But I told them to find a way to cheer you up. What do you think? Am I a genius? Clearly, this was another independent cursed corpse created by Yaga, just like Panda. It possessed human-like emotions. Yaga forced a smile, stroking the dog's head lovingly. Takeru, I'll be away for a long time. Tell everyone not to worry. Huh, a business trip again? How long is a long time? Takeru's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the man before him, the one who was like a father, with deep reluctance. Yaga didn't answer directly. His voice, filled with exhaustion, was gentle. It's fine. This forest is under Master Tenjin's protection. You'll be safe here. Even if I'm gone someday, nothing will happen to you. As he gazed at the dark sky, Yaga's heart ached. He spoke words of farewell in a calm tone, but his actions betrayed his true emotions. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but open the hut where his creations lived. At the foot of a treehouse, a miniature wooden door creaked open, revealing a hidden world. The cursed corpses he had painstakingly created filled his view. They were small and varied in shape, but to Yaga, they were irreplaceable treasures. It's okay, father. We'll always be here, waiting for you, even if it's forever. The speaker was a dog-like cursed creature, its big eyes brimming with tears. From the conversation earlier, it had vaguely understood the true meaning of Yaga's words. Come on, Takeru. I have some free time today. I'll take you to meet your biological mother. Meanwhile, at Jujutsu High, a restricted chamber stood sealed. Bang, bang, bang. Inside, Panda slammed his body against the walls with a ferocious expression. He had already sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to find Yaga, but the higher-ups had imprisoned him. Something must have happened to Yaga. Just then, the stone door creaked open, and a blade flashed. Panda stood still, staring at the broken iron chains in his hands. His eyes flickered with confusion as he looked up. Kuzacabe, what are you doing? Kuzacabe held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth and slowly sheathed his sword. The higher-ups locked you up so you wouldn't rescue Yaga. Yaga once did me a favor. This is just me repaying my debt. That's the basic principle of being human. He was a human being with a conscience first, and a sorcerer second. Years ago, after his nephew had died unexpectedly, his sister, the boy's mother, was devastated by grief. Unable to bear her pain, Kuzacabe turned to Yaga. That cursed corpse was Takeru. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 153 A family reunion. Soon after, in the forest shrouded by Tenjin's barrier, several figures met, and Kuzacabe slowly moved forward, pushing his sister in a wheelchair. Is that person my mother? Takeru, who was hiding behind Yaga, timidly showed one eye. Yaga looked at the haggard-looking woman sitting in a wheelchair in front of him, smiled, and nodded. Takeru, who had received the affirmation, walked out from behind Yaga happily and said his catchphrase proudly. So, I recognized my mother at first sight. Am I a genius? After hearing these words, the girl, who originally had dull eyes, suddenly brightened up. There was no mistake. This unique tone and catchphrase was often on her son's lips. The image of her deceased child suddenly appeared in her mind. She suddenly stood up from the wheelchair, staggered towards Takeru, and burst into tears. Looking at the woman who had revived, Yaga smiled with relief. He did not disturb the reunion of mother and son but went alone to die. Wait. Kuzacabe stopped Yaga and said, You gave my sister hope to survive. I can help you escape. Yaga said, No need. I don't want to ruin your stable job. Just live a good life with your sister. See you later. Yaga waved his hand casually, and his lonely black figure became smaller and smaller in everyone's sight, finally disappearing into the twilight. Looking at the figure disappearing from his sight, Kuzacabe murmured, See you later. How can we meet again after this separation? Hopefully, Panda can catch up. Meanwhile, at Jujutsu High, as Yaga returned alone to the place he was all too familiar with, several figures stood on the streetlights along the way. They were executioners sent by the higher-ups, about a dozen of them. The masked killer in the lead spoke coldly, knowing that you will die, you still returned without even taking a single cursed corpse with you. Without the cursed corpses, you can't be called the almighty Principal Yaga. Hand over the method to create cursed corpses like Panda, or you will die. The killers all had the strength of a first-grade sorcerer, and the masked leader in the middle was even harder to gauge. Although not as strong as Mei or Nanami, this lineup was enough to kill anyone below special grade. However, facing the killers looking down at him, Yaga's expression did not change at all. He slowly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Now that Gojo is gone, you all are getting arrogant. Well, it's been a while since I've had a real fight. Let's see how the first-grade sorcerers working for the higher-ups compare to my students. At that moment, an old and familiar voice rang out. There's no need to compare. They are naturally no match for your students. During the conversation, a ghostly hunched figure suddenly appeared in front of Yaga. Gakugenji held an electric guitar in his hand, his cloudy eyes staring at Yaga. Yaga was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect it to be you who would execute me in the end. Old friend, we've fought for most of our lives, it seems you will have the last laugh. The moment he saw Gakugenji, Yaga gave up resistance. Although Gakugenji had always worked for the higher-ups, he was a good principal, and Kyoto Jujutsu High couldn't do without him. However, Yaga's surrender did not make Gakugenji happy, it made him furious. Bang! A sudden force struck from the electric guitar. The defenseless Yaga was instantly knocked away, slamming into the wall behind him. Watching Gakugenji approach in an instant, he covered his chest and joked. "Heh, not bad. You're old, but your legs and feet are still quite nimble. You must take a lot of calcium, huh?" Gakugenji's tone was heavy. "Tell me the method of cursed corpse creation. You shouldn't die like this." Yaga, however, simply glanced at the guitar in Gakugenji's hands and muttered to himself. "Play a song. Play your best music for me, a dying man, as a farewell." In the twilight, geese flapped their wings under the streetlights, flying toward the burning bulbs. They yearned for light, and even though they knew it was fire, they still rushed forward on a path of no return. Yaga was like a flying goose, placing all his life's efforts into cursed corpses. But unlike the geese, he knowingly rushed into the fire, unable to let go of his final worries. Two old friends who understood each other well were saying their last farewell, yet their topics were completely different. Suddenly, Yaga's weak voice reached Gakugenji's ears. "Copy all the information from the body to the soul, then record it into cursed energy core. Then, place the cursed energy core that matches the characteristics of the soul in the body of the cursed corpse. As for the key points of cursed corpse production." The shocking words that entered his ears made Gakugenji's eyes widen. The electric guitar in his hands nearly slipped to the ground. At the very last moment, Yaga had gone mad, revealing the entire method of cursed corpse creation. He had given it all to this old friend, his lifelong rival. Why didn't you say it earlier? You could have avoided death." Gakugenji grabbed Yaga's collar angrily, confused. As soon as Yaga had escaped from the cell, the higher-ups had issued their final order. Regardless of whether Yaga revealed the method or not, he was to be executed without mercy. "Heh." Yaga smiled indifferently. "This is a curse, old man. My curse on you." As he looked at the high-ranking assassins waiting behind Gakugenji, Yaga finally relaxed. "Go ahead. It's better to die by your hands." Just as he spoke, an extremely angry voice erupted behind them. "Yaga!" A furious roar resounded through the air, drawing the attention of all the assassins. The killers surrounded them, blocking all of Yaga's escape routes. As Panda appeared, Gakugenji instinctively raised his guitar in defense. But the expected violent retaliation never came. Instead, Panda brushed past him and anxiously checked Yaga's injuries. A puzzled voice came from behind him. "Why don't you attack me? I'm the one who's going to kill your father." Clearly, Gakugenji had underestimated Panda's intelligence. This cursed corpse, created by Yaga, had a heart larger than any human. "Ha, I'm different from you humans. I can feel the bond between you and Yaga. You're nothing more than a weapon of the higher-ups, a poor soul with no choice. So you're not the one I should hate. The real enemies are those rotten old men. But remember, Gakugenji, pandas can cry too." A furious howl shook Jujutsu High. Panda wanted vengeance for his father. Just then, an assassin lost patience and said, "Captain, the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High is too slow. Let us finish it." The masked leader nodded. "Amaterasu." At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Instantly, black flames consumed the assassins. Screams echoed as their bodies burned. Yaga, Panda, and Gakugenji were all stunned. The leader pulled down his mask, revealing a familiar face. Their eyes widened as they gasped. "Kazuma." 154, saving Yaga. When did you become a killer?" Yaga stood up with difficulty, covering the wound on his chest, and looked at Kazuma in surprise. No wonder he had vaguely sensed something was wrong from the previous conversation, but couldn't tell why. But in the final analysis, this kid's acting skills are too realistic, making it impossible for him to doubt him. Panda, who was just about to start a killing spree, was also confused by this sudden situation. The anger in his heart was now completely replaced by doubts. No one could have imagined that among the assassins sent by the top brass to kill Yaga, there would be Kazuma. And he's in the leader position? Gakugenji stared at Kazuma with deep eyes. Although these killers were not very strong, they had all reached the level of first-grade sorcerers. Kazuma actually killed everyone in such a short time. The most terrifying thing is, when did he sneak in? He didn't even notice it. Kazuma walked in front of the three people, glanced at Gakugenji lightly, and smiled casually. The top brass are just there to do nothing, so these so-called assassins are naturally not that strong. You didn't have any vigilance at all, so I got in easily. Long before, after reaching an agreement with Gojo, Kazuma had begun to look for Yaga's traces. But although he was a high-level sorcerer, he did not know where the forbidden area was. Without the specific coordinates, he could only rely on his Kamui to teleport. After narrowing down the search area through trial and error, he happened to encounter an assassination team. Then, while saying hello, he used a simple genjutsu to easily control everyone. As for the body of the real leader, he was sleeping in the Kamui dimension. Upon hearing this, Gakugenji's mouth twitched. These assassins are weak. These assassins are all elite troops affiliated with the higher-ups, and they take orders directly from them. Their strength is beyond doubt, but to Kazuma, well, now you can't die even if you want to. We are all accomplices. Kazuma looked at Yaga and smiled evilly. Hearing this, Yaga was both moved and speechless. Kazuma was right. Now he and Panda had become accomplices. Even Gakugenji is likely to be held accountable by higher-ups. Even if these people did not die at his hands, they don't care. Everyone died, leaving only Gakugenji to go back. Will the higher-ups believe it? Panda said, Humph, so what if I am an accomplice? From the moment the higher-ups dared to attack Yaga, I, Panda, have decided to never reconcile with them. Kazuma, let's go raid their headquarters tonight, since we've already completely torn our relationship apart. Panda clenched his fists, and the anger in his eyes did not dissipate. Night raid? You bastard. Why are you walking to your own demise? Do you think you are Kazuma? As soon as Panda finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the head. After this slap, Panda became completely obedient, looking at Yaga with a face full of grievance. Seeing it like this, Yaga rubbed the panda's head and sighed. Kazuma, I'm sure you're confused as to why I didn't create an army of cursed corpses to kill all the higher-ups, or ask Gojo to replace them directly. In addition to the complex web of relationships involved, there is another point. I used to think that although those old guys were pedantic and stubborn, from the perspective of radicals, they were understandable in some ways. For example, sentencing Yuji to death from the beginning to prevent future troubles. But it doesn't matter anymore. Ever since they issued the order to forbid everyone from removing the seal on Gojo, I completely lost the last bit of hope in them. These people are far more greedy than the cursed spirits. They are like a basket of rotten oranges that are beyond repair. So, kill them. Kill as many as you can. I will not stop you. Such rulers are like dark clouds covering the sky. Under their rule, the world of Jujutsu will never see the light of day. Yaga's words made the three people present surprised. How could Yaga actually say such a thing? Kazuma pondered for a moment and grinned. Isn't it a pity to kill them like this? The three felt a chill down their spine when they saw Kazuma's weird smile. Could it be that Kazuma has other methods? Kazuma continued, I'm sure you all know the rules of the culling game. If you have 100 points, you can make a rule. These pedantic high-ranking officials are all sorcerers, right? If they enter the culling game, no one will know their identities. If I accidentally kill them as a curse user, no one will know, right? Now, in Kazuma's eyes, these high-level officials were no different from walking humanoids. Since they're going to die anyway, why not throw them into the culling game to earn points? Even with the help of Yago and the other, securing first place is still not foolproof enough. After all, it is not easy to find the location of the curse Yusets who have signed a contract with Choso. Although innocent ordinary people can provide points, he certainly cannot kill indiscriminately just for points. If so, how will he be any different from Sukuna? So, let the evil higher-ups make contributions, he. As soon as these words came out, the three people nearby couldn't help but take a deep breath. Kazuma's intention was clear, to force the higher-ups into the death spree. Yaga was frightened and said, that. Kazuma, you don't really think of yourself as a curse user, do you? Panda echoed, this method is simply perfect. But one thing I must say is that, Kazuma, you actually have a talent for being a curse user. Kazuma knew that the two were joking, so he looked to the side, at Gakugenji which remained silent. Boom! His scarlet pupils glowed with an eerie light. A terrifying sense of oppression spread out instantly, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. Gakugenji, who was targeted by the aura, seemed to be completely stagnant, and even breathing became a luxury. This kind of suffocatingly powerful and terrifying pressure was comparable to Gojo and Sukuna. The three people nearby were frightened. It was not until this moment that they truly realized the horror of Kazuma. This seemingly harmless and approachable man almost made them forget the terrifying power he possessed. Yaga hesitated for a moment, but still persuaded, Kazuma, Gakugenji is different from the higher-ups. Kazuma said indifferently, old man, you should be thankful that you showed mercy to Yaga before. You should remember how to make the cursed corpses, right? Don't hang out with the higher-ups anymore. Teach the students well, and help Yaga when making the cursed corpses. Understand? Looking at Gakugenji whose face was gradually turning pale, Kazuma withdrew his aura. Gakugenji was hunched over, and his old face seemed to be relieved. He was well aware of the corruption among the higher-ups, but decades of restraint in his thinking prevented him from taking that step. Over the years, even if he was dissatisfied, his restrained thoughts made him unwilling to think too much, and he almost instinctively followed the orders of the top. If Kazuma really killed all the higher-ups, it might be a long-awaited relief for him. He glanced at the electric guitar in his hand and said to Yaga, your curse is still in effect. I hope that after my death, I can be made into a cursed corpse like Panda, and continue to teach students, as atonement. Then you have to beg me. Yaga smiled for the first time in a long time and replied, then looked at Kazuma. Now that things have come to this, the higher-ups will not take any action in the short term. What are your plans? 155, Maki enters the Zenin clan. What are his plans? Anyway, the others haven't collected 100 points yet, so he can't participate in the culling game. Thinking of this, Kazuma looked at the three people and smiled slightly. He said, How about coming with me to the Zenin clan to watch the fun? If you miss this chance, you won't have another one. His words left Yaga and Gakugenji confused. Watching the fun? Why go to the Zenin clan's house to watch the fun for no reason? And if they miss this chance, it won't come again? Panda suddenly realized something, and his round body shook violently. He said, "You mean, Maki?" He had heard about Maki going to the Zenin clan alone to borrow cursed tools. There's still no news. Could it be that a fight has broken out? The little girl from the Zenin clan. Gakugenji muttered to himself, if I remember correctly, she's just a 4th grade sorcerer who can't even see cursed spirits, right? The only 4th grade sorcerer at Jujutsu High. According to the Zenin clan's tradition, Maki doesn't seem to be well received. If there's a dispute, it's likely bad news. In his impression, this woman, born without cursed energy, had a sense of pride deep within her. Her tenacity to endure hardships better than anyone else made her stand out, but there were huge constraints like natural barriers. She hadn't demonstrated any exceptional performance, so over time he had stopped paying attention to her. Yaga frowned and said, "What nonsense. How could the Zenin clan lend the cursed tools to her if she goes there alone?" Compared to Gakugenji, Yaga knew more about Maki's situation in the Zenin clan. Being able to walk out of the Zenin clan's gates amid everyone's sneers and ridicule is the best outcome. Will the Zenin clan really lend her cursed tools? Kazuma raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "No, you are all wrong. It's not Maki you should be worried about. Rather, it's the entire Zenin clan." The 3 people nearby showed disbelief on their faces. Yaga said, "Ahem, Kazuma, I know that Maki's strength has improved under your guidance. But isn't it a bit too much to say that she can fight against the entire Zenin clan by herself? Only a special grade sorcerer can do so, even Mei Mei and Nanami can't do this. Let's go quickly. Maki is my student after all. I can't just stand by and watch her die." Gakugenji stroked his sparse beard and said, "I think so too." Kazuma said, "It seems that Maki has been underestimated by you guys. Even without his help, in the original story, Maki could carve her way through the entire Zenin clan on her own. But the price she paid was incredibly high. She was first forced into a desperate situation by her father. Then, she used the soul-splitting katana made by her sister Mai at the cost of her life, combined with her awakened heavenly restriction, to break through the Zenin clan. But now, with the 8 inner gates, a physical technique that seemed tailor-made for her, the process would probably be much easier. With the 8 inner gates and her heavenly restriction, Kazuma couldn't imagine how strong Maki would be in the future. It is only a matter of time before she surpasses Toji. He couldn't wait to see Neia's broken expression. After being pressed to the ground and rubbed by someone he had always looked down upon, would Neia be so furious that he'd vomit blood? Kazuma looked at the 3 with a slight smile on his face and said, "Since you all don't believe me, let's wait and see." Yaga rubbed his hands and said in a deep voice, "Let's go, I can't watch my student being bullied." Panda mimicked Yaga's movements and snorted coldly, "Humph. I'll let the Zenin clan see what Kung Fu Panda can do." Zenin clan. The towering gate was tightly closed, and the magnificent stone walls exuded a majestic atmosphere. This is the Zenin clan, one of the big 3 sorcerer clans that has been passed down for thousands of years. However, the Zenin clan members, who always prided themselves on their arrogance, had no idea that a disaster that would wipe out their clan was about to fall upon them. Outside the door, Maki stood in front, motionless. Even though her forehead was covered by short hair, her determined gaze could not be concealed. Looking at this family that had brought countless shadows to her childhood, she took a deep breath and then slowly opened the gate of the Zenin clan. However, as soon as she stepped inside, an extremely harsh voice reached her ears. "Hey, who's that? It turns out it's Maki, born without cursed energy. How did you become like this? Short hair doesn't suit you. Were you kicked out of Jujutsu High for being too weak? That's fine. The Zenin clan needs servants. Why don't you call your equally useless sister along? Ha ha ha." At this point, Neia suddenly burst into laughter, and the tears in the corners of his eyes almost squeezed out. At this moment, he seemed to want to vent all the pain he had suffered a few days ago on Maki. That bastard Kazuma actually said he would leave his life for Maki to deal with personally. At first, he was skeptical and thought Maki had become someone extraordinary. But now, it seems there has been almost no change. Still the useless person born without any cursed energy, thinking that cutting her hair short would fool him? Trash is always trash. Faced with Neia's ridicule, Maki simply treated it as the barking of a stray dog on the roadside. Whenever she spoke one more word to him, she felt extremely disgusted. She glanced at Neia calmly, took a big step, and headed towards the armory. Now is not the time for revenge. Once she gets a weapon, it won't be too late. Moreover, her sister Mai had heard from somewhere that Maki was going to the Zenin clan to borrow weapons and had returned home ahead of time. It's still unclear what the situation is now. TSK. Trash. Seeing that Maki ignored him, Neia left after a few words. He flicked his sleeves, and turned away. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that no good news was coming from Maki's return to the Zenin clan this time. But due to the rules, he couldn't punish the arrogant Maki without any reason. Along the way, Maki heard nothing but mocking voices. Words like trash and jinx were hurled mercilessly from the mouths of the Zenin clan's men. Disdain from elders and vicious words from peers. This pedantic clan, whenever something bad happens, subconsciously blames the Maki sisters even if it has nothing to do with them. In the subconsciousness of everyone in this clan, the two sisters are synonymous with bad luck. The Zenin clan is beyond help. This was Maki's most intuitive feeling along the way. Just before she arrived at the forbidden storehouse, a familiar woman shouted, "Go back. Women are not allowed to enter the forbidden storehouse in the Zenin clan. Have you forgotten this rule?" The woman decisively stopped her daughter from transgressing. Looking at her mother who was very familiar and yet so strange, Maki's expression fluctuated slightly. She shook the key to the forbidden vault in her hand and said indifferently, "This is the key I obtained from Megami. You have no right to stop me." However, Maki's answer didn't work, and what came out instead was her mother's angry rebuke. "Go back. You have disobeyed your elders, run away from home, and forcibly entered the forbidden warehouse. I will punish you with 10 days of solitary confinement." However, for the first time, these majestic words failed to scare Maki. Her mother, who always swallowed her anger when faced with provocations from others, was completely opposite to her. From childhood to adulthood, it seemed that she and her sister were used as punching bags. Undisguised murderous intent flashed from Maki's eyes like a cold ray of light. Wherever she went, those from the Zenin clan who had mocked her before felt a chill down their spines. Everyone immediately shut up their endless chatter. Maki's cold eyes were like a bloodthirsty beast. Everyone vaguely believed that if they dared to say one more word, they would probably face a miserable death. Maki's mother also opened her eyes wide, looking at her daughter in disbelief, as if she had been reborn. The scolding words were stuck in her throat. The scene was completely silent, except for the nervous beating of hearts and the rapid breathing. Maki turned away disdainfully and opened the door of the forbidden vault without hesitation. The falling chain reflected Maki's stern face. Passing through the dark corridor, countless powerful cursed tools appeared in her view. However, the next second, Maki suddenly froze in place. The spacious armory was empty. An extremely terrifying figure was sitting on the ground, staring at Maki with cold eyes. "You've grown wings, Maki." Cold and emotionless words came out of Aji's mouth. However, Maki ignored it and looked toward the corner of the wall in the distance. There, an unconscious girl was lying, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. "What did you do to my sister?" Maki clenched her fists and stared at her father, Zenin Aji. Aji said, "Haha, nothing, I just wanted to test her ability. I didn't expect her to be so weak that she couldn't even withstand a single blow. She even said something ridiculous like she'll never fight her father. She's still the same weakling with the mentality of a child and hasn't made any progress at all." Hearing this, Maki took a deep breath, and suppressed the rage in her heart. She said indifferently, "Father, I don't want to kill you." 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 156, Father vs. Daughter. When Maki said this, Aji sitting opposite suddenly burst out with a deep murderous intent. When learning that Megami had become the head of the Zenin clan, Neo was not the only one who was angry. As a candidate, he also couldn't accept it. There is a way to kill Megami, but there must be a reason to do so. That is to use one of the high-level penalty orders. Anyone who tries to remove the seal on Gojo will be punished with death. And Maki's behavior of coming to borrow cursed tools this time is obvious. In this case, let's start with this useless daughter who has brought shame to him for more than 10 years. Everything that happens today will be watched by clan members and high-level informants. By then, his performance will definitely be supported by a large number of people, and even the higher-ups will stand on his side. The balance of the position of the head of the clan will tilt towards him. Aji stood up and slowly drew out the long sword hidden at his waist. As the scabbard fell to the ground, the extremely sharp blade reflected a dazzling cold light. "Maki, if you try to break the seal on the prison realm, I will sentence you to death on behalf of the higher-ups." As the emotionless words came out of the mouth of her biological father, Mai, who was unconscious in the back, suddenly woke up. "Sister, hurry up. He has had this plan for a long time." Maki said nothing, but silently took out the long sword from her waist. This is the cursed tool she had borrowed from Jujutsu High, Dragon Bone. This is a special grade cursed tool that can convert attack power into the blade for counterattack. She first smiled at her sister, then looked at Aji as if she were looking at a dead person. "This has never been stained with blood since it was made. Today, I'll let you, a beast who can even kill their own flesh and blood, baptize it." The two ruthless people didn't say any more extra words, and two figures approached quickly. As a clanging sound rang out in the space, the battle of life and death officially began. Outside the forbidden warehouse. Inside the courtyard. Suddenly, a vortex appeared out of nowhere. 3 people and a panda slowly walked out of the whirlpool. Several people bypassed the gate without any pressure and appeared here. "Kazuma, are you sure Maki is in this area?" Kazuma nodded and said, "Yes. I have left a mark on her body, there will be no mistakes." During the brief conversation, the gate of the forbidden warehouse in front of them suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, a figure flew out backwards. Maki held Dragon Bone in her right hand across his chest, and held her tearful sister Mai in her left hand. At this moment, her arms were covered with marks and bleeding. but the wound was quickly healed by the red steam emanating from her body. It seems opening the gate of life is no longer a big pressure for you. When a familiar voice came, Maki was stunned and turned back suddenly. Kazuma. And, two principals, and Panda. Why are you here? Kazuma smiled and said, do you need help? As soon as this was said, Yaga responded immediately, is that even a question? Of course I'll help. Didn't you see it was Maki who was blown away? And the Zenin clan will probably arrive soon. In response, Panda and Bikugenji nodded in unison, and also agreed very much with Yaga's words. Although they don't know who the opponent in the Forbidden Warehouse is, it is better to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they are surrounded by the Zenin clan, they won't be able to leave even if they want to. However, at this moment, Maki's firm words suddenly came out. No need for help, I want to kill that beast myself. Also, the two principals, I may disappoint you today. What do you want to do? Yaga had a bad feeling. Maki slowly opened her mouth and uttered indifferently, Patrick-eyed. Boom. The extremely shocking words fell on the minds of the people like a bolt from the blue. Except for Kazuma who already knew about it, the other three all stared with their eyes wide open and stood there in a daze. Patrick-eyed, Patrick-eyed? This means that the enemy she is facing is Zenin Aji. What happened? Most importantly, if Maki really does this, she will be besieged and killed by the entire Zenin clan. However, the sudden terrifying murderous intent coming from the front made it impossible for them to think any further. They saw Aji, holding a long sword, walking towards this side step by step. You really disappoint me. I wanted to praise you for your progress, but you called for help instead. Facing Aji's ridicule, Maki's expression remained unchanged. She handed her sister to Kazuma and went forward alone. I am enough to kill you. Mai, who was already crying in Kazuma's arms, struggled frantically and reached out to help her sister. Being a thoughtful woman, she had already anticipated that this day would come. Seeing that she couldn't break free, she actually began to make seals with her hands and use her cursed technique. Kazuma patted her shoulder helplessly and said, don't be impulsive, your sister will win. She is no longer the same as before. He knew about Mai's cursed technique. In the original story, she had used her life to create a weapon that was comparable to a divine weapon, a replica of the soul-splitting katana. However, Mai was still extremely worried, mumbling to herself with a sob. It's useless, the reason she is like this is because of me. As long as I am alive, Maki will always be a half-baked person who can't accomplish anything. Growing up, she was completely different from her sister Maki. As the older sister, Maki has been strong all her life, but she does not have any lofty ideals. She doesn't want to become stronger, or even become a sorcerer. Not to mention something as meaningless as the position of the head of the clan. She just wants to be an ordinary girl and enjoy the peace and quiet. Therefore, her sister's stubbornness forced her to join Jujutsu High, and conflicts arose between the two. It was at this moment that Kazuma's words completely stunned her. Do you think she doesn't know about the so-called twin bondage? Watch, we will soon witness a new Toji. The so-called twin constraints do have an impact, but the shackles brought by the Zenin clan play a bigger role in the sister's limited growth. Mai, who had regained consciousness, was shocked. So, my sister has always known about the twin constraints. After knowing the truth, she finally realized how stupid everything she had done in the past few years was. Not only has she never called Maki sister again, she has even verbally provoked her many times. It turns out that she has shouldered so much alone. Fortunately, their relationship has eased after the last sister exchange event, otherwise she would have made even more mistakes. Hearing this, several people raised their eyes and looked at the two figures fighting in front of them. Maki went from being at a disadvantage and barely parrying and blocking at the beginning to being able to handle it calmly now, which surprised everyone present. The shadow of her father that had almost shrouded her entire childhood was torn apart one by Maki's own hands. The invisible shackles that locked her forward gradually loosened. When Aji dies, the second Toji will awaken. Yaga and Bikugenji stared at the confrontation between the two intently. At this moment, Maki was showing a scene they had never seen before. That extremely decisive attack, and that almost overflowing fighting talent. Facing Aji, she was not at all inferior, and even showed signs of suppressing Aji. Is this still Maki? Panda opened his mouth in shock, staring at the battle ahead in disbelief. In Jujutsu High, Maki, the tireless fighting woman, would drag him to practice every day. Although he was almost always the only one beaten in the physical battle, it wasn't that outrageous, right? At the speed of her sword swinging, he could only barely catch a glimpse of her afterimage, and her sword swinging speed was still increasing. Aji's body was beginning to show cuts of varying depths. 157, fully awakening the heavenly restriction. The three of them were completely stunned as they watched Maki grow stronger visibly. Panda was both happy and sad. He asked, why is she so stubborn? We were just good sparring partners before. But now, like magic, Maki has instantly become several times stronger. If I didn't know her well, I would have suspected that she had been hiding her strength all these years. I'm afraid I won't be qualified to be her sparring partner anymore. Thinking of this, Panda suddenly looked at Kazuma and asked, Kazuma, are you sure you're not secretly helping Maki? Otherwise, how could she become so powerful all of a sudden? As soon as these words were spoken, Yaga and Gakugenji also looked at Kazuma with their eyes wide open. Kazuma raised his eyebrows slightly, pretending to think. No. How could I deliberately favor Maki just because she has long legs? Am I that kind of person? The three twitched their lips. They had finally found the reason. Panda pretended to be pitiful and said weakly, as a teacher, you should treat everyone equally. Kazuma replied, next time for sure. Panda pouted and complained in a voice that only he could hear. I don't believe you. Clang. A sound echoed throughout the entire Zenin clan. The friction caused sparks to fly all over the sky, attracting the attention of several people. The strong impact force caused Aji to fly backward uncontrollably. Aji managed to stop himself and stared at Maki, who was walking toward him with dragon bone in hand, with a shocked expression. How did she suddenly become so strong? Whether it was speed or strength, they had increased visibly during the fight. Aji, who was getting more and more frightened as he fought, now felt a little regretful. The daughter whom he had regarded as a disgrace for more than 10 years actually showed an unparalleled talent. Could it be that he hadn't discovered Maki's talent before? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ridiculous pride in his heart made Aji suddenly shake his head like crazy. You are the rebellious girl who brought shame to me. I will. However, before he could finish his words, a whisper like a demon from hell sounded in his ears. Gate of pain, open. Boom. An extremely hot wave erupted from around Maki. The overwhelming wind wave made Aji's robes rustle, and even the sword in his hand almost fell off. Maki's extremely calm eyes stared at him, making him feel frightened. This fear that was engraved in his bones made his legs tremble. There is no doubt about it, only that man could give him this kind of invisible sense of oppression. At this moment, Aji's hands and feet were already trembling, and his mental state that he thought was solid was shaking wildly. However, Maki's last words were the last straw that broke him. So you are afraid too, father. This short sentence made Aji's eyes widen. How dare you? You ignorant and rebellious girl, I will. Before he could finish his words, the blade flashed through the air at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Maki's figure flashed behind him like a ghost. Tick, tick. Blood flowed down the downward blade, dripping rhythmically onto the broken ground. Aji stood still, his eyes wide open and filled with fear. A line of blood oozed out from the forehead to the ear. Rebellious daughter, are you worthy of being my father? As the cold words fell, half of Aji's head slid to the ground. Thump. After shaking for a while, half of the corpse fell to the ground weakly. And at this moment, a crisp explosion suddenly came from Maki's body. The shackles that had bound her for more than 10 years were broken at this moment. The vengeful spirit that was trampled under the feet of her family had completely awakened. A human weapon that bears the will of her sister was born. Boom. A strong murderous aura rose up into the sky, and Maki's aura underwent a qualitative transformation at this moment. The second coming of Toji had completely awakened. The experience of being reborn made her unconsciously clench her fists, and every cell in her body was cheering and boiling. Feeling the unprecedented power, Maki glanced at the people watching the battle in the distance. The extremely sharp gaze made Panda and others feel cold in their backs even though it was just a casual glance from Maki without any murderous intent. Maki said, Sister, let's get started. Let's completely destroy this inhumane family that brought us bad memories, and kill them until not a single remnant remains. Mai's eyes were red, and the tears that had filled her eyes could no longer be stopped and poured out at this moment. Mai nodded heavily to her sister with a crying voice, yes. She was also excited by Maki's strength. Mai didn't expect that what Kazuma said was true. Even with the existence of twin restraint, Maki's heavenly restriction still came in full play. Maki looked at Kazuma, and her eyes, which were originally extremely sharp, suddenly became gentle. She said, Kazuma, thank you. Please let me finish this task on my own. Just treat it as homework. I hope my performance won't disappoint you. After saying that, Maki disappeared instantly, and Yaga and the others were completely dumbfounded. So strong. This kind of pressure and speed. She's already reached the level of a special grade sorcerer, right? Kazuma was right. The one who should be worried now is the entire Zenin clan. At first, they thought Kazuma was joking, or that he had overestimated Maki's ability. But it turns out that he was actually correct. The most important thing is that from what Maki said just now, it can be confirmed that Maki's strength is inseparable from Kazuma. But even if she was given special care, it wouldn't be possible for Maki to become so powerful in such a short time, right? Awakening the heavenly restriction is fine, but what was the gate of injury that Maki shouted out earlier? Could this be another technique that Kazuma came up with? That's crazy, an assignment to massacre an entire clan. Panda's mind was restless for a long time. Suddenly he thought of something and raised his hand and said, before we follow, should we give Megami a call? Tell him that his entire clan is about to be wiped out and that he should be prepared to be a clan leader with no clansmen. On the other side, in the main hall, Naya and Janike, the two candidates for the head of the clan, sat opposite each other. You should know that Maki is coming to the Forbidden Warehouse to get cursed tools, right? Naya took a sip of the tea he disliked and looked at the rough-looking, shaggy-haired men opposite him with a scrutinizing gaze. Janika said, haha, so what? I'm afraid that the benefits this time will be monopolized by Aji alone. That guy is a heartless person. He actually wants to use the life of his own flesh and blood in exchange for the support of the higher-ups. Naya said, oh, doesn't that mean Maki is almost dead now? I was thinking of finding an opportunity to give her some pointers, what a pity. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A servant rushed in a panic and told the terrible news that had just happened. Maki is killing like crazy. Aji-sama died in her hands not long ago, and half of his head was cut off. She is currently facing off against the Kukuru unit at home, and I'm afraid they won't be able to hold her off for long. The bad news brought by the servant threw the entire Zenin clan into chaos. He died in Maki's hands. Naya was so surprised that he narrowed his eyes, his expression was extremely solemn. As the head of the Hei, he was well aware Aji's strength. How could he die at the hands of that powerless loser? What happened? The other guards waiting outside the house were also shocked. How could the man who, in their eyes, had unrivaled swordsmanship die at Maki's hands? Was he stabbed in his sleep? 158. Nobuaki's demise. No matter how unbelievable it was, Nobuaki couldn't care less. As the captain of the Kukuru unit, Nobuaki knew very well that this was a good opportunity to make a contribution. He looked at the group of team members behind him and gave orders decisively. Act immediately. When I arrive at the scene, I want to see that bastard captured. Yes. Looking at the departing team members, Nobuaki smiled sinisterly. Maki, I hope you don't die too soon. I will personally come and take off your head, so that I can leave a good impression in front of Janika-sama. But soon, the team rushed to the scene and surrounded Maki, who was covered in blood. The moment they looked into Maki's eyes, everyone's expressions changed from disdain to solemnity. What on earth is going on with this powerless piece of trash? Those murderous eyes and the terrifying aura emanating from her. Especially the long sword in her hand that is dripping with blood. It must have taken a lot of lives, right? Maki squinted her eyes and enjoyed the bloody smell in the air. Her eyes swept coldly over everyone present. She had already engraved the appearance of these people in her mind. They were the culprits who had mocked her and her sister and brought trauma to their childhood. She slowly uttered, not a single one will be left. As soon as she finished speaking, Maki disappeared instantly, and the ground was crushed by the huge force. She then began the massacre. Her absurd speed and unrivaled strength left these people who once looked down upon her with no chance of resistance at all. The high-ranking team members were being slaughtered by the so-called trash. Yaga and the others who were hiding in the distance and watching the battle couldn't help but be amazed. Maki has completely transformed. Is this the power of the heavenly restriction? If I remember correctly, this should be her second time killing someone, right? But at this moment, Maki was like a reaper from hell, without any unnecessary movements. Facing so many people besieging her, she remained calm. Wherever the blade passed, blood flowed, and every cut was extremely deadly. All the attacks landed precisely on the opponent's throat. Not a single member of the Kukuru unit could survive Maki's blow. Yaga excitedly grabbed Kazuma's hand and said in a trembling voice, Kazuma, thank you for giving our Tokyo Jujutsu High another special grade sorcerer. And this is unprecedented, a special grade with 0 cursed energy. How about after this crisis is resolved, I fire Gojo and leave the responsibility of guiding the students to you. After these words were spoken, Panda and Gakugenji became speechless. My goodness, Gojo is still sealed inside the prison realm, and you are firing him. Kazuma shook his head and said, forget it. Even though Gojo looks cheerful, his job is actually the most tiring. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Kazuma agrees, he will have to work like a horse. Instead of doing that, he prefers to take it easy. Soon, within less than 10 seconds, the team of dozens of people all died. This is the result of Maki deliberately slowing down as she adapted to her new power. Just then, a leisurely voice came from the corner of the house. Oh, Maki, I hope you don't die too soon, otherwise my credit will be. The leisurely words stopped abruptly when they were only halfway through. Because that person saw a scene that he would never forget. The person who had come was Nobuaki, who had let his team go ahead earlier. You actually. At this moment, he no longer had the leisurely and relaxed look he had just now. Looking at the hellish scene in front of him, he widened his eyes in horror. All his men are dead. There were broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground, and lifeless headless corpses. And the woman standing in the middle was like a devil from hell. His team. A pair of eyes that looked like they had come straight from the abyss of hell frightened Nobuaki so much that his soul almost left his body. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. His forehead covered in cold sweat told of the boundless fear in his heart at the moment. That look is so similar. Maki. Impossible, how could a useless person like you who has no cursed energy do all this? On the verge of collapse, he suddenly yelled like crazy, wishing he was dreaming. You are Nobuaki, who often mocked me when I was little, right? The cold words once again dragged him into the cruel reality. Maki grinned evilly and said, I recognize you, I remember all the people who bullied us sisters. Just when Nobuaki wanted to give up his dignity and beg for mercy. How dare you? Maki, are you trying to turn the tables? Several powerful auras surged in an instant. Maki looked indifferently at the 3 familiar figures that had suddenly appeared in front of her. The one who had rushed to the scene was Janika. There was also Zenin Kojuro, and Zenin Ranta, 2 members of the Hei. Haha, little Maki is really amazing. She actually killed the entire team. But that's all. Kojuro suddenly put his hands together and activated a cursed technique. 2 huge hands made of rock emerged from the ground and attacked Maki in the middle. In front of the huge rock hand, Maki's body seemed much smaller. It seemed that once hit, she would be squeezed into meat paste. Boom! The huge palms slammed together, swallowing Maki whole. The entire Zenin clan was shaken by this huge force, and dust rose up in the sky. Looking at Maki being swallowed by the big hand, Kojuro smiled smugly. He said, "Humph, she's still the same weakling." The people hiding in the distance couldn't help but sweat for Maki. Oh no, the strongest fighters of the Zenin clan are all here. They are all top-notch experts even among first-grade sorcerers. Kazuma, take action, burn those guys who dare to bully my students into ashes. Yaga clenched his fists and looked ahead anxiously. In his opinion, although Maki is now special grade, she is still far from fully adapting to her newly awakened heavenly restriction physique. Furthermore, those 3 are the core masters of the Zenin clan, and their cursed techniques have never been made public. Maki is likely to suffer from the loss of information. Due to my status, I am unable to offer assistance. Mai frowned, pinched Kazuma's sleeves and said worriedly, 3 against 1, my sister. Panda was ready to fight and said, Kung Fu Panda is ready. Kazuma shook his head and smiled. He asked, does Maki really need help? Huh. Several people turned to look at Kazuma. You mean? Boom. The giant hand made of rock suddenly exploded. Amidst the scattered rubble, Maki shot out like a bullet. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 159 Maki vs Naya. Maki easily broke through Kojuro's cursed technique. Maki was so fast that she appeared in front of Kojuro and Ranta in the blink of an eye. Swish! The blade flashed. The 2 cried out in pain and then retreated violently. The 2 men, who had each lost an arm, looked at Maki in horror. How is that possible? She was clearly trapped by Kojuro's cursed technique, but she broke free in such a short time. No, that's not it. With the incredible speed she just displayed, maybe Maki was hit on purpose. She used the rock hand as cover to launch this unexpected attack. Why? How did Maki suddenly turn into such a terrifying monster? Unfortunately for them, the bloodthirsty Maki didn't plan to give them a chance to think. Maki dodged the sword attack from Janiki in an instant and circled between Kojuro and Ranta in the blink of an eye. She quickly used her hands to lock Kojuro and Ranta's necks at the same time. The next second, Maki had pulled out the Adam's apples of both men. Kojuro and Ranta covered their empty necks with their hands, looking at Maki in horror, who remained indifferent. They wanted to speak but couldn't because they had lost their Adam's apples. Even in death, they couldn't figure out why Maki had suddenly become so powerful. As the 2 bodies fell helplessly, Maki placed the Adam's apples in her hand at the feet of the last person, Zenin Janika. Then she coldly said, "It's your turn." Yaga in the distance looked at the scene in front in shock. This sudden turn of events made him widen his eyes in disbelief. The battle situation changed in an instant, causing several people to exclaim in surprise. Of the 3 most powerful men from the Zenin clan who had just arrived on the battlefield, 2 were killed in the blink of an eye. Everything is going according to Kazuma's expectations? Is this the unique vision of a special grade sorcerer? Maki, you've changed. You've become so strong that I can't help but feel strange about you. Janika looked at Maki, who was walking toward him with a sword in her hand, with an extremely serious expression. At this moment just now, he seemed to see Toji's shadow in her. Could it be that she has also awakened the heavenly restriction? Facing Janika's sigh, Maki simply said, "So, can you please let me have my fun?" Boom! Janika suddenly launched an attack. Janika performed the technique he was most proud of, missile fists. His bulging muscles exploded through his upper body, and his tank-like frame suddenly pressed forward with great force. A huge fist, like a 1,000-pound hammer, smashed down from the air. The powerful destructive force forced Maki to retreat and temporarily avoid the attack. The surrounding buildings were instantly flattened by the impact, with bricks and tiles flying everywhere. Ha ha ha, Maki, is this all you've got? Where did your momentum go? Are you enjoying yourself now? Janika's punching speed became faster and faster, and his strength kept increasing. However, in the next second, a devilish whisper came from behind him. "You think I can't kill you?" Swish! The blade flashed like lightning, slicing the surrounding air in 2. Janika stood there in a daze, looking down at the bloodstain on his waist in disbelief. Then, his vision started spinning. The next second, he stared blankly at his lower body, standing there motionlessly. I was cut in half. When did she get behind me? How did I not notice at all? Now it could be confirmed, Maki had awakened the heavenly restriction. It was not until this moment that he fully realized how lucky the Zenin clan had been many years ago. The reason why the Zenin clan could clung to their false prosperity for more than a decade was simply because Toji's free-spirited nature had saved their lives. But Maki is not like Toji. Today is the death day of the Zenin clan. Maki would never let them go like Toji. Haha, the sins accumulated by the Zenin clan over the past 10 years, we'll all be settled today. Looking at Maki, who was staring down at him indifferently, for the first time, he felt a little regret. Everyone in the Zenin clan was wrong. Maki, the Zenin clan didn't cherish them well. If, from the very beginning, the Zenin clan hadn't looked down on her, if no one had ridiculed Maki, if no one had treated her as a failure, wouldn't it have been better if they had trained her instead? Janika, blood constantly dripping from the corners of his mouth, whispered hoarsely, "I'm sorry. I couldn't satisfy you. You must have had some guidance from an expert, right?" Facing Janika's final question, Maki nodded decisively. "Your death is just the answer to a test to him." "Answer?" Janika murmured in disbelief. Then, he completely lost his breath. The setting sun in the sky shone through the leaves, casting a glow over the Zenin clan's estate. It was like the final countdown for the Zenin clan, which had stood at the top in the world of Jujutsu for 1,000 years, but was now about to vanish. Maki's slightly thin figure seemed immensely tall under the setting sun. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from behind, accompanied by slow clapping. "Isn't this too cruel? Maki, do you even have any mercy left? That guy on the ground is your uncle, after all, yet you actually cut him in half." "TSK, tisk." Naya grinned grimly while clapping. "But I really have to thank you for clearing the roadblocks that were in my way to becoming the clan head. As your cousin, I'm truly relieved." Facing Naya's sarcastic words, Maki simply said, "Very good. The person I want to kill the most finally showed up on his own. I guess you can't wait for this moment, right?" Naya turned toward the bushes in the distance with a serious expression. Then his eyes widened. He saw Kazuma and his group slowly walking out. "It's you." Naya retreated violently as if he had seen a nightmare. The moment he saw Kazuma, Naya subconsciously avoided looking at him. Those strange eyes. The pain imprinted deep in his soul. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. But how had they sneaked into the Zenin estate so easily? Could it be that Kazuma was planning to wipe out the Zenin clan? Kazuma smiled and said, "You've got strong willpower. You didn't turn into an idiot last time. Don't be afraid. I keep my word. Your life will be taken by Maki herself." The information in the conversation between the two people stunned Maki and the others who were watching the show. From Kazuma's words, they inferred that he and Naya had a conflict not long ago, and Kazuma had spared his life. Maki gave Kazuma a grateful look. Only by killing Naya with her own hands can she completely resolve the knot between him and her sister. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Naya laughed out of anger. Originally he was a little worried that Kazuma would interfere in the fight between him and Maki. He didn't expect that Kazuma would actually choose to stand aside and watch. "Maki, you just killed a few losers and you're trying to challenge me. You and Mai can only kneel in the distance and look at me from afar." "Tisk." Maki wiped the blood-stained long sword and said impatiently, "I have decided to tear your barking mouth apart first." Naya grinned evilly. His last experience with Choso made him learn that he should never underestimate anyone. He quickly used his cursed technique. Countless pieces of transparent tape swept towards Maki. Naya suddenly rushed towards Maki. Projection sorcery, which is said to have the best speed, allowed him to appear in front of Maki in an instant. Die. A pair of claw-like hands grabbed Maki's forehead. 160. Thrashing projection sorcery. The tearing of flesh that Naya imagined did not happen. Instead, a crisp sound was heard. It was as if Naya had steel. Naya stepped back suddenly, feeling his entire arm go numb. He looked with slight surprise at Maki. She actually reacted. His full-speed attack, enhanced by projection sorcery, was actually blocked. Not bad. No wonder those idiots died at your hands. But do you think it's over just because you blocked the attack? Looking at the film strip surrounding him that reflected Maki's face, Naya smiled triumphantly. Even though Maki had blocked his attack just now, she couldn't avoid projection sorcery. In other words, all the subtle movements Maki made within 1 second had already been divided into 24 equal parts. If Maki didn't follow the exact 24 frames in her next movement, she would be frozen for 1 second. This was the ultimate secret of projectile sorcery. From the moment Maki was projected onto the film, her defeat was already sealed. Naya glanced at Kazuma and the others with a proud look. "How is it? Now you realize how ridiculous your original idea was. You'll always be a hopeless case. Even with Kazuma's help, it's useless." Bang! Panda pounded the ground with both fists in frustration and said, "Damn it. I can't stand this guy's face anymore. Kazuma, do something. Why are you still insisting on a one-on-one fight?" Yaga and Gakugenji wore solemn expressions. They knew how terrifying projection sorcery was. Even with Maki's high degree of control over her body, it is impossible to perfectly replicate every movement without any deviation. Not to mention, Naya was ready to strike again at any moment. At the very least, they couldn't think of any way to counter this situation. If Maki was in mortal danger, they wouldn't hesitate to intervene. But, while Naya reveled in arrogance and the others were worried, Kazuma simply glanced at Maki and smiled lightly. "As I said before, it's only right that Maki takes your life." According to the flow of events, Maki would indeed suffer a setback at this stage, caught off guard. But, don't forget, she has the boost of the 8 inner gates. Does she really need to follow the rules of a mere projection sorcery? Are all Jujutsu High students a bunch of arrogant fools? Let me shatter your delusions right now. Naya charged at Maki with blinding speed, appearing before her in an instant. Still haven't figured it out? Then go to hell and think about it. Yet, as the fatal attack neared, Maki remained motionless. She even lowered the long sword that had been guarding her body, spreading her arms wide, completely defenseless. At this moment, she was full of openings. It was as if she had resigned herself to fate. This sight made Panda's body tense in fear. Maki, what is she doing? Why drop all defenses? If Naya strikes her in this state, the consequences will be catastrophic. However, Naya's heart suddenly tightened. He had a bad feeling. Swish. The fatal blow of concentrated cursed energy missed Maki's head. That's right, he had hesitated. Something felt off. Even though he had always looked down on Maki since childhood, he knew her personality well. She wasn't the type to simply give up. So, at the last moment, he deliberately missed his target. There was something even more terrifying. He noticed Maki's gaze. Her expression, her eyes. There was no emotion at all. Even though her body is full of flaws, it feels like making a move means getting killed instantly, right? Kazuma's voice carried amusement from the distance. Damn it. Stop messing with me. Naya said. Maki's indifference and Kazuma's taunts shattered Naya's composure. The veins on his forehead bulged in rage. Naya lunged forward again at full speed. This time, he would attack from behind, and snap her neck in one go. Die. Just as Naya's hands almost reached Maki's throat. Gate of view, open. Boom. A terrifying momentum erupted like a volcanic explosion. Green energy surged around Maki, making her hair flutter wildly. Naya's eyes widened in horror. An instant later, he was blown away by the overwhelming force. His body smashed through a nearby building like a ragdoll. Bang! Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Maki, who had just awakened her heavenly restriction, found it difficult to sustain the sudden activation of the sixth gate. But she had successfully shattered the restraints of the projection sorcery. The sheer physical reinforcement of the sixth gate allowed her to withstand the backlash of breaking free. This shocking turn of events left the onlookers completely stunned. She actually broke free from projection sorcery's constraints. And just by her momentum alone, she sent Naya flying. The previous one was the gate of limit, and now the gate of view. What kind of technique is this? Panda, wide-eyed, suddenly scurried behind Kazuma. Kazuma, are you recruiting? What do you think of me? Panda skillfully massaged Kazuma's shoulders. There was no doubt the technique Maki used just now must have been taught by Kazuma. If he could learn it too, perhaps Panda could become Toji 3.0. Good technique. Kazuma narrowed his eyes, looking pleased. Seeing Panda's enthusiastic expression and the eager gazes of Yaga and Gakugenji, Kazuma smirked. Want to learn? The three nodded in unison. After you return from the culling game, I'll teach you. Hearing this, Panda's eyes gleamed, and he massaged even harder. Yaga couldn't contain his excitement either. He briefly wondered why Panda's massage skills were so refined, but in the face of such a powerful technique, that concern was irrelevant. If Kazuma teaches them the 8 inner gates, won't Jujutsu High's power level skyrocket? Kazuma simply chuckled. These guys will belong to his organization sooner or later. If they could all learn the 8 inner gates, how many warriors comparable to heavenly restriction users could be born? Ahem. Naya staggered out of the rubble, clutching his chest. He stared at Maki in shock. How is this possible? She broke free from projection sorcery's restraints and withstood the backlash? This had never happened before. And what was that 8 inner gates technique she activated at the last moment? Was it a cursed technique? Why had he never heard of it? Just as Naya stood frozen in confusion. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded from a distance. Naya's eyes widened in horror. Maki had disappeared and not even an afterimage remained. His instincts kicked in and large amounts of film instantly covered his surroundings. This time, he used projection sorcery defensively. He saw the blood at the corner of Maki's lips and guessed that she couldn't maintain this form for long. If he stalls for time, he'll win. Naya smirked sinisterly. But the next moment, Maki flashed before him. Her cold voice whispered, 24 frames per second, right? It's pretty fast. But in my current state, no one can match my speed. 161. Kazuma enters the culling game. Naya's breathing stagnated, and he looked at Maki in front of him with horror. At this moment, he actually saw the shadow of Toji in Maki. He actually saw the image of his most admired idol in his most despised, worthless cousin. He was extremely angry and said unwillingly, "You fake." Before Naya could finish his words, he felt something in his abdomen. Bang! The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. At the same time, the terrifying impact force sent him flying into the air. Projection. Before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his left cheek. Maki instantly appeared above him and threw a heavy punch, which distorted Naya's face. Several of Naya's teeth were broken by that punch. Boom! Naya fell to the ground like a missile, creating a huge crater in the ground beneath his feet. Maki said, "Fake. In the past, my dream target was indeed Toji. But now, if I can't surpass him, how can I repay his kindness?" These extremely calm words almost made Naya spit out blood again. "You." The words that he wanted to use to retort were stuck in his mouth. He knew that he had completely lost to that powerless piece of trash whom he had never looked up to before. Now Maki was not far behind that man in terms of speed and strength. Add to that the never-before-seen technique, which was even more advanced than before, it was possible to surpass Toji. This was something he had to admit. When death was approaching, besides the endless unwillingness, there was one thing that made him extremely confused. Who taught you the technique you just performed? Facing Neia's question before his death, Maki slowly uttered, Kazuma. What he taught me is far more than just a simple technique. Looking at Neia, who was dying at her feet, Maki looked at Kazuma, who was smiling at her in the distance, with soft eyes. At this moment, she truly understood. The one that brought about her transformation was not the heavenly restriction, nor the 8 inner gates, but Kazuma. Without him, she would probably still be a useless person, someone who trained relentlessly but couldn't even become a third-grade sorcerer. It would have been even more impossible for her to break free from her inner demons, escape her shackles, and trample Neia, the one who had once looked down on her and her sister, under her feet. Ha ha ha. The moment he heard this name, Neia suddenly laughed like a madman. He didn't care at all, even as blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Kazuma. It's Kazuma again. If Kazuma hadn't taught Maki that strange technique, who knew who would have won? Neia stared at Maki and Kazuma with bloodshot eyes, and an extremely ferocious expression flashed across his face. He saw that Kazuma and Panda were looking at him with contempt. Panda even raised 2 middle fingers in a mean manner. Neia couldn't bear it any longer and spat out a large mouthful of blood in anger. A cold feeling of death swept over his body, and his vision gradually blurred. Neia felt that his eyelids had become heavy as if they were filled with lead. Maki was still looking down at him with that same, unrelenting contempt. Endless anger and unwillingness arose within him. Maki, Kazuma, death, death, death. Even if I become a cursed spirit, I will never let you go. After making his final cry in his heart, Neia opened his eyes wide and died completely, filled with endless reluctance. Looking at Neia with his head tilted and pupils dilated, Maki lowered her head and said nothing. But her trembling hands could hardly conceal the excitement in her heart at this moment. At this moment, the dark feelings that had accumulated in her heart for more than 10 years completely dissipated. After a few seconds, Maki slowly raised her head and looked at her sister, Mai, whose eyes were already red. Mai, are the bullets ready? I'll take you to kill someone. Soon after, shrill cries were heard from the entire residents of the Zenin clan. Screams and pleas for mercy cast a shadow over the Zenin clan. Those clan members who had mocked and insulted the 2 sisters all died in remorse and begging for mercy. Mother, why did you think it was a shame to give birth to me and Mai? Why did you repeatedly protect that father who would kill his own flesh and blood without hesitation? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled Panda, who was watching the commotion from outside the door. He gulped and mechanically turned his head to look at Kazuma. This is really an unprecedented event. After today, the Zenin clan will probably exist in name only. Not long after, the screams from the Zenin clan stopped. Looking at the dilapidated buildings around him and the broken limbs scattered all over the ground, Kazuma couldn't help but sigh. The Zenin clan really played a good hand badly. Toji killed half, Maki killed the other half. Wow. He felt sorry for Megami for a second. At that moment, a report was heard throughout Tokyo. Participant Yago has added an additional rule. Remove restrictions on the sorcerer Kazuma from entering the culling game. Hearing this, Kazuma was stunned. He hadn't expected Yago and the others to be so quick. They collected 100 points in such a short time. Suddenly, golden light flashed inside Kazuma's body. A cute little golden bug flew out of his body. A light screen that only he could see appeared in front of Kazuma. Name, Kazuma. Points, 0. Looking at the basic information about himself on the panel, Kazuma knew that he had become a participant in the culling game. This little golden bug actually has such magical functions, it's practically a low-profile version of a system. He wondered how Kenjaku had made this little thing. He can also hear this report, right? Kazuma wondered what expression had appeared on Kenjaku's face when he heard the name of his old friend Yago. Yaga and Panda also showed joy on their faces. Panda said, great. Now Kazuma can also enter the barrier and participate in the culling game. Yaga said, Kazuma, please help unseal Gojo. If possible, please take care of my students. Kazuma nodded. Culling game, speedrun begins. In order to quickly gain points, should he go to Sendai to snatch Yuda's points first, or should he challenge Kashimo directly? After all, that battle fanatic should have accumulated a lot of points by now, right? 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 162, Exhilarated Yago. Just as Kazuma was thinking, Maki supported Mai and slowly walked out the door. The 2 sisters looked at each other and said at the same time, thank you, Kazuma. I really don't know how to repay you. Panda winked and joked, I think it would be better if you 2 sisters just gave your bodies to Kazuma. He was only halfway through his words when he was violently slapped in the back by Yaga. Yaga said, now is the time when Kazuma is needed. Let's wait until everything is over before we talk about this, idiot. Ahem. Kazuma gave a knowing look to Panda and then said to the Maki sister seriously, did you kill her too? Maki knew that Kazuma was referring to their mother, and she shook her head and explained, "No, that shot was just a final farewell between my sister and me in the past. Didn't kill." This surprised him a little. According to the original plot, Maki would cut her mother's throat. At the last moment of her life, her mother gave the dying Naya a final blow, ending his tragic and unbearable life. It seemed that Maki had not completely lost herself. Their mother was different from Aji. In the end, she was just another tragic woman bound by the constraints of family values. Now, this was actually the best outcome. "Okay, now that I can participate in the culling game, I will go first." After saying that, Kazuma instantly disappeared into the vortex. Panda looked at Maki with some fear and said weakly, Maki, how about you take care of your wounds first, and then we can enter the other barriers together." At the same time, on the rooftop of the tallest skyscraper inside the barrier, the fighting below continued endlessly, but Kenjaku didn't care about the situation at all. For once, his usually calm and composed expression wavered. He widened his eyes slightly, staring at the rule panel projected by the little golden bug in shock. Yago. The one who had added the rule allowing Kazuma to enter the culling game, was actually Yago. How was that possible? Wasn't that idiot burned to ashes by Kazuma's black flames? Beside him, a white-haired figure in monk's robes, Yuram, frowned. What's going on? Wasn't that grumpy volcano head dead? She had seen with her own eyes that Yago was reduced to nothing. And yet, here he was, influencing the culling game. What's even more baffling was that, he seemed to be helping Jujutsu High. Kenjaku's fingers continued scrolling down the list of participants inside the barrier. The more he read, the more his expression darkened. Yago, Mahito, Hanami, Dagon. Wait, even Fushiguro Toji? The deeper he looked, the more unsettled he became. Something was seriously wrong. The sorcerers from 1,000 years ago had been revived because they had signed contracts with him, paying the necessary price. But what about Yago and the others? Even a sorcerer like Toji, dead for over a decade, had returned? Had some kind of malfunction occurred when activating the culling game? Kenjaku quickly searched his memory for answers, but found nothing. Haha, this is getting more and more interesting. Yuram shot him a cold look and asked, "Hey, are those 4 friends or enemies now?" Kenjaku didn't answer right away. Instead, he let out a sigh and smirked. He said, "So this is what betrayal feels like. It's quite unpleasant." It was clear to him now. The old allies who had suddenly resurrected were most likely enemies now. He even suspected that Yago and the others had been revived under the control of the higher-ups at Jujutsu High. But who in Jujutsu High had the power to pull the dead back from hell? Could it be Tengen? Yes. Only an old relic like him could have mastered such a technique. Yuram, locate Megami. I have something important to take care of. Yuram raised an eyebrow and said, "What?" Kenjaku's smirk widened and he said, "Assimilating Tengen." Most of Jujutsu High's forces were now tied up with the culling game, and Kazuma would be heading there soon. With Yago and the others aiding Jujutsu High, the chances of manipulating the rules to eliminate Kazuma were slim. After all, he was well aware of the strength of the 4 disaster curses. Not to mention Toji, who had once almost succeeded in assassinating Gojo. But with those forces and now Kazuma entering the fray, this culling game would soon become Kazuma's playground. "So, you're leaving the mess to me." Yuram frowned. At this rate, Gojo would be unsealed soon. What role could she even play here? Kenjaku cursed inwardly. This fool only cares about Sukuna. But outwardly, he gave a pleasant smile and said, "It's simple. Force Megami into a corner. Then, he'll inevitably summon Mahoraga. Your Sukuna-sama will sense it and take action. The initiative has always been in our hands." At the mention of Sukuna, Yuram's expression shifted. She knew exactly what Kenjaku meant. The key was Megami's sister, Tsumaiki. Tombs of Star Corridor. "Tengen, are you ready to welcome me?" A vortex appeared behind Kenjaku. After flashing a parting smirk at Yuram, he disappeared. At the same time, at the Sendai colony. "Oh who?" A strange cry echoed in the sky. Yago descended, flames swirling in his palms. Boom. Several sorcerers below were instantly reduced to ashes. Yago, watch out, don't burn your own people. Mahito, whose robes had caught on flames, hopped away, trying to pat out the flames. Hanami, standing with arms crossed, used his wooden limbs to ensnare a fleeing sorcerer. He glanced at Yago, who was laughing maniacally above them, and scoffed. Hanami said, "Idiot. Don't forget we're working for our former enemies now." Yago said, "He. Sorry, I just haven't had this much fun in a long time." Yago took a deep puff of his pipe, looking smug. He had finally figured it out. He would never again challenge someone like Gojo or Kazuma. As long as he avoided those monsters, he was still top tier. After dying once, he had learned one thing: don't be stubborn. Never play in a match against those monsters at the top again. Suddenly, shing, a flash of light appeared. Slice. Everything in the blade's path, buildings, cursed spirits, and all, was severed in 2. Toji moved at lightning speed, pinning a massive curse to the ground. His voice was cold and emotionless. "Where is Megami?" "And no, I don't know." Slash. Before he could finish, he was cut to pieces. Purple blood splattered the ground. Yago clicked his tongue and said, TSK, what a rude guy. If we're talking about workaholics, this guy definitely tops the list. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 163 Disaster curses against Kenjaku. Who is this person? He doesn't have any cursed energy fluctuations on his body, yet he can reach the speed of sound with just his physical strength. Yago looked at Toji's back with curiosity. Every movement the man made exuded an invisible sense of oppression. If he fights him, can he win? What kind of monster did Kazuma summon? At this moment, four terrifying waves of cursed energy blanketed the entire sky above this barrier. Far away, a cannon made of pure cursed energy suddenly fired. Boom! The devastating blast instantly razed all the buildings in its path to the ground. At the last second, Yago and the others pulled back, narrowly escaping annihilation. As Yago took in the massive trench left in the earth, excitement flashed in his eyes. Such a powerful cursed energy output. I didn't expect there to be such a strong opponent here. A figure suddenly came hurtling through the air in retreat. Yuta stabbed his katana into the ground, sparks flying as he slid back, barely managing to stop himself. Hey, kid, need a hand? Yago grinned, eager for a fight. Ah, it's cursed Spirit-san. Sorry for the commotion. Yuta scratched his head awkwardly. At any other time, he'd have cut these special-grade curses down without hesitation. But for now, they were temporary allies. Stay back, those three are incredibly strong. Yuta stretched his shoulders and stared ahead, his expression grave. Even from miles away, he could feel their overwhelming presence. He had narrowly escaped death several times already. The three ancient sorcerers from centuries past were proving to be the toughest opponents he'd ever faced. Of course, this was without Rika's help. In a church not far from the battlefield, he had found a group of civilians, and Rika was guarding them. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this battle would be enough to wipe those civilians out. At that moment, a familiar voice called out behind him. Leave it to me. Everyone turned. Kazuma approached, idly twirling the prison realm that held Gojo in his hand. Yuta's mouth twitched and he said, Kazuma, if you keep tossing that around like a toy, won't Gojo get dizzy in there? He won't. Kazuma reached the group, completely unfazed. After all, the prison realm was its own isolated space, solidified time and space meant Gojo wouldn't feel a thing. Yago, you guys did well. Head back to the Tombs of Star Corridor. And remind Yuki not to listen to that old fool, Tengen. Kazuma still didn't understand what real use Tengen had beyond maintaining the barrier. His only real contribution seemed to be getting Yuki killed. As a special-grade sorcerer, Yuki had enough power to manifest an imaginary black hole, potentially capable of wiping out an entire country in an instant. With no upper limit to her technique, she should have been nearly unstoppable. Yet she followed Tengen's strategy, leading to a fatal blunder. She hadn't even been able to use her domain before being slaughtered by Kenjaku. The first one to die, all thanks to Tengen's wisdom. And what about Choso? Tengen had sent him to test Kenjaku's abilities right at the start, which led to Choso getting beaten half to death without gaining any useful intel. A powerful ally was wasted. Sure, Kenjaku was undeniably strong, but Tengen had been too cowardly. Not only did he overestimate Kenjaku, but he also underestimated Yuki. If she and Choso had worked together from the start, the battle's outcome could have been completely different. At the very least, they could have escaped. And as for Tengen, well, getting assimilated was probably his fate anyway. It wasn't like Kenjaku lasted much longer, he got taken out by Yuta in a sneak attack right after. What a waste of time. But then again, if the four disaster curses go back to the Tombs of Star Corridor now, they might have a chance against Kenjaku. Maybe they could even bury him there. Why are we going back? I'm not done killing yet. Yago complained. He was itching to trade blows with those powerful opponents. Of the four disaster curses, Yago was by far the most battle-hungry. Kazuma smirked and said, just go. There's a surprise waiting for you in the Tombs of Star Corridor. Wouldn't beating up Kenjaku be more fun than fighting someone on your level? This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, it'll be gone. Everyone except Toji, who remained disinterested, looked shocked. Yuta's eyes widened and he said, wait, you mean Kenjaku is going to the Tombs of Star Corridor? He actually dares to attack Tengen. Yuta quickly pieced it together. Kenjaku was too ambitious. He was actually aiming for Tengen, and the Tombs of Star Corridor was still being guarded by Yuki and Choso, so why was Kazuma sending the four disaster curses back? Yuta wasn't sure of Choso's full strength, but he knew exactly how powerful Yuki was. She was a veteran special-grade sorcerer, and so far, she had never revealed the full extent of her abilities. Yago and the others stood frozen. Beat up Kenjaku? It was a tempting idea, but Yago huffed stubbornly. Don't think you can manipulate us. We, the four disaster curses, will never betray our former allies. Hanami, Dagon, and Choso also nodded firmly. Kazuma chuckled and said, allies. You were just disposable pawns to him. Do you really think he saw you as partners? Or do you just not want to think about it? Take Hanami, for example. When Gojo crushed him at the subway station, did Kenjaku even flinch? He was watching from the tracks just a short distance away. If he had wanted to, he could have intervened at any time. Kazuma then turned to Mahito and said, "And you, Kenjaku has been eyeing your idol Transfiguration for a long time, hasn't he? If you had been near death, do you really think he would have saved you? Or would he have just harvested you?" A heavy silence fell. Yago and the others stiffened, their expressions darkening. They hated to admit it, but Kazuma had a point. Kenjaku always had excuses, claiming Gojo was watching, claiming the timing wasn't right. Yet in the end, they were always the ones taking the risks. The 4 disaster curses prided themselves on loyalty, but they weren't stupid. Kazuma knew far too much about them. Thinking back to the Shibuya incident, every move had been under his control. Nanami had nearly died, Nobara had almost been crushed, yet Kazuma had intervened at the last second each time. Was the entire Shibuya incident orchestrated by him? But how? As they met Kazuma's knowing gaze, a chill ran down their spines. It was as if he had been playing with the world the entire time. Could that be possible? Yago took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Is this the kind of psychological trickery you humans use to manipulate others? Kazuma didn't even try to deny it and said, "Of course. But think about it. You were used as pawns in life. Do you really want to be pawns in death too? Are the 4 disaster curses going to let their legacy become a joke? Enough. We're leaving." The 4 disaster curses couldn't hold back any longer. Yago's flames flared violently as he growled, "I've wanted to beat the crap out of that smug, squinty-eyed bastard for so long." 164, a barrage of points. Looking at the figures of Yago and the others leaving, Yuta said enviously, "Dead people have it good. They are not restricted and can come and go freely. Even someone as strong as him, from the moment he stepped into the barrier, couldn't leave. Every second in the culling game is filled with fighting, and most of the participants who have been reborn are killing each other for points." Kazuma smiled in his heart. In the state of Edo Tensei, they are indeed not affected by the rules. "I'm going to find Megami." Toji, who was wearing a black tight-fitting top, glanced at Kazuma lightly and disappeared in an instant. According to his warlike genes, Toji would never miss this opportunity to hunt a strong man. However, the future fate of his son Megami was still vivid in his mind. He would never allow this to happen. Yuta stared at the direction where Toji had left with an unfriendly look. He said, "He is Megami's biological father. And he even cares about his son's safety." Then he changed the subject. "He is the assassin who attacked Gojo-sensei during the astral plasma vessel incident, right?" Yuta secretly clenched his fists. If possible, he really wanted to beat up Toji. In order to pay off his debts, he even sold his own child to the Zenin clan, and he even assassinated the astral plasma vessel without hesitation for the bounty. You know, back then, the astral plasma vessel was extremely important to the entire world of Jujutsu. In his eyes, Toji was nothing but an out-and-out profiteer. Fortunately, Megami is completely different from him. Kazuma nodded slightly and said, "Toji is pretty inhumane, but thankfully, Maki is nothing like him. She is humane." But then again, considering the time, Megami and Yuji should have successfully invited Hakari by now. He won't know Megami's exact location unless he spends 100 points to add a rule that shows his location. Kazuma said, "Yuta, that terrifying attack just now should have been launched by a sorcerer with a cannon-shaped hairstyle, right?" Yuta said, How do you know? Although that guy's total amount of cursed energy is not as good as mine, his cursed energy output is actually slightly better than mine." Yuta looked into the distance with a serious expression and said, "Besides, there are 3 more enemies who are just as powerful as him." 3. It seems that he has arrived in time, and the old man Dhruv Lakdawala has not been killed by Yuta yet. Immediately, his mind moved, and the little golden bug instantly appeared before his eyes, projecting a curtain of light. Dhruv Lakdawala, 99 points. Ishiguri Ryu, 77 points. Takako Yuro, 75 points. Kurorushi, 54 points. This is the convenience of the little goldworm Shikigami. All players who are in the game can use it to quickly check the points ranking. The one at the top of the list right now is the strongest sorcerer from 400 years ago, Hajime Kashimo. He has 200 points. Kazuma has just entered the culling game, and his point balance is 0. In that case, let's start with these 4. Ahem, Yuta, go and protect the ordinary people in the building with Rika, and leave these 4 to me. Ah, you want to fight those 4 alone? The surprised Yuta. He looked at Kazuma in disbelief and said in a serious tone, "Kazuma, think carefully, those 4 are all super powerful beings. Especially the sorcerer who can controls the sky, she is simply impossible to guard against. Although this is essentially a game, if you die accidentally, you will really die. The battle between the special grades is far more terrifying than imagined. If there is even the slightest mistake, it will be fatal. If this is the case with just one person, what about fighting against 4 at the same time? Controlling space. What a coincidence. I'm also good at this. I wonder who's better at it." Kazuma's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "How about this, you go and hold back the cockroach monster and Dhruv Lakdawala, and leave the other 2 to me. We'll each have 2, and divide them fairly." Yuta's mouth twitched, and he complained madly in his heart. Did he even hear the space control he just said? It's a fair distribution. Do you think it's a game of head grabbing? The opponent is a powerful special grade sorcerer, not a lamb to be slaughtered. But this is fine, he will deal with the opponent as soon as possible, and then go to help Kazuma immediately. Thinking of this, Yuta said in a heavy tone, well, please hold the other two back. I will deal with them as soon as possible. Kazuma slowly opened his eyes, and the Rinnegan in his left eye switched to Eternal Mangekyo. He hasn't used Kamui's offensive ability for a long time. He missed the days when he would twist his opponent's head with Kamui. The most important thing is that he wants to compete with that Takako Yuro in spatial ability. The invisible pressure of the cursed energy caused many weak sorcerers and cursed spirits to stop fighting and hide everywhere. On top of a skyscraper. Haha, interesting. He took my attack head-on and didn't die. Ishiguri Ryu was lying leisurely on the edge of the roof, with half of his body almost hanging in the air and ready to fall at any time. Looking at the panel projected by the little golden bug in front of him, he shook off the cigarette ash slightly. If that brat dares to come and disrupt the situation again, I will blast him into pieces. As he said this, he looked towards the tall building opposite with a serious look. There, sitting cross-legged was an old man wearing tattered robes, with a deathly face and a skinny body. There seemed to be golden light in his turbid eyes, and he was constantly observing the situation around him. On the left side of the tall building, a thin, scantily dressed blonde woman is hanging upside down in the air with her arms folded across her chest. She looked at the distance with interest. Takako Yuro, once the captain of the Sun Moon Star team. Her extremely sharp intuition made her feel an extremely strong threat. This threat was not brought by the boy who was blown away before, but had appeared suddenly. With a thought, the little golden bug projected a light screen. After checking it out, the corners of her mouth slightly curved. Kazuma? Is he the one who brought this invisible sense of oppression? This made her both nervous and excited. In a dim room in the building on the right, a cursed spirit that was wrapped in black air and looked like a cockroach slowly opened its eyes. It is the most special existence in the culling game, released by Kenjaku. This strange coincidence made them suspect that all this was done intentionally by Kenjaku. 165, 1v2. The food is coming. Hoarse and low words came from Kurarushi's mouth. Ryu Ishiguri, Dhruv Lakdawala, and Takako Yuro all turned their attention in the same direction at the same moment. Kazuma and Yuta stood side by side on an abandoned balcony, feeling the presence of the four figures atop the skyscraper. A rocket-haired man, a giant cockroach, an old man, and a blonde woman dressed a little too boldly. Yuta asked seriously, they're the people who signed a contract with Kenjaku hundreds of years ago, right? Ryu Ishiguri casually took out a comb and smoothed the rocket on his head, laughing disdainfully. What, you already found backup? Do you think that will help you win? If you want to take points from me, you'll pay a heavy price. But Yuta completely ignored Ryu Ishiguri's provocation and instead focused on assigning opponents with Kazuma. Yuta pointed at Ryu Ishiguri and the other three. He said, same as before. I'll handle the old man and the cockroach monster. Kazuma nodded in agreement and said, then the rocket head and cool girl are mine. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Kurarushi, instantly collapsing the building it stood on. Flapping its wings, it hovered mid-air, its mouth moving. Cockroach monster. Good. Very good. For centuries, I've devoured anyone who dared to call me that. And you will be the next feast for my offspring. On the rooftop, Dhruv Lakdawala still sat in meditation, unfazed by Yuta's words. His expression remained unchanged. Takako Yuro suddenly let out a ghostly laugh and said, he who knew you two little boys had such an appetite. You actually think so little of me. I won't show any mercy. Even as she spoke, a fire raged inside her. Cool girl, what do these two brats know? How dare they speak so rudely? Who gave them the confidence to take on two opponents each? She was the captain of the Sun Moon Star team, revered and feared. When had she ever been taunted like this? It was always her looking down on enemies, not the other way around. Ryu Ishiguri glanced at everyone with disdain and spoke with the pride of someone at the top. I only fight the strongest. Only those who survive are worthy of my attention. Remember, you are the challengers. Swish. Without hesitation, the cold and taciturn Yuta charged forward, blade in hand. In an instant, he was in the sky. His sword was aimed straight at Dhruv Lakdawala, who had remained silent this entire time. Feeling the massive cursed energy surging from the blade, the old man slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed his usually unreadable face. At the same time, Kazuma flung an iron dagger. Ryu Ishiguri scoffed at the incoming weapon, making no attempt to dodge. He had already analyzed the composition of the dagger the moment Kazuma had thrown it. Haha, this scrap metal doesn't even qualify as a cursed tool. You really think this can hurt me? Smirking, he casually pulled a hand from his pocket and raised two fingers, preparing to catch the dagger mid-air. It's too slow. Before he could finish speaking, Kazuma, who had been standing far away on the balcony, vanished. The dagger suddenly sparked with golden lightning, just as it was snatched by a large hand. Reikari. A cold voice whispered from behind his ear. Bang. Sizzle. Ryu Ishiguri had no time to react. His eyes widened as a sharp pain shot across his right cheek. An electric current paralyzed his entire face, and the sheer force sent him flying like a cannonball. With one precise move, Kazuma had used Flying Thunder God to knock Ryu Ishiguri away. A seamless combination of techniques, executed in an instant. It was as fast as lightning. Kazuma couldn't think of any way to evade it other than Kamui. This scene completely stunned Takako Yuro, who was still hanging upside down in midair. Her eyes widened as realization dawned. Then, excitement flashed in them. So fast. What kind of technique was that? Faster than lightning? Was it teleportation? A moment ago, she had been furious. Now, she was thrilled. As a battle maniac, beyond collecting points and reviving, her only desire was to fight the strong. Having slaughtered countless sorcerers before, she believed modern sorcerers were weak, far inferior to those from her era 100 years ago. But now, her opinion had changed. Doesn't your head get congested hanging upside down like that? Kazuma tapped his temple, smirking. Honestly, this kind of upside-down stance only suited Gojo. If he added, "I am the strongest," it would be even more fitting. His single comment reignited Takako Yuro's fury. Congestion? I'm going to tear your mouth apart. She let out a piercing screech and lunged at Kazuma. The strongest assassin in history cared nothing for fairness. Her style was swift, accurate, and deadly. Her only goal was to twist off his head. The space in front of Kazuma suddenly distorted, as if reality itself had wrinkled like a broken mirror. In the next instant, Takako Yuro's attack appeared directly in front of him. Crack! The sound of glass shattering echoed. A terrifying force exploded, ripping the space apart. The immense pressure devoured Kazuma in an instant. Yuta, still clashing with Dhruv Lakdawala, turned his eyes to Kazuma's position in shock. That attack had warped the entire rooftop where Kazuma stood. The sheer force compressed the dust into a solid mass, completely covering the area. Despite being in the heat of battle, Yuta's combat instincts kept him aware of the battlefield at all times. Takako Yuro's technique was too strange. There had been no warning before the space had twisted. Could Kazuma have dodged in time? Ahem. A figure emerged from the smoke. Standing unharmed in the deep pit created by the attack, Kazuma casually waved his hand to clear the dust. Not bad. A two-dimensional spatial distortion technique. As the smoke cleared, Kazuma appeared in full view, completely unscathed. How? He was totally fine. Even his clothes weren't torn. No matter how strong a sorcerer was, taking that attack head-on and remaining unhurt should have been impossible. But she was sure that Kazuma hadn't dodged. Takako Yuro stared down at him in disbelief. What the hell just happened? 166, Space vs. Space. This scene was also seen by Ryu Ishiguri, who had returned to the battlefield. Oh, interesting, he survived that attack intact. Even he wasn't sure he could have taken that hit head-on. At this moment, the left side of his face was red and swollen, and his nose was slightly crooked. He looked a bit miserable, but the signature rocket hairstyle on his head remained unchanged. Ryu Ishiguri casually placed his hands in his pockets and leaped to the top of the skyscraper, forming a pincer attack with Yuro Takako against Kazuma. His intense gaze locked onto Kazuma, his brain analyzing rapidly. Could it be that this guy's technique allows him to swap positions with his weapon? And instantly, at that, the punch earlier was too fast. Even for someone of his strength, it had caught him off guard. Fortunately, his combat instincts had kicked in, allowing him to mobilize his cursed energy for defense in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been some flesh wounds. In 400 years, this was the first time someone had made him feel pressured. You're quite shameless. Kazuma glanced at Ryu Ishiguri behind him. Then, he looked up at Yuro Takako in the sky, a look of disbelief crossing his face. She casually lifted her bangs, her lips curving slightly. You're pretty good at using spatial abilities. Unfortunately, I seem to be able to do the same. Just as she finished speaking, the Mangekyo pattern in Kazuma's left eye rotated, locking onto its target. Kamui. Behind Yuro Takako's head, space twisted, forming a strange vortex. Yuro Takako's eyes widened in alarm, every hair on her body standing on end. A strong sense of death swept over her, and at the critical moment, she swiftly raised her hand, manipulating the surrounding two-dimensional plane. Snap! Space twisted and detonated. Yuro Takako's ears were contorted like twisted noodles. Then, an irresistible force ripped them off. What? Feeling the searing pain and blood gushing from her wounds, she immediately retreated hundreds of meters, her gaze locked onto Kazuma in utter disbelief. He also knows spatial techniques. And worse, his attacks had no warning signs before launching. If she hadn't forcibly deflected the attack's trajectory just now, she'd be dead. She'd have become a headless corpse. Too strange. Attacks without any warning. Could it be that his control over space is better than mine? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuro Takako might not be the strongest in the entire Jujutsu world, but when it came to space, no one understood it better than her. On the other side, Dhruv Lakdawala and Kurorushi, who were fighting against Yuta, were also stunned by this scene. Even they were terrified of Yuro Takako's abilities, especially her deadly space-based techniques. But now, she had actually lost in a battle of space manipulation. As the two reeled from shock, Yuta's katana struck. The overwhelming pressure of cursed energy pierced through their defenses. Kurorushi cursed internally. Who the hell are these two? Each one is more monstrous than the last. Dhruv Lakdawala, are you still going to keep holding back? Kurorushi spat. Humph. I don't need you, accursed spirit, telling me what to do. Despite saying that, Dhruv subtly strengthened his offensive. Yuro Takako, a battle-hardened warrior from a century ago, quickly adapted after analyzing the situation. Almost instantly, she appeared in front of Kazuma, initiating close combat. Close-quarters combat was her specialty. As an assassination master, every one of her strikes targeted vital points, each one meant to kill. Ryu Ishiguri, still standing motionless on the rooftop, observed the battle closely. His expression shifted from initial disdain to seriousness. The cursed energy within him subtly gathered at the top of his head. Bomb! Yuro Takako's fist smashed down towards Kazuma's head. The space in front of Kazuma twisted and then suddenly exploded. But Kazuma's figure blurred for a split second, and remained completely unharmed. What? Just as Yuro Takako's eyes widened in shock, Kazuma's counterattack was already in motion. Listen to me, space is too complicated for you to grasp. However, Kazuma's Kamui attack, which should have landed perfectly, missed. He raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing the reason. Yuro Takako had once again altered the two-dimensional plane. The distortion had shifted her position, causing a visual misalignment. It seemed like he had locked onto her head, but in reality, his target had been shifted away. The next second, Yuro Takako grinned, clenched her fists, and suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! She dragged the space in front of her toward Kazuma, as if pulling a bedsheet. When it comes to space, no one is stronger than me. Kazuma, suddenly yanked into close range, felt his right arm grotesquely twist by the space distortion. His limb now resembled a warped noodle. However, Kazuma remained completely unfazed. Because he knew that he was in the Kamui dimension and not in the real world. The only reason his arm appeared distorted was purely a visual trick caused by space warping. With his Kamui, as long as he didn't actively attack, he was untouchable. However, Yuro Takako had no intention of attacking directly. Instead, she suddenly shouted, "Rocket Head, how long are you going to wait?" Despite their pride, none of the four were fools. Kazuma and Yuta's strength was beyond what they had expected. If they continued fighting alone, they'd be picked off one by one. Ugh, how annoying. A calm voice echoed from behind. Kazuma noticed Yuro Takako's pupils contract. A blinding white light suddenly burst forth behind him. Granite Blast. Ryu Ishiguri, who had been biding his time, refused to admit Kazuma's strength. But for the sake of the battle's outcome, he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A devastating shockwave of cursed energy erupted from the top of his head. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. A dazzling shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Like a dam breaking, it devoured everything in its path, obliterating entire buildings. In an instant, it was right behind Kazuma. Kazuma, watch your back. Yuta, who was holding off Kurorushi and Dhruv, felt the monstrous attack and immediately called out. Yet, Kazuma remained unmoved. He turned to Yuro Takako, smiling. Kamui. As soon as he spoke, Kazuma vanished into a swirling vortex. Where did he go? Yuro Takako was horrified. But she had no time to think because the cursed energy cannon was now hurtling straight toward her. Damn it. She ripped a chunk of space itself and threw it up as a shield. 60 advanced chapters on. p@trian.com/alex1000. 167 Raisingan or Hollow Purple. Boom. The terrifying shock wave carried scorching heat and instantly engulfed Takako. Even though she had wrapped the sky around her in advance for defense, it barely had any effect. Takako flew backward like a kite with its string cut, a look of confusion still in her eyes. Why? How did Kazuma disappear into that twisted black hole? This bizarre scene completely shattered her understanding of space. She simply couldn't accept it. If that was the case, then his technique was too unfair, wasn't it? Fight if he wanted to, escape if he wanted to, and no one could stop him. The only way to beat him would be to set a trap and land an instant kill, but the chances of that happening were slim. Looking at Takako, whose arm was destroyed in the ruins, Ishiguri wasn't happy about the loss of a competitor. Instead, he kept scanning the battlefield, searching for Kazuma's whereabouts. His cursed energy cannon had actually missed. A long-lost fighting spirit ignited in Ishiguri's eyes. Come out, you little brat who can only hide, and let me feast on you. The next second, the space behind him twisted. A whirlpool appeared, and in the darkness, a pair of large hands reached out without warning, lifting Ishiguri high into the air. Before he could react, a deep voice murmured in his ear. As you wish. Whoosh. Kazuma suddenly exerted force, throwing Ishiguri into the sky like a shot put. Not very skilled, are you? Ishiguri still had a crazed smile on his face as he soared through the air, a cursed energy cannon forming above his head, ready to fire. The moment Kazuma had grabbed him from behind, he had already begun secretly gathering cursed energy. Granite Blast. Boom. Though this shock wave was weaker than before, its trajectory could be controlled. Ishiguri locked onto Kazuma, relentlessly chasing him with his cursed energy cannon. Like a laser beam, the attack sliced through the surrounding skyscrapers, cutting them in half. However, in the very next second, Kazuma suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, moving 100 meters in an instant. Seeing this, Ishiguri redirected his cannon, the shockwave following closely. Kazuma's figure flickered again and again, but Ishiguri's shockwaves never hit him. He couldn't even graze Kazuma's clothes. Ishiguri's eyes burned with fury. He could tell that Kazuma was deliberately toying with him. Is dodging all you can do? You might as well keep hiding in your space. Just as he finished speaking, Kazuma, who had been standing on the ruins below, suddenly vanished from sight. Where did he go? Did he really escape into another dimension? No, even the slightest spatial fluctuation wouldn't escape his sharp senses. There was only one possibility. Can you catch this? A voice whispered from behind. Ishiguri's pupils shrank. Turning his head mechanically, he looked behind him. What he saw made his breath hitch. Kazuma was floating above him. He was using one hand to grip a massive energy sphere, as large as a skyscraper. Didn't you say you wanted a feast? I'll serve you a Rasengan. Boom. Kazuma hurled the colossal energy sphere with full force, engulfing Ishiguri completely. The dazzling light was so blinding that Ishiguri couldn't keep his eyes open. The sheer force of the attack sent out violent shockwaves. The sheer pressure stung Ishiguri's face even before impact. Everything in Ishiguri's vision was now completely consumed by the Rasengan. As it bore down on him, in his last moments of consciousness, only one thought remained in Ishiguri's mind. What the hell is a Rasengan? Meanwhile, across the Sendai colony, many sorcerers and cursed spirits hid in corners, trembling. The previous battle between the 6 special grades had already filled them with fear. So much so that they had abandoned their fights, choosing instead to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. But now, seeing the colossal energy sphere in the sky, they were completely stunned. What the hell is that? Are my eyes deceiving me? Don't tell me that's a cursed technique. If that thing drops, half the city will be wiped out. Run. If we're even a second late, the shockwave alone could kill us. Damn it. These special grade guys are beyond insane. They fight like they don't care about the world at all. Yeah, someone should seriously call them out for this. Not far away, a mountain of cursed spirit corpses lay piled up. A lone figure stood there, staring at the massive energy ball in the sky with a grave expression. It was Toji. There was only one person capable of creating something like that. Kazuma. This energy sphere, it reminded him of something from his past. A bad memory. Toji clenched his fists and muttered darkly, between this and Gojo's hollow purple, which one is stronger? Boom. As the Rasengan made impact, the battlefield was engulfed in a blinding white light. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to look directly at the explosion. The sheer force of the attack was like a giant missile, flattening the surrounding area instantly. The skyscraper that stood seconds ago, gone. All that remained in the heart of the city was a gargantuan crater. Ishiguri lay in the pit, covered in blood, staring blankly at Kazuma floating above. So many sorcerers, so many powerhouses in this world. He had always prided himself as the one with the strongest cursed energy output in existence. But what did that even mean in the face of that move? He had lost. And he lost in the very domain he prided himself on, cursed energy output. As a special grade sorcerer, he could tell that Kazuma's attack wasn't simply a product of raw power. On the contrary, it wasn't an overwhelming amount of cursed energy, but rather, an extreme compression of it. To be able to condense and compress such an enormous energy sphere in such a short amount of time, Kazuma's strength had surpassed the special grade level. Realizing this, Ishiguri suddenly smiled. 400 years ago, he had signed a contract with Kenjaku, choosing to be resurrected today. His only desire was to find a worthy opponent, someone to fight at full power. Back then, he had missed his chance to battle the legend Kashimo. But today, Kazuma had fulfilled his wish. This battle had satisfied him. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kurorushi's lifeless body lay on the ground, black blood soaking the dirt. Even Yuta and Dhruv had stopped fighting, stunned by the impact of Kazuma's attack. Lowering his sword, Yuta surveyed the destruction, the vast crater in the battlefield. He fell into deep thought. So strong. And then, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed through the battlefield. Haha. Yuta's eyes widened in horror. Kazuma. Behind you. Just then, Kurorushi, whom Yuta had killed, stood up once more. With a sinister grin, he silently appeared behind Kazuma. His thin, insect-like limbs grasped a terrifying and grotesque cursed tool. The festering life blade, a forbidden weapon that mixes life and death. But Kazuma, already anticipating it, simply smirked. An unkillable little cockroach. I wonder if it can withstand Amaterasu. 168, number 1 in points. The terrifying and strange black flame appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The flame spread all over the place in an instant, causing Kurorushi to let out an extremely miserable roar. As a result, the movement of its hand that was intended to launch a sneak attack was temporarily paused. Seeing this, Kazuma rushed to Kurorushi's dead body and reached out with one hand. A sharp wooden stick suddenly shot out from the palm of his hand, instantly sending a chill through Kurorushi's heart, who possessed the body of a special-grade cursed spirit. No matter how hard Kurorushi struggled, it was useless as it was nailed to the wall. It still didn't understand, how did Kazuma predict that it would attack him? Clearly, it had faked its own death, which was perfect. It had done so to devour Kazuma's body. That's right, from the moment it had seen Kazuma, it had set his sights on him. The huge amount of energy contained in Kazuma's body made every cell in its body stir. But now, it regretted its actions. For the first time, it, who is said to be immortal, felt the threat of death. The continued burning of Amaterasu's black flames caused its body and soul to suffer extremely painful torture. Moreover, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't extinguish this damn strange flame. The instinct for survival made it frantically produce countless small cockroaches from its lower abdomen, trying to escape. But it was all in vain. Every time a small cockroach appeared, it was instantly swallowed by the black flame. The crackling sound of burning reached everyone's eardrums. From the miserable roar to the weak struggle at the end, everything refreshed everyone's view of Jujutsu. Kurorushi had completely disappeared from the world, but the black marks of the cockroaches' remains on the wall proved that it had existed just now. Kurorushi, who claimed to have an immortal body, was dead, completely dead. In the ruins, Takako, who had slowly woken up, and Ishiguri, who was lying in the deep pit, looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. That flame, what on earth was that? It was the first time in their lives that they had seen black flames. Even though they were so far apart, they could still feel the terrifying temperature. The most important thing was that no matter how Kurorushi struggled, and even after it used up all its cards, it couldn't extinguish it. Wait, isn't Kazuma's cursed technique space manipulation? But what about this black flame? Flame and space have nothing to do with each other, right? Even if it is a derivative, the two can't be derived together, right? The only explanation is that Kazuma has mastered two completely different and powerful curse techniques at the same time. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but take a breath. That kid named Yuta was already very strong, but the helper he found was even more powerful. Are all modern special grade sorcerers so terrifying? Yuta also opened his mouth, with a small and delicate ring fixed on his fingertips. Just now, he had almost wanted to use the ring to directly summon Rika to intercept Kurorushi's sneak attack. But Kazuma's actions left him completely dumbfounded. He realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. He had heard about this black flame from everyone in Jujutsu High before, but seeing it firsthand still shocked him. The flame that never goes out. If I fight Kazuma and he uses this technique, how should I respond? Can my copy technique replicate this move? No. Yuta shook his head suddenly, and his firm faith almost faltered. Although Kazuma's cursed technique is powerful, he is not weak either. Even if he wants to copy, he has to get the other person's consent. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of cursed energy coming from behind. Yuta suddenly looked back and noticed that Dhruv Lakdawala was running away. Kazuma reminded, that old man has 99 points. Without any hesitation, Yuta whispered his partner's name. Rika, stop him. In the distance, Dhruv, who had already escaped from Kazuma's sight, breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of Kurorushi's tragic death was still vivid in his mind, and that miserable cry kept echoing. This was the first time he had felt the fear of death from another person's body. His precise intuition made him very sure that Kazuma's cursed technique was far more than that. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of chasing after him, otherwise. Suddenly, a pair of huge pale hands carrying a powerful cursed energy came slapping at him. Bang! The golden barrier he raised barely blocked the sudden attack. When he looked up, he saw a huge, hideous-looking special-grade cursed spirit. The cursed energy contained in it was unprecedentedly huge. It was no exaggeration to describe it as bottomless. Suddenly, poof! Dhruv spurted out a mouthful of blood. With his cloudy eyes wide open, he looked down in confusion at his body pierced by a sharp wooden stick. Death's whispers reached his ears. Kamui. Bang! The space suddenly twisted, and blood splattered. Dhruv felt a chill on his neck and his vision spun. Then, he realized that his head had been separated from his body in an instant. Just hand over the points. If you run, then you can't blame me. At this time, Yuta also rushed over. He was seen holding the seriously injured Ishiguri and Takako in each hand. Yuta-kun. The moment Rika saw Yuta, she instantly moved to his side and clung to him. Yuta touched her head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Rika. Then he changed the subject. How do we deal with these two people? Ishiguri and Takako were shocked when they heard this and said in unison, wait, we'll give you all our points. They had seen what had happened just now. They didn't want to be burned by the strange black flames, nor did they want their necks broken by the space. Looking at the rising score on the points panel, Kazuma was stunned. Unexpectedly, these two were willing to hand over their points so readily. In the original story, these two guys were arrogant and crazy, not afraid of death. He was originally thinking of either using Tsukuyomi to conquer their spirit or just killing them. But unexpectedly, before he even opened his mouth, the two of them were so eager to hand over all their points. Aren't they going to struggle or resist? In truth, Ishiguri and Takako were indeed lunatics unafraid of death, but they didn't want to suffer inhuman torture. Most importantly, they had found the motivation to continue getting stronger. And so, after this decision, Kazuma's points reached 305. Through the observation of the little golden bug, his points ranking shot from the last to the first place. Now, to maintain first place, the best way is to find Kashimo. If he could also get all of his points, he'd be basically safe. 169, Panda's Bluff. At the same time, Tokyo No. 2 Colony. Panda, who was sitting on a container, had a face full of question marks. Looking at the containers piled up all around, it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. Did I just get randomly teleported? Where is this? The dock. Where has Maki been teleported to? Forget it, let's worry about myself first. Maki is very strong now, so she shouldn't be in any trouble. After this culling game is over, he must shamelessly become Kazuma's apprentice. Even if he can't reach the heights of a heavenly restriction user, being a Kung Fu Panda is fine. But for now, he has to find Angel and unseal Gojo first. Suddenly, Panda's sensitive nose twitched, and his large eyes widened with a solemn expression. The smell of blood, an extremely heavy smell of blood. Moreover, this blood is mixed with a terrifying murderous aura. Panda, still sitting on the container, looked around nervously. With such a strong murderous aura, he immediately analyzed that at least 3 strong participants nearby had been chopped into pieces. What's even more frightening is that the aura of this murderous demon's cursed energy is extremely weak. The only explanation for this situation is that this person's control over cursed energy is near perfection. Simply put, they consume the least amount of cursed energy while dealing the highest damage. A strong person of this level is at least special grade. This damn culling game, why did he have to face a super strong opponent right away? Could it be true, as Kazuma had said, that first grades are as numerous as normal people, and special grades are everywhere? Thinking of this, the depressed Panda suddenly lost all desire to fight and simply lied flat on the container. He dared not leave, nor did he dare to stay. If he acts rashly, he will definitely be discovered by the other party. Then, what awaits him is being torn into pieces. Wait. Panda was in a dilemma, but suddenly his eyes lit up. I'm a cute panda. Why not pretend to be a harmless pet panda? That's right, he's actually a panda. Would the other party really distrust him and even want to kill an animal passing by? So, Panda made up his mind and rolled down the container skillfully. Bump. With a dull thud, he landed perfectly. Panda stood on his back legs, stretched out his arms, and looked around carefully. Once there is any sign of trouble, he will be ready in advance. However, sometimes, what you fear is bound to come true. At the corner of the container in front, a man, carrying a stick, and with a bun on his head suddenly appeared. Kashimo glanced at the panda sitting on the ground with an unimpressed look. For a moment, the atmosphere around them froze and became eerily quiet. One person and one panda, staring at each other. Kashimo said indifferently, "Hey, do you know where Sukuna is?" However, Panda seemed to not understand and was busy licking his fur. What a joke, he is an animal now. How can he answer questions from humans? Seeing this, Kashimo frowned slightly and thought to himself, it looks like this guy really is an animal. Did it run away from a zoo? Hearing this, Panda immediately acted like a normal panda in a zoo. He put all 4 limbs on the ground, pretended to be stupid, and crawled around. Cold sweat was pouring down his body. He had already felt the terror of the person in front of him. The killer here should be this guy with a meatball head who doesn't look too smart. What is he talking about looking for Sukuna? Is there something wrong with him? However, now, the best option is to pretend to be a pet and get away with it. Yet, the experienced Kashimo felt that something was wrong. This is a dangerous zone, how could animals possibly enter here? And even if one accidentally entered the barrier, it would not survive until today. They should have been killed by those cursed spirits that eat flesh and don't even leave any bones. Kashimo, who would not let any participant go, stretched his neck and gave a commanding order. Hey! A golden insect with a skull head, a worm body, and butterfly wings appeared before him. Is that animal across the street a participant? Panda's breathing stagnated at those words, and his fur stood on end instantly. Is he really going to be exposed? Obviously, the little golden bug, which serves as the window of culling game, will not lie. Excited words came out of its mouth, participant. I didn't expect this little thing to have such a function. It actually saw through my disguise at a glance. Just when Panda was mentally complaining about the little golden bug's ability, the next second, Kashimo's attack was already in sight. The ghostly figure, carrying purple lightning, instantly launched an extremely swift punch. This killer, who searches for prey, did not waste a second once he locked onto his target. Bang! A punch filled with cursed energy hit Panda's abdomen. Such a powerful punch. This was the first time Panda had seen one like this. Phew! Panda's body bent, his cheeks bulged, and his belly exploded from the impact. The scattering fur made Panda's eyes widen in disbelief. So fast. How could this guy be so fast? He had no time to react. And his destructive power is far beyond his expectations. The next second, the decisive and ruthless Kashimo switched from fists to his staff, grinning wildly. This was the expression he only showed when fighting. An extremely powerful stab caused Panda's body to burst out a large amount of cotton again. The unrivaled force sent Panda flying hundreds of meters. Boom! After crashing into multiple containers, Panda finally stopped. The attack just now once again made Panda realize how unique this guy was. His attack was somewhat similar to Megami Shikigami Nu, infused with lightning. In addition to his great power, he could paralyze the opponent's body. Moreover, his attacks ignored defense. Facing life and death, Panda took a deep breath and stared at Kashimo, who stood atop the container. Why, you don't want to pretend anymore? One last question for you. Where is Sukuna? Kashimo's words made Panda's brain work rapidly. What does this guy want with Sukuna? Could he be a follower of Sukuna, just like that sorcerer who used ice during the Shibuya incident? Or is he just a crazy fan of Sukuna? They do seem to have similar personalities. Thinking of this, Panda smiled inwardly and spoke. Sukuna is my eldest uncle, Gojo is my second uncle, Kazuma is my oldest brother. I advise you not to be too arrogant. To thrive in society, you need background and influence. No matter how good you are at fighting, you'll always be just a small fry compared to these three. After saying this, Panda felt extremely nervous. He just hoped that this crazy guy with a bun on his head knows who Gojo is. Hearing these words, Kashimo was stunned at first, then sneered and looked at Panda with gloomy eyes. Do you take me for a fool? 60 advanced chapters on p@trian.com/alex1000. 170 Kashimo enters Sendai. Of course, Kashimo had heard of Sukuna and Gojo. One was the strongest 1,000 years ago, and the other was the strongest today. And he was the strongest 400 years ago, believing himself to be no worse than the two. That was the purpose of his reincarnation, to challenge the strongest sorcerers of different eras. Did this stinky panda in front of him really think that name-dropping Sukuna and Gojo would scare him? The only thing he didn't understand was who this Kazuma was. Was he powerful? Why had he never heard of him before? At the mention of Sukuna and Gojo, Kashimo couldn't help but feel his blood boil. The thought of fighting the strongest made his heart race with excitement. But the panda in front of him, that was a joke. His interest disappeared immediately. Hey, panda, I'll give you one last chance. Where are Sukuna and Gojo? Either one will do. No matter who the strongest has been in the past, from now on, I am the strongest. Such bold words left the nervous panda on the opposite side stunned. What? So this ignorant guy wants to challenge Sukuna? Who gave him the courage? Could it be that he was tricked by that cunning Kenjaku? However, if this guy doesn't get the answer he wants, then he'll most likely be in serious danger. What should he do? The clever panda rubbed his chin, his mind racing. Sukuna was still dormant inside Yuji's body, he couldn't be allowed to wake up. And as for Gojo, he was still sealed in the prison realm. Just when Panda was starting to panic, a report suddenly played. Tokyo No. 1 Colony Sendai, participant Kazuma has killed the special grade cursed spirit Kurorushi and the special grade sorcerer Dhruv Lakdawala. Kazuma. When Kashimo heard the broadcast, a look of both confusion and excitement crossed his face. Wasn't that the name this panda had mentioned earlier? He hadn't expected that guy to actually have some strength. Taking down 2 special grade fighters alone, that was enough to qualify him as a potential rival. Wait. Suddenly, Kashimo's gaze shifted to the score panel projected by the little golden bug. As expected, he had originally been in first place, but now this guy named Kazuma had surpassed him. This damn guy. If he had encountered a special grade, there's no way he'd be in second place right now. Kashimo, who had been unstoppable 400 years ago, could not accept being ranked second, not even in a points ranking. Kazuma, awesome. Looking at the furious Kashimo, Panda's eyes flashed. Now's his chance. Placing his hands on his waist, he raised his chin slightly and gave Kashimo a smug look. Hey, bunhead, don't you want to fight the strong? My eldest brother, Kazuma grew up with me. We're like brothers. I can take you to him. As for his strength, don't worry. He can absolutely beat you up. Then, Panda launched into an elaborate tale about how Kazuma had fought 15-finger Sukuna and sparred with Gojo. A mix of truth and exaggeration. But that's exactly what was needed. As long as he could fully capture this guy's interest, his life would be spared. As for using Kazuma as bait, well, worst case, he could apologize to him later. Besides, this could help Kazuma rack up some extra points, right? This killer was attacking everyone in sight, so he must have accumulated quite a bit of them. Kazuma's strength was unfathomable, so he stood a far better chance against this guy. Not to mention, if Panda remembered correctly, Yuta was also in Sendai. Panda grinned, laughing in his heart. Wait for death, you murderous bunhead. Kashimo, standing on the container, was not angry at all. Instead, he showed rare patience, folding his arms and listening with interest. So, this Kazuma guy, or brother, is also a panda. Panda's mouth twitched. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Kashimo curled his lips impatiently and said, lead the way. If you dare lie to me, I will tear you apart. His glare was sharp. Even though he now knew Kazuma was in Sendai, not far away, each colony was massive. Without an exact location, searching would be like groping in the dark. Meanwhile, Tokyo's first colony, Sendai City Center. The battlefield, once filled with brutal fighting, had fallen into an eerie silence. Toji was unstoppable. With a long sword in hand, he attacked with precision, muttering strange words like, I will only hit the head this time. A skinny boy advanced through the battlefield, a terrifying special-grade curse trailing behind him. And then there was the yellow flash, flickering across the city like a phantom. At this moment, both the reincarnated sorcerers and the cursed spirits, those who had once terrorized others, were now cowering in the shadows, trembling in fear. Clang! A dagger was embedded into the rooftop of an office building. Kazuma appeared in an instant, his sharp gaze scanning the scene below. He had searched every inch of this barrier, and there was no sign of Kashimo. Even worse, his memory was hazy. Where was Kashimo supposed to be according to the original timeline? He couldn't remember exactly. But he did recall one thing: Panda might be in trouble. And soon, the gambler Hakari would make his move. He would cheat fate within his idle death gamble and defeat Kashimo, who refused to unleash his ultimate technique. After all, Mythical Beast Amber was a move that could only be activated once in a lifetime. A trump card Kashimo had been saving, for Sukuna. Judging by the timeline, Maki should also be encountering Naya, who has transformed into a vengeful cursed spirit. But that wasn't a concern. Maki would still kill Naya, just like before. And with the 8 inner gates, she might even do it more easily this time. Thinking of it, Kazuma couldn't help but pity Naya. Of all people, why choose to mess with a heavenly restriction user? His fate was sealed the moment he had picked that fight. He would die twice, both times by Maki's hand, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Just as Kazuma debated whether to spend 100 points to cross into another colony, a sudden announcement rang out. Participant Kashimo has spent 100 points to cross the barrier and arrive at Sendai. This news spread instantly across the battlefield. Below, Toji, drenched in blood, wiped his blade clean and lazily looked up. Kashimo? He came from another colony. Does he know where Megami is? On the other side, Yuta stopped mid-battle, his expression serious. It's him. Ishiguri told me this guy was the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago. Did he come here because he wiped out all the participants in his colony? And, does he know where Angel is? Either way, it is worth investigating. Yuta's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Rika, let's go. The Queen of Curses smiled, nodding obediently. I will go wherever Yuta goes. 171 Kashimo vs Kazuma. At the rooftop of an office building, after a brief moment of daze, Kazuma looked in surprise at the man below. There was no doubt, he recognized the man instantly. What's going on? Why did Kashimo come here on his own initiative? And the one standing next to him is, a panda? The plot is getting more and more unpredictable. But then he changed his mind. Isn't this better? 100 of his points can be saved in this way. And Kashimo, this big fish, actually came knocking on his own. Below, Panda stood with his hands on his hips, his big belly sticking out, enthusiastically boasting about Kazuma's achievements. Along the way, he hadn't needed to even lift a finger. Whether it was a first-grade cursed spirit or even a special grade 1, none had survived Kashimo's attacks. This free bodyguard is amazing. However, Panda was a little worried. Kashimo's power was too overwhelming. Could Kazuma really win? If not, wouldn't that mean Panda had walked himself into a trap? Kashimo carried his staff, his eyes sharp and irritated as he followed Panda. At this moment, he felt strangely uneasy. Was he really being manipulated by an animal? He hadn't even found his opponent yet, and he had already spent 100 points. Those points were earned by killing dozens of people. But on second thought, none of that mattered. As long as he could find Kazuma, defeat him, and take all his points. Then, he could use them to slowly track down Sukuna. Hey, where's Kazuma? I've released all my aura, why hasn't he sensed it yet? Feeling the cold, piercing gaze behind him, Panda shuddered. Just as he was about to continue bluffing, a loud voice interrupted him. Shut up. Kashimo suddenly stopped and looked up, his excitement surging. On the rooftop of a high-rise office building stood a lone figure. Strong. Absolutely strong. Just from locking eyes, Kashimo immediately came to a conclusion. Even without the other party releasing cursed energy, he couldn't mistake this feeling. Their gazes met, one from above, one from below. Even at a distance, their fighting spirits clashed. Panda also looked up curiously, his eyes lighting up. Kazuma. Kashimo's lips curled and he said, oh, so that's Kazuma. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. He stepped forward, lifted his staff off his shoulder, and provocatively pointed it at Kazuma on the rooftop. He spoke with a voice trembling from excitement. Come down and fight me. Whoosh. Under Kashimo's puzzled gaze, Kazuma's body suddenly twisted. He was instantly drawn into a black vortex. Huh, did he just run away? Tisk, coward. Before he could finish the next word, boom, a powerful kick slammed into Kashimo's abdomen. His eyes widened in shock as he flew backward. When did he? Soaring through the air, Kashimo turned his gaze back toward the rooftop. In just an instant, Kazuma had moved from there to behind him. Was it that vortex just now? Kazuma looked at the airborne Kashimo and smirked. He said, didn't anyone teach you that it's rude to point at people with a stick? Then, he turned toward Panda lurking behind him and said, tell me, how did you get mixed up with him? Panda scratched his head awkwardly, then grinned as he started explaining. Oh, so you're a battle fanatic. Kazuma nodded as if he had understood. Panda chuckled slyly, leaned in, and whispered, this guy's a fat, juicy target, he's got loads of points. He spent 100 points without hesitation. I risked my life to lure him here. He's strong, sure, but he definitely can't beat you. Ha, turns out this Panda is quite the smooth talker. In the original story, Panda had fought Kashimo to the death and ended up with only his head left. Now, he tricked the guy into being a free bodyguard, but it's fine. Even if Panda took advantage of him, bringing Kashimo here saved Kazuma 100 points. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning streaked across the sky. Panda, who had been hiding, poked his head out and shouted, "Be careful. Let's go." Kashimo instantly appeared behind Kazuma, his electrified staff crackling as it swung straight for Kazuma's forehead. Whoosh! The staff fell like a storm, lightning following in its wake. But the scene Kashimo expected didn't unfold. His staff passed straight through Kazuma's body, hitting only the ground. Boom! The sheer force left a deep crater, lightning scorching the earth. Without even thinking, Kashimo turned and threw a powerful punch. Bang! His fist slammed hard into Kazuma's abdomen. From a distance, Panda flinched. What terrifying instincts! Even after missing his first strike, Kashimo immediately predicted Kazuma's counterattack. How many battles had this guy fought? Can Kazuma really handle this? Kashimo took advantage of the moment to pin Kazuma against a wall, his grin ferocious. "You're skilled, sure, but no one's fighting instincts compare to mine, Kashimo." A voice sounded. Yeah. Huh. Kashimo's eyes suddenly widened. From the moment he had landed that punch, Kazuma had been silent. But that voice. Boom. A burst of white mist spread from Kazuma's pinned figure. Before Kashimo's shocked eyes, the Kazuma before him transformed into a wooden log. A substitution technique. Trying to play tricks on me? Get out here. Despite his frustration, Kashimo didn't let his guard down. He scanned his surroundings at high speed, blocking off any possible attack angles. Even in anger, his combat instincts remained razor-sharp. But even the strongest can be caught off guard. Whoosh! A vortex appeared out of nowhere. A Rasengan came hurtling toward him. What? The blinding light forced Kashimo to squint. A powerful, overwhelming force struck from behind. Feeling the immense impact, Kashimo instinctively channeled all his cursed energy into defense. Boom! Like a kite with a broken string, Kashimo was sent hurtling forward. Buildings crumbled like dominoes in his wake. Concrete and steel shattered under the sheer force of the explosion. As the dust settled, only a massive crater remained. Kazuma stepped out of the vortex, clapped his hands, and smirked. Not bad. He actually managed to hit one of my countless substitutes. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 172 Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. This scene was also seen by Panda, who was hiding in the corner. Huff. Panda breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What the hell, it turned out to be a fake. I was worried for nothing." But isn't Kazuma's substitution technique too outrageous? It is impossible to tell when he uses that trick, and not only had he fooled Kashimo, he himself had also been fooled. Suddenly, a pair of big hands patted Panda's back, giving him a fright. Looking back, he found his old acquaintance, Yuta. Panda asked, "Yuta, why are you still walking silently like before? What did you go through in Africa? You have dark circles under your eyes." Facing Panda's complaints, Yuta's expression froze slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, Panda. The battle situation here, it looks like Kazuma has the upper hand." Panda said, "Well, you should have also felt the terrifying strength of that guy, right? I wonder where he came from." Yuta looked at the collapsed ruins in front of him with deep eyes and said in a deep voice, "Kashimo, the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago, never lost a battle in his life. He is at a disadvantage and probably has many unknown cards that he has yet to play. Kazuma must not let his guard down." As soon as these words came out, Panda's eyes widened and he said, "How could that guy be so important? He was actually the strongest 400 years ago. No wonder he was powerless in his hands. You know, even when fighting against a special grade sorcerer, the battle wouldn't be this one-sided." Suddenly, Yuta frowned and whispered, "He's gone." In the ruins, when the smoke and dust had all dissipated, Kashimo wasn't seen inside. Kazuma narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, he was the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago. It is not so easy to defeat him. In the original story, he became a clown when challenging Sukuna, and the mythical beast Amber that he had been holding back for a lifetime did not cause much trouble to Sukuna. After a brief exchange of blows, a web-like slash killed him. But that was because he was against Sukuna at his prime. Anyone who could withstand 2 moves against Sukuna would be considered a top-tier fighter. The most terrifying thing about this battle fanatic is that he doesn't need to use his domain at all. All normal attacks have the guaranteed hit effect of a domain, and they are accompanied by terrifying lightning. Just as Kazuma was thinking, a lightning attack compressed to the extreme tore through the air and came before him. Then, behind Kazuma, Kashimo's ferocious and crazed smile appeared. Yuta and Panda were startled at the same time. This guy actually bypassed their field of vision and got behind Kazuma. However, none of this could escape Kazuma's vision. Kashimo's eyes sparkled, and his tone was extremely excited. "I'll attack you from both sides, let's see how you dodge." Just as he finished speaking, Kazuma's eyes shifted slightly, and a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. The lightning, powerful enough to tear through the air, was swallowed by the vortex without a trace. Seeing this, Kashimo was both shocked and furious. He had already approached Kazuma and suddenly launched an attack. The blows rained down instantly like a violent storm. Kazuma was not to be outdone. He activated the 8 inner gates and engaged in a fierce physical duel. Bang, bang, bang. Gale winds blew around them, and the fluctuations of their cursed energy left deep scars on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Kashimo became more and more alarmed as he fought. At first, he thought Kazuma was just skilled in cursed techniques. Even in this head-on clash, his opponent's physical prowess was not inferior to him at all. There was even a faint feeling that he was being suppressed, as if the other party hadn't even used his full strength yet. 400 years ago, even without his lightning-cursed technique, he could dominate everyone with just hand-to-hand combat. Thinking of this, Kashimo grew even more excited, and an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Kashimo said, "I am Kashimo. I was never defeated 400 years ago. Now, I'm looking forward to this. Use all your strength to satisfy me." Kazuma's lips curled slightly and he said, "Satisfy you." After saying this, he suddenly stopped attacking. He pulled back, and began forming hand seals under Kashimo's expectant gaze. In the distance, Panda, watching from the shadows, stood up. His fur bristled and he shouted excitedly, "He's forming hand seals. Kazuma is getting serious." Yuta also widened his eyes in anticipation. "Kazuma, what other techniques does he have that I've never seen before?" The next second, Kazuma's voice echoed faintly. "Multiple shadow clone technique." Bang, bang, bang. Around him, countless Kazumas appeared. From a few hundred at first to thousands in mere moments. Soon, the battlefield was completely flooded with Kazuma's clones. For a moment, everyone at the scene was in shock. Panda was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth. Looking at the sea of Kazumas, he muttered in disbelief, "What kind of technique is this? All those ridiculous techniques, Kazuma really created them all." Panda was so envious he almost drooled, and his determination to become a disciple grew even stronger. If he could learn even one technique from Kazuma, he could dominate below the special grade level. He had seen cloning techniques before. But this was an army. A literal sea of clones. Yuta's heart was also shaken. How could so many clones be created in just an instant? That meant Kazuma's reserves of cursed energy were no less than his. Maybe even. Yuta shook his head, unwilling to imagine further. Every time Kazuma fought, he amazed him with something new. He had to find a way to copy this technique in the future. Yuta's eyes gleamed with curiosity and he asked, faced with so many clones, how will Kashimo respond? On the battlefield, Kashimo stared at the dense crowd of Kazumas and swallowed hard. At this moment, he was completely surrounded. Damn it, what kind of jujutsu is this guy using? With so many clones, how long would it take to eliminate them one by one? No, stay calm. Creating so many clones at once must mean he can't focus on the details. As long as I observe carefully, I can find the real one. But in the next second, that plan completely collapsed. Since you want to defeat an enemy so badly, I'll satisfy you. Kazuma's voice echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Thousands of Kazumas spoke at the same time, their voices and expressions identical. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. Kashimo fired a bolt of lightning in desperation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 clones burst into white mist. Damn it, what is this? If you have the guts, show yourself and fight me head-on. Kashimo was panicking now. The more anxious he became, the harder it was to find Kazuma's real body. 173 would clone. In the far corner, Panda was giving Kazuma a massage. Sure enough, it was safer to stay with Kazuma. Who would have thought that in the middle of a battlefield, Kazuma would be in the mood to watch the fight unfold like an audience member? Panda almost forgot that this was a hell on earth, where life and death battles were constant, and destruction was everywhere. Even the usually serious Yuta couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Kashimo probably couldn't have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that Kazuma's real body was casually enjoying a massage while watching the fight from a distance. The strongest battle fanatic, who had killed countless people in his lifetime, was now being toyed with by Kazuma. His deadly punches, which could easily take a life, landed like blows against soft cotton, unable to land a decisive strike. The technique of creating clones is something to be envious of. Just think about it. Picking up takeout, dealing with annoying superiors, even making breakfast for Rika, a clone could handle all of it. It was a game changer, both in battle and in everyday life. Kazuma had no idea what Yuta and Panda were thinking. Watching Kashimo struggle against the clones, he smirked. The multiple shadow clone technique was proving extremely effective, especially against someone like Kashimo, who was strong but relied heavily on single-target attacks. For those without a domain or large-scale attacks, this was the perfect counter. With a single thought, the massive army of clones swarmed Kashimo once again. The battlefield became pure chaos. At first, Kashimo stood tall, holding his ground like a god of war. But as time passed, the relentless clones, who had no fear of death and no hesitation, continued pressing forward. Soon, Kashimo found himself struggling. Attacks came from every angle, striking from the most unexpected directions. His body was already covered in wounds. Huff, huff, huff. Kashimo's chest heaved as he panted heavily. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at the army of clones surrounding him. Where is the real body? Where is that guy's real body? He had deliberately exposed weaknesses multiple times, taking risks in an attempt to lure Kazuma's real body out. But this bastard remained completely composed, never falling for the bait. He's strong, not just in power, but in mentality, far beyond any opponent he had ever faced before. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. At this rate, he would be worn down due to exhaustion. He had options to break free, but he was reluctant to use them. Mythical Beast Amber, a trump card that could only be used once in a lifetime. He had been saving it for 400 years, for his fight against Sukuna. Yet, deep down, doubt had begun creeping in. Who is stronger, Kazuma or Sukuna? Hand over your points, and I'll spare your life. Suddenly, the clones stopped attacking. Kashimo froze. What puzzled him wasn't the demand for his points. It was where the voice had come from. His sharp instincts quickly identified the direction of the sound. Through a small gap, he spotted 3 figures sitting in the corner, 2 people and a panda. Panda, as smug as ever, was watching the show with clear amusement. But what made Kashimo's blood boil was Kazuma. There was no mistaking it, that was his real body. He had been watching the whole time. All this time, while Kashimo had been fighting desperately, Kazuma had never even been among the clones. Was he nothing more than a clown for his entertainment? The realization hit him like a truck. Veins bulged on his forehead as his rage erupted. Damn it, bastard. I'll tear you to pieces. Kashimo's face twisted into fury, his composure completely shattered. His eyes darted between Kazuma, Panda and Yuta, burning with vengeance. I will remember you 3, if I ever get the chance. Yuta blinked in confusion, pointing at himself. Why am I included in this? He was holding back his laughter. But if this guy wanted trouble, Yuta certainly wouldn't back down from a challenge. Kazuma was about to respond when Kashimo suddenly burst into crazed laughter. What the hell? Did he make him so mad that he lost it? Ha ha ha, you must be from Jujutsu High, huh? You want my points? I won't give them to you. I'd rather hand them over to that stitched-up bastard than let you have them. Summoning a small golden bug, Kashimo prepared to transfer his points. If he couldn't beat Kazuma, he could at least ruin his plan. Maybe, just maybe, this would lure someone else into the fight, giving him the perfect chance for a counterattack. He didn't become the strongest 400 years ago by being reckless. The crazed laughter was all part of his act. Sure enough, the next moment, a firm hand grabbed his wrist. Kazuma's voice whispered in his ear. You have hit a dead end. Kashimo grinned wickedly. Really? Die. Sizzle. A violent surge of lightning exploded, slamming Kazuma to the ground. Ha, experience always wins. Kashimo sneered, his grin stretching ear to ear. The satisfaction of revenge was exhilarating. Bang, bang, bang. His fists pounded Kazuma like a relentless storm, purple lightning illuminating the sky. In the far corner, Panda blinked. Did he just start beating up another fake one? Wasn't he the strongest 400 years ago? Is his eyesight failing? Twice in a row, he had been tricked by the substitution technique. Even an old lady crossing the street had better awareness. Panda silently complained. But Yuta, ever observant, noticed something different. His gaze sharpened as he watched the battlefield. This clone was different from the previous ones. A regular clone should have already disappeared under Kashimo's attacks. But this one was holding up. It wasn't just stronger, it even had an almost identical presence. Even the cursed energy it emitted was indistinguishable from Kazuma's own. If he were in Kashimo's place, he would have been fooled too. What a terrifying ability. And from what Yuji had mentioned before, Kazuma had a genjutsu called Tsukuyomi. Could this even affect someone like Gojo? Yuta's admiration for Kazuma kept rising. Kazuma's vision was too sharp. Even in Kashimo's fake laughter, he had spotted the deception. To be cautious, he had used Wood Clone, a far superior version of the standard Shadow Clone. Unlike a regular Shadow Clone, the Wood Clone carried more power and was almost indistinguishable from the original. Kazuma smirked. Watching Kashimo pound away at the fake, he raised a single finger. Snap. With a crisp sound, every clone on the battlefield vanished into white smoke, including the one Kashimo had been attacking. Kashimo stared on in disbelief. 60 advanced chapters on. Patreon.com/Alex100. 174, 3 Tsukuyomis. How is this possible? Another fake. Kashimo stared at the empty ground, utterly dumbfounded. Even now, he still couldn't understand how he had been deceived. Everything about this one, its presence, its cursed energy, felt different from the previous clones. How could it be fake? In the distance, Kazuma watched Kashimo struggle with disbelief and couldn't help but laugh. Fate had a strange sense of humor. In the original story, Kashimo was tricked by Hakari, his defenses broken by infinite healing. Now, thanks to Panda, he had sought Kazuma out, only to fall into the same trap, confused by a clone technique. But the persistence of Battle Fanatic was astonishing. With a roar, Kashimo transformed into a flash of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. His attack landed and passed straight through Kazuma's body. No resistance. No impact. Kashimo's eyes widened as he stared at his hand in disbelief. I phased through again. A rough idea began forming in his mind. Every time his attack passed through Kazuma, the latter never retaliated in that moment. Could it be that this cursed technique required complete passivity? Once he launches an attack, he will lose this invincible state. A cold grin spread across Kashimo's face. Every cursed technique has a flaw. Once I figure out its mechanism, it loses its threat completely. But just as he spoke, Kazuma vanished. Immediately, the vortex around Kashimo flickered erratically. Kashimo unleashed a wild surge of lightning, striking toward the center. Come out. Stop playing games. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared right in front of him. Kazuma stepped out, reaching toward him. Kashimo's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Still trying this trick? You fooled me twice, do you think I'll fall for it again? Let me guess. Where is your real body hiding? He was certain that this clone was just a distraction, drawing his attention. The real Kazuma must be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. But then, darkness. Kazuma's fingers curled into a claw, seizing Kashimo's head with a firm grip. Kazuma said, unfortunately, this time, it's real. From the sidelines, Panda snickered, congrats. You picked the wrong guy again. Kashimo's pupils shrank. What? This one's real. Why did it have to be real this time? I was tricked again. Lightning crackled in his palm as he desperately struggled, but Kazuma simply patted his head. Still steaming, brother. Before Kashimo could react, Kazuma tightened his grip and pulled him into the Kamui dimension. As the two vanished into the vortex, Yuta abruptly stood up, staring in shock. Is this even possible? Is this a domain? It can actually pull an enemy into the vortex itself. Panda scratched its head, equally confused. At first, he was worried. Kashimo was the strongest from 400 years ago. Would Kazuma struggle to win? But the result was completely unexpected. This wasn't even a fight. It was like an adult beating up a 3-year-old. Kashimo never even touched Kazuma's real body. He had only managed to destroy clones. But no matter what, the outcome was clear. Kashimo had been dragged into the mysterious vortex. And thanks to Panda's involvement, Kazuma got to enjoy an easy victory. So, by extension, Panda Kazuma. Call it rounding off. Whoosh. A vortex appeared, and Kazuma casually clapped his hands as he stepped out. Yuta and Panda immediately rushed forward, eyeing the swirling black vortex behind him. What's the situation? Where's Kashimo? At least his body should be left, right? Panda cracked his knuckles, ready for action. That damn bun-headed guy had beaten him up before. Now it was payback time. Kazuma waved his hand, and thump. Kashimo collapsed onto the ground, his face pale. Cough. Clutching his throat, he gagged, vomiting gastric acid. His chest heaved as he desperately sucked in fresh air. Yuta and Panda exchanged glances. Their mouths twitched. What just happened? In less than a minute, Kashimo became like this. What the hell did Kazuma do in there? Yuta couldn't figure it out. Panda, still wary of Kashimo, leaned in and whispered, I bet Kazuma hit him with Tsukuyomi a few times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this miserable state. Tsukuyomi. Yuta's expression froze. He had heard that name before. Just what kind of cursed technique was it? Was it really as terrifying as everyone claimed? Panda grinned and said, wanna give it a try? Kazuma could show you firsthand. Yuta said, let's just forget it. Kazuma, watching the exchange, was speechless. He hadn't expected Panda to understand him so well, because, in truth, he had used Tsukuyomi on Kashimo. 3 times in fact. Kashimo had endured 3 consecutive Tsukuyomis before finally surrendering his points. Kazuma now glanced at the weakened Kashimo, still on his knees. Kazuma said, feeling obedient now. Wouldn't it have been easier to hand over the points earlier? Kashimo struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. He asked, who is stronger, you or Sukuna? He had never imagined that Kazuma would possess such a terrifying trump card. If Tsukuyomi had been used on him from the start, there wouldn't even have been a fight. If Sukuna was stronger than Kazuma, then perhaps there was no point in challenging him at all. When the gap is too great, no amount of combat skill can make up for it. Before Kazuma could answer, Panda chimed in, Sukuna is nothing. Kazuma can kill him in 100 different ways. Even the guy next to me can take him down in minutes. Yuta's mouth twitched as he rubbed his head with a shy smile. Can you please stop dragging me into your exaggerations? He was confident in his strength, but he had never fought Sukuna before. The king of curses from 1,000 years ago was surely not that simple. Kashimo scoffed at Panda like he was trash. He finally understood that Kazuma and Yuta were truly top-tier sorcerers. The only one running their mouth was this damn Panda. Maybe he needed to see for himself. Kashimo said, I'll help you find Angel. But if Sukuna appears, I get to fight him. Kazuma sighed and said, are people really in such a rush to die? Yuta's eyes lit up and he said, in that case, let's split up and search for Angel. Having someone as powerful as Kashimo on their side would surely speed things up. The day Gojo will be unsealed is drawing near. 175, Kazuma, don't put your trust in Tengen. Kazuma and I will go to other colonies separately. Panda is relatively weak, so it is safer for him to stay with Kashimo-senpai. Yuta's blunt words completely shattered Panda's heart. What? He wants me to team up with this killer. Will I even see the sun tomorrow? Kashimo just glanced at Panda's terrified face and didn't say anything. Even though Panda really deserved a beating, Kazuma had agreed to let him fight Sukuna first. So, he wouldn't unnecessarily attack Panda. Inside the main hall of Tombs of Star Corridor, Tengen and Yuki sat together, discussing countermeasures. Yuki said in disbelief, Tengen, are you really so sure that Kenjaku will come? For some reason, she was feeling uneasy these past few days. Her right eyelid kept twitching, and she couldn't shake this feeling that something bad is about to happen. Tengen remained calm and said, if I were him, I wouldn't miss this great opportunity. In my current state, I would be completely overwhelmed by the cursed spirit manipulation technique. You two are the only ones who can fight him. Tengen appeared composed on the surface, but deep inside, he was extremely worried. In this world, only he understood how truly insane Kenjaku was. After thousands of years of accumulation, his strength has likely reached an unfathomable level. Yuki crossed his arms and frowned. Are the two of us, me and Choso, not enough? After all, she is one of the 4 special grade sorcerers, and her cursed technique is unparalleled. And Choso is also not to be underestimated, his background can be traced back to the death paintings. And yet, Tengen lacked confidence? Is the 1000-year-old Kenjaku really that powerful? Tengen, who always spoke in riddles, suddenly adopted an uncharacteristically serious tone. Just the two of you may not be enough. That guy's talent is beyond your imagination. I'm afraid even my barrier won't be able to contain him. Upon hearing this, Yuki's expression stiffened. This was the first time she had ever seen Tengen so serious, and this was the first time Tengen had praised someone so highly. That alone told them how serious the situation was. Now that most of Jujutsu Hue's strongest fighters were gone, the Tombs of Star Corridor's defense was weaker than ever. Could Kenjaku's true target in this culling game actually be Tengen himself? Tengen saw the two of them fall silent and continued, so, listen to my plan. First, a 2-on-1 fight isn't ideal against Kenjaku, who can summon cursed spirits for assistance. So, we must fully understand his technique. Choso, you're the best candidate for that, you can test him with all your strength. Tengen glanced at Choso's unreadable expression, then turned to him and said, next, you will fight Kenjaku at full force. With your strength, you can definitely force him to open his domain. And if he dares to expand his domain inside Tombs of Star Corridor, I will be able to break it. At that moment, Nozomi will enter the burnout state. During that window, with your full power, you'll definitely be able to kill him. Yuki fell into deep thought. If it were up to her, she would have simply charged in and fought Kenjaku head-on. No matter how strong Kenjaku was, Yuki had absolute confidence in herself. At worst, she could exchange her life for Kenjaku's using the imaginary mass black hole technique. But, Tengen's plan actually seemed plausible. Even though she disliked Tengen's cryptic nature, she had to admit the man was the originator of the Jujutsu world and an expert in strategy. However, Yuki pointed at Choso and said, if we let him test Kenjaku's technique, he'll probably die, right? Before Tengen could reply, Choso spoke firmly, as long as I can kill that beast, I'll do anything. He had long wanted to grind that bastard who played with his brother's lives, but he wasn't strong enough to avenge them. Now, this opportunity was presented right in front of him. How could he hesitate? Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would walk straight ahead. His only regret was that he wouldn't get to see his younger brother, Yuji, again. After making up his mind, Choso held up a single finger and declared, I have only one request, I must be the one to kill Kenjaku. Yuki chuckled and said, I'll do my best. Tengen nodded in satisfaction and said softly, the one who killed people in Shibuya is already dead. If you survive this, live on as Yuji's brother. Now, let's just wait quietly. Before he could finish, bang, the doors were kicked open. In an instant, Choso and Yuki snapped their heads toward the entrance. What a lousy place, it's like a damn maze. Yago grumbled as he strolled inside, followed by Hanami and the others. The 4 disaster curses? Weren't you sent by Kazuma to the culling game? Tengen looked at Yago and the others, his expression turning cautious. Previously, because Kazuma had summoned the 4 of them, his barrier had no defenses against them. But now, that wasn't the case. Yago casually took a puff from his pipe, looking incredibly satisfied. Ahem. Under Kazuma's desperate request, I generously agreed to pass on a message. Hearing this, Yuki and Tengen exchanged skeptical glances. Kazuma, begging? When he summoned you before, you were groveling like a dog, bowing and scraping. Clearly, no one believed Yago's nonsense. But Yuki was very curious about Kazuma's message. She raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. Oh, having a good time in the culling game, is he? Tell me, does he miss me? Yago shot her a disdainful look and said, I'll just relay Kazuma's exact words. He cleared his throat and mimicked Kazuma's tone. Yuki and Choso, don't listen to Tengen's bullshit, or you'll get yourself killed. Mahito stepped forward, laughing loudly. Tengen, that old guy, has no idea that Kenjaku's domain is an open one. That stupid plan of his won't work at all. Their words sent shockwaves through the room. Yuki stood frozen in place. Hanami muttered under his breath, damn. You guys really didn't hold back. Kazuma didn't talk like that before. An open domain. Yuki's expression shifted. Could it be that Kenjaku's domain was an open one? If what Kazuma said was true, then Tengen's entire strategy would be worthless. And the entire Jujutsu world will be doomed. No wonder her right eyelid had been twitching. 176. What is the plan? If it is really an open domain, then her own domain will be suppressed. The plan to force Kenjaku to use his domain now seems extremely ridiculous. Because, after suffering a blow, Kenjaku who has an open domain will definitely choose to open his domain decisively. If it were her, she would do the same even if she was at a disadvantage. Yuki's brain continued to work. Although in the past few years, her battles were simple and rough, that doesn't mean she is a brainless sorcerer. An open domain is unique in that there is no border. This was demonstrated by Sukuna during the Shibuya incident. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the natural enemy of an ordinary domain. In a contest of the same level, an open domain will almost always defeat a closed domain. It's no surprise that her domain will be breached by Kenjaku. At that time, Kenjaku won't be the one being caught in the burnout period, but her, Yuki. Thinking of this, Yuki broke out in a cold sweat. In a battle between special grades, one could be on the brink of death with just one tiny mistake. What's more, being in a burnout period and not being able to use a curse technique is extremely dangerous. Yaku seemed to have foreseen how she would be killed because of Tengen's plan. If Tengen cannot destroy the open domain, then Choso, who was standing by, was also extremely shocked. Although he didn't know what an open domain was, judging from the expressions of Tengen and Yuki, they were clearly in great trouble. He is not afraid of death, and he can even sacrifice himself for his brother Yuji without hesitation. But all this must be based on meaningful premises. If Tengen can't do anything about the open domain, then his attempt to gamble with his life will be meaningless. Yago and a few others who were standing by saw them fall into deep thought and watched with great interest. As one of the 4 disaster curses, Yago had heard Kenjaku mention Tengen during their cooperation. Tengen is said to be the founder of the world of Jujutsu and an omniscient prophet, but from what he saw so far, he is not that great. Kazuma just said a few words, and the brains of the 3 people including Tengen were almost about to explode. Oh, I always thought you guys in Jujutsu High were not that smart. It turns out I was right. No wonder you were always being led by the nose by Kenjaku. To put it bluntly, it's like playing around in circles. Facing the ridicule from Yago, Tengen felt a little depressed and took a deep breath. This feeling of being out of control made him very uncomfortable. This had never happened in thousands of years. Yago, can you prove that what you said is true? Or is it possible that you have somehow escaped from Kazuma's control? Did Kazuma ask you to convey this sentence, or did you weave it yourself to achieve some kind of conspiracy? If I remember correctly, you and Kenjaku were accomplices before, right? Yago sneered in his heart. Is this old guy even hearing what he is saying right now? He still has the nerve to call him a cursed spirit. Who looks more monstrous? Yago's group or Tengen? Yago even wished that he could break free from Kazuma's control so that he could immediately go to the city and kill all those disgusting humans, thus, creating a world with only cursed spirits. However, all this is just fantasy. In the Edo Tensei state, he knew better than anyone that there was no chance of escaping Kazuma's control. Any action against Kazuma's will is forbidden. He, one of the 4 disaster curses, is being controlled. If this wasn't an opportunity to beat up Kenjaku, he would never have come. Yago became more angry as he thought about it, and said impatiently, my words have been conveyed to you. Whether you believe it or not, I don't care. Yago even hoped that these fools would not believe Kazuma's words and fight Kenjaku with a stupid plan. Later on, it would be the best time for the 4 disaster curses to teach Kenjaku a lesson. But on second thought, what if these people all die in the end? What if Kazuma feels that they had not done the job well, and uses Tsukuyomi a few times on them? Facing Yago's answer, Tengen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had made some kind of decision, and looked at Yuki and Choso. Tengen said, regardless of whether it is true or not, it is indeed necessary to pay attention to such reminders. I didn't think of the possibility of Kenjaku having an open domain. It was my negligence, but I still think it is more appropriate to carry out the original plan. Even assuming that the domain controlled by Kenjaku is an open one, I still have the confidence to destroy that domain. As the undisputed master of barrier techniques in the world of Jujutsu, Tengen had absolute confidence in his abilities. Even if it is an open domain that he has never seen before, he believed that he can quickly analyze and dismantle it. The only change is that the time required may increase from the original 10 seconds to about 1 minute. But this shouldn't be a problem for Yuki and Choso. And most importantly, it is impossible to confirm whether what Yago and the others said is true. Ahem. Hearing Tengen's words, Yago was stunned. What? 4 eyes, didn't you understand what I said? Even after being warned, this stupid bastard still wants to die as planned? Was it afraid that he would fail to kill Yuki? What a suspicious, stupid old fellow. Yago cursed in his heart. Mahito touched the stitches on his face and sighed helplessly. Tengen's meaning was very simple, he doesn't trust them, and wants proof. But how can they come up with a proof? Even their behavior is strictly restricted, so how can they prove that they don't have any malicious intentions? But none of this matters. Judging from Kazuma's tone before, they just need to persuade and save Yuki. As for Tengen's life or death, it's none of their business. Thinking of this, Mahito's eyes lit up. Judging from the woman's attitude just now, she obviously trusts Kazuma more. In this case, why not be simple and rough and let her make a choice? Mahito smiled slightly and said, Yuki, do you believe in Kazuma or Tengen? Yuki came out of her thinking state. If what Kazuma said was true, then according to Tenjin's plan, she really couldn't think of a way to win. But if Kenjaku does not have an open domain, she may miss the opportunity to kill him. Does she have to choose between her own life and the chance to kill Kenjaku? In other words, is there any need to choose between Tenjin and Kazuma? Of course, she would trust Kazuma and save her life. She is usually abroad, but there are still many places she wants to visit that she hasn't checked out yet. How can she accept dying so hastily? However, before she could answer, suddenly, a loud roar was heard throughout the Tombs of Star Corridor. Along with the earthquake-like tremor, an extremely familiar voice echoed out. Master Tenjin, I am here to visit you. Your residence is so hidden that it took me so long to find it. Kenjaku's provocative words instantly reached everyone's eardrums. Tenjin suddenly raised his head, his expression no longer maintaining the calmness he had before. He said solemnly, the barrier was destroyed so quickly. It seems that over the past 1,000 years, Kenjaku's attainments in barrier techniques have become infinitely close to his. Tenjin looked at Choso with a determined look and said, follow the original plan, please trust me. 70 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 177, Kenjaku appears. Kenjaku had arrived too suddenly, and there was no time to discuss other plans. After a brief hesitation, Choso took a step forward, leaving only one sentence. I still stand by the same thing. My death is okay, but that beast, Kenjaku should be killed. No matter what method. Looking at Choso passing by him, Yago narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly. Idiot. Neither he nor Hanami had any favorable impression of Choso. In the Shibuya incident, his reckless behavior indirectly caused Hanami's death. But now, because of that nonsense brotherhood, why is he risking his life? How stupid and ridiculous can he be? Tenjin continued to look at Yuki, whose face was uncertain, and said in a deep voice, I know you are wavering, but it does not affect our ultimate goal. Even if it's an open domain, I am still confident that I can destroy it within a minute. You can freely choose your strategy in the next battle. Yuki crossed her arms and pouted, it's just a small Kenjaku, look how scared you are, old man. Maybe I can deal with him by myself. Tenjin's intentions were very clear, letting her make her own choice in the next battle. Should she follow Tenjin's plan or trust Kazuma? She already had the answer in her heart. Yuki looked at the 4 disaster curses, who were watching the show. She said, hey, you guys have finished spreading the message, right? What are you still doing here? Go back and help Kazuma with his work. She was very annoyed by these guys who had been watching the fun from the beginning. But now that everything has been said and done, why aren't they leaving? Do they want to stay and help her tie up Kenjaku? That shouldn't be possible. After all, before this, Kenjaku was in the same group as them. Yago smiled excitedly and said, how can working for Kazuma be as fun as beating up Kenjaku? After these words were spoken, Yuki and Tenjin both stood there in a daze. What did he just say? He wants to join them in dealing with Kenjaku. Looking at the almost uncontrollable excitement on the faces of Yago and the others behind him, Yuki's lips twitched. This expression. It doesn't seem like they are acting. But on second thought, since Kazuma could summon them, he could naturally use thunderous means to force them to do things that go against their conscience. Thinking of this, Yuki almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The tense mood was relieved a little. As expected of Kenjaku, he was letting former friends fight against each other. Yuki wondered what kind of expression Kenjaku would show when facing the disaster curses. As for whether Yago and the others had escaped Kazuma's control, she had never doubted Kazuma from the beginning. Before this, Mei and the others had told her that she could always trust Kazuma. Therefore, these 4 disaster curses definitely don't have the ability to break free from Kazuma's control. However, Tenjin's thoughts were completely different from Yuki's. He frowned and looked at the 4 disaster curses with his 4 eyes. Helping deal with Kanajku, can he really believe this? Although Kazuma's curse technique is magical, there's no guarantee that it cannot be cracked. What if these disaster curses had met Kenjaku before this during the culling game? Considering that it's Kenjaku, it is not impossible for him to release Kazuma's control. Tenjin shook his head and put aside his thoughts. He hoped that he was just overthinking it, but he should still be on guard against these curses. Who knows, they might stab him in the back in the next battle. Tombs of Star Corridor. Outside the main hall. As the last barrier was broken, Kenjaku walked in calmly. He kept a humble smile on his face, looked around, and sighed. Is this the legendary Tombs of Star Corridor? It's all white and empty. I don't like it. Such a strong killing intent. Kenjaku raised his eyebrows slightly and looked in front of him. He saw a man standing next to a big crooked tree, staring at him with a sinister look. It's Choso. It's been a long time since we last met in Shibuya. I missed you so much. In response to Kenjaku's words, Choso suddenly raised his hand. Bang! When Choso saw Kenjaku, his eyes turned red with anger. Without saying anything, he put his hands together and shoot a piercing blow. A loud explosion sounded through the air. The blood that had condensed to the extreme was like an arrow, shooting straight at Kenjaku's forehead. Faced with an attack that was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture, Kenjaku calmly tilted his head and easily dodged it. His lower body didn't even move at all. From this, it is conceivable that during the Shibuya incident, this 1,000-year-old scoundrel had hidden much of his strength. With his hands still hidden in his sleeves, Kenjaku narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. He asked, "Is this how Master Tengen entertains his guests? In this case, you can't blame me for being rude." With that said, a huge black vortex appeared behind Kenjaku. Roar! A gigantic centipede with a human face roared and rushed towards Choso. The densely packed numerous legs crushed the thin bricks on the ground in an instant. Choso's eyes flashed with a cold look and he moved sideways. The blood in his hand turned into a 100-meter-long saber, instantly cutting the flying human-faced centipede into 2 neat pieces. Boom! The terrifying force left a long gully on the ground. Countless pieces of rubble were blown into the air. The only one who can master blood manipulation to such a level is Choso. However, Kenjaku was not panicked at all. He maintained a smile on his face and stepped gracefully on a stone slab in the air. It was like he was surfing. Looking at this 1,000-year-old demon who was still able to fight him calmly, Choso was extremely angry. He must avenge his brothers who had died tragically because of this bastard. Naturally, this battle was also seen by the several people hiding inside the tombs of Star Corridor. Yago carefully pushed the door of the hall open by a little bit. Then he said to the 3 curses behind him, "Didn't Kenjaku always say that he wasn't good at fighting? Look at him now. He is dodging those attacks so easily." Hanami snorted coldly. What Kazuma said is not unreasonable. Kenjaku never regarded us as partners from the beginning to the end, but as chess pieces that can be discarded at any time. Mahito was eager to get into the fray. He said with an excited smile on his face, "I can't wait to go up and beat him up. We must let him know that the 4 disaster curses are not to be trifled with." 178 Choso vs Kenjaku. Meanwhile, Tengen and Yuki's faces were extremely solemn. Yuki still looked calm on the surface, but she was secretly analyzing in her heart. She roughly estimated that Choso's strength was at the top level even among first-grade sorcerers. If the one facing Choso was her, would she be able to handle Choso's attack so easily like Kenjaku? Although the fight between the two had just begun, it was obvious that their levels were not the same at all. The difference was visible to the naked eye. However, Tengen knew very well in his heart that it was absolutely impossible for Choso to defeat Kenjaku. The difference in their strength is one reason, but another reason is that Choso originated from a death painting. The curse womb death painting was created by Kenjaku himself. Choso's blood manipulation technique was pretty easy to see through for Kenjaku. This is why Tengen chose to utilize, and even sacrifice Choso from the very beginning, to force Kenjaku to use techniques other than those of Geto Sugura's. The limit of the blood manipulation technique is still there. "Choso, give him some more pressure, please." As he spoke, Tengen also glanced at the 4 disaster curses who were watching with great interest. Boom! Choso's attack once again shook the entire tombs of Star Corridor. After dodging the attack, Kenjaku still smiled calmly and said, "Come to think of it, I should be considered your father, right? Am I right? The first of the 9 death paintings." Gentle words came out of Kenjaku's mouth, but they sounded extremely harsh to Choso's ears. "Father." Choso laughed in anger, his bloodshot eyes staring at Kenjaku. "How can a guy like you who plays with the lives of my brothers be called a father?" Hearing Choso's outburst, Kenjaku spread his hands indifferently. Among the so-called 9 death paintings, except Yuji, the rest were just failed experiments that he had abandoned. However, Tengen kept them like a treasure in the tombs of Star Corridor, which was ridiculous. It seems that not being able to assimilate an astral plasma vessel for too long has not only greatly reduced his strength, but also his IQ. Without saying anything more, Choso fired several more shots at Kenjaku. Whoosh! The blood arrow shot out through the air, rapidly approaching Kenjaku. However, the gap in strength was obvious, and Choso's attacks were unable to hurt Kenjaku. All of his efforts were in vain. Kenjaku could quickly dodge and even continuously interfere with Choso's attacks. He had perfectly inherited the strength that Geto Suguru had during his lifetime, and he had even gone a step further. Moreover, his other abilities had still not been revealed. "You're really too weak, let Tengen come out to face me." As the cold words came out, countless twisted tentacles shot out from behind Kenjaku. And under Kenjaku's control, these tentacles grew into human faces. Seeing this, Choso's mood calmed down instead. This is exactly the result he wants to see. Although he doesn't know which option Yuki will choose in the end, it's always a good idea to force Kenjaku to use new techniques so that she can get more information. This way, the chances of Yuki defeating Kenjaku will be even higher. Thinking of this, Choso suddenly kicked the ground with both feet. His eyes widened, and he roared, "Come on! An old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, can he only rely on cursed spirits to fight?" The compressed blood drop that had been prepared in advance suddenly flew out from Choso's hand. Supernova. Boom! The blood drops were splashed forward and exploded instantly, blasting the attacking human-faced tentacles into powder. However, the 1,000-year-old Kenjaku wasn't panicked. Instead, he used the blood curtain formed by the explosion of Choso's technique to quietly circle around Choso's side. The next second, bang! A powerful elbow strike hit Choso's chest, and the strong impact made him lose his balance. The fist that he had swung out instinctively was easily dodged by Kenjaku by tilting his head. A second elbow strike from the side hit Choso's cheek. The physical attacks left Choso powerless to fight back for a while. Bang! A fist filled with cursed energy blasted Choso away, and blood splattered in the air. Choso decisively dug his 5 fingers into the ground, leaving a long scratch, and only then was he able to stop himself. Kenjaku, confident of victory, smiled triumphantly and was about to pursue Choso relentlessly. But he found that something was off. Choso slowly raised his hand and revealed a ferocious smile. What's going on? A bad premonition made Kenjaku stop decisively, and then his eyes widened. Unexpectedly, a walnut-sized ball of blood appeared behind him. The next second, a violent explosion sounded throughout the Tombs of Star corridor. The explosion of the blood core splashed blood all over the air, covering the entire area. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, Choso wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. This was his unique skill that he had created in the heat of the moment while he was being beaten just now. He had quietly left a time bomb for counterattack beside him. Even Kenjaku should be facing some trouble at this point. However, the next second, an unpleasant applause sounded. The blood mist dissipated, and Kenjaku appeared before his eyes, intact. A cursed spirit with only half of its body left after being blown up stood in front of him. Kenjaku casually discarded the broken skin of the cursed spirit and said coldly, "Not bad. You are so stubborn. You actually learned to use dirty tricks. You are much better than your 2 dead brothers. You bastard." Choso clenched his fists and stared at Kenjaku. He knew that Kenjaku was talking about his brothers, Eso and Kechizu. Kenjaku said, "Instead of insulting me, you should worry more about your dear brother Yuji, he is a much greater threat than me." Choso roared, "Nonsense. All this strife was definitely not caused by Yuji. In actuality, a bastard like you who is worse than a beast is the true cause of all this mess." After saying that, another blood arrow pierced through the air. Kenjaku sighed helplessly, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. This time, he did not choose to dodge, but used his 5 fingers to actually extinguish the blood arrow that was attacking him. Then he sarcastically said, "Your blood-piercing ability is indeed powerful, but to me it is just a water arrow shot by a child when playing. I can't even feel any pain." Choso ignored Kenjaku's words and continued to gather himself. However, his eyes suddenly widened, and he found that his feet were actually locked by the centipede-cursed spirit. It seems that he had underestimated the cunningness of this 1,000-year-old demon. Kenjaku actually took advantage of the moment when he was distracted by his talk. He silently released the centipede-cursed spirit from underground to approach him. Moreover, every word he said was enough to touch his heart deeply. The dangerous thing about Kenjaku is not his combat power but his strategy and planning. His intelligence far exceeds his strength. Before Choso could break free, Kenjaku's fist had already hit Choso's face hard. The heavy blow caused Choso's face to twist horribly. Looking at Choso who had fainted temporarily on the ground, Kenjaku glanced at the gate beside him and sneered. "Tengen, no matter what, you are an old fellow who has lived for 1,000 years. Isn't it too low of you to send this kind of rubbish to test me? With his strength, he can't even force me to use high-level cursed techniques. My fists are the greatest gift I can give him. Now that Gojo has been sealed, and Kazuma has entered the culling game, there is no major threat to him. No matter how powerful Kazuma is, it is impossible for him to clear the game in just one day. Therefore, although Kazuma usually disrupts his plans, the general happenings were still under his control. The initiative is on his side. If he is not mistaken, the person hiding behind the gate should be Yuki, right? This special grade sorcerer is Tengen's final trump card. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 179 Reborn Choso. Inside the main hall of Tombs of Star corridor, Yago and the others silently closed the door through which they were peeking. Even though they were very unhappy with Kenjaku, they had to admit that what he said was true. Tengen is revered as the most important existence in the world of Jujutsu, but his actions show otherwise. Yago cast a disdainful look at Tengen and said disdainfully, "Obviously, your plan to let Choso test Kenjaku has been discovered. Choso is now being beaten meaninglessly, and no valuable information can be obtained." Yuki couldn't hold back any longer and said, "That's enough. I have the confidence to defeat Kenjaku. At the very least, I can drag him down with me." Although the ridicule was directed at Tengen, as a member of Jujutsu High, she also felt uncomfortable listening to it. This timid tactic is really not suitable for her who has a bold personality. Not to mention, Yuki glanced at Yago and others. She believed in Kazuma's ability. These people must be here to deal with Kenjaku. Well, if they join in, they will definitely be able to catch Kenjaku off guard. Tengen slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Wait a little longer." Tisk. Upon hearing this, Yuki felt a little unhappy. She felt that Tengen was paying less and less attention to Choso. To put it bluntly, he is too afraid of death. Even if he is good at planning, can he really win against Kenjaku with such a mentality? Although Choso is a product of failure, his hidden potential should not be underestimated. With the strength of a first-grade sorcerer, he is already at the top in the Jujutsu world. Choso's powerful cursed energy output and blood manipulation technique makes him a formidable force. Nanami and Mei are the goals that students have been pursuing. However, there is an unbridgeable gap between first grade and special grade sorcerer. Back to the battlefield. Choso was still not giving up. His blurred vision gradually revealed the figures of Yuji and his brothers. In a trance, 3 hands appeared behind him, and a constant stream of power was being injected into his body. An extreme anger seemed to break through the shackles in his body. Every cell in his body was cheering. As long as he remains as a death painting, he will never be able to escape from Kenjaku's grip. But now, he has given up this identity, and from now on, he will live only for his brother. Choso jumped up, and the vortex-like ball of blood in his hand condensed rapidly. Kenjaku in the distance looked at the bloated figure in astonishment. It was as if Choso had been reborn. Kenjaku could vaguely feel that the reason Choso was reborn was because of the power of his spirit. During the Shibuya incident, when he used this body to meet Gojo, he unexpectedly had an uncontrollable strong reaction. So at that time, he had thought that the power of the body was stronger than that of the soul. But now, Choso gave him a big surprise. He had a hunch that if he could thoroughly understand the mystery of the body and soul, he would be able to make further progress. The reborn Choso's blood was flowing out even more quickly. However, Kenjaku just stood there without caring. He had once lived as Kamo Noritoshi, and was extremely familiar with the core secrets of the blood manipulation technique. The initial speed of this technique is its fastest speed. As long as he dodges the first attack, there will be no more threat. Thinking of this, Kenjaku's body suddenly flipped backwards, and the blood arrow almost brushed past his scalp. The next second, a fog that confused his vision suddenly appeared around the venue. Choso knew that Kenjaku had done this by using a cursed spirit. In that case, he can use tracking to deal with it. He raised his hand and swept it across the air, drawing an arc. Then, an arrow quickly circled around the surroundings, and then shot towards Kenjaku in the fog as if it had arrows. You can still track me. Seeing this scene, even the calm and composed Kenjaku couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of it, for the first time, an excited smile appeared on his face. It's really eye-opening. Is this still the failed experiment he had abandoned back then? It's really amazing. Although he said this, Kenjaku's movements did not stop at all. A huge eyeless owl suddenly soared into the sky and sitting on it was Kenjaku. The blood arrow drew a strange arc in the air, as if it had a navigation system, and quickly chased after Kenjaku in the air. The extremely sharp arrow pierced through the owl-cursed spirit without any hindrance. Without his mount, the Kenjaku could only fall from the air. Choso's eyes flashed with determination. His goal was to shoot the Kenjaku down from the air. Next, it's time to borrow the power of his younger brother, Wing King. As he shouted, a pair of wings formed from blood appeared on his back. Bang! As Kenjaku fell to the ground, Choso's fist was already at his face. The two began a crazy physical contest. The punches were so fast that they left after images, making people dizzy. The more Kenjaku hit Choso, the more frightened he became, while the more Choso hit Kenjaku, the more excited he became. However, Kenjaku did not plan to fight according to the opponent's rhythm. He dodged the incoming punches and kicks, and instantly circled behind Choso, creating some distance between them. Then, a giant octopus tentacle attacked silently. At the last moment, Choso condensed a shield made of blood in front of him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the sky became stained with blood. The tentacles and blood shield cancelled each other out at the same time. When the blood mist dissipated, Kenjaku was seen sitting leisurely. Kenjaku said, "Don't you understand? I know all your moves. What's more, the toxins in your blood have no effect on me as I am your father." However, these words had no effect on Choso, who only wanted to avenge his brother. He exhaled a breath of foul air and said firmly, just like Eso, elegantly. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a swollen fist had already struck. A roaring voice sounded again, freely like Kechizo. The palm of his hand actually flew out of the arm, with a long stream of bright red blood acting as a link to the body. The unexpected move finally allowed Choso to grab Kenjaku by the collar. Then he suddenly threw him over his shoulder. Boom! The earth cracked and the trees were split in half. Just when he had stood firm, he saw a flying hand again. The 5 fingers, like machines, locked onto the Kenjaku's collar. Kenjaku flew backwards uncontrollably. A terrifying roar rang out in the sky, and the rage for revenge was completely ignited at this moment. Powerfully like Yuji. Boom! For the first time, Kenjaku showed a solemn expression. Even after raising his hand to block, he was still blasted to the ground by this strange force. A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. 180, a new move. However, a special grade is still a special grade. Kenjaku was smashed into a deep pit by a punch but did not suffer any damage. Instead, he used his palm to block the fatal blow from Choso. The superb cursed spirit manipulation technique allowed Kenjaku to summon a cursed spirit at the last moment to block a large amount of damage for him. Kenjaku laughed and said sarcastically, "You tried your best to attack, and this is all." Choso had already expected that he couldn't defeat a special grade sorcerer so easily. But no matter what, at least he has to force Kenjaku to use 1 or 2 moves. The blood beads that had already condensed behind him quickly attacked Kenjaku. At first glance, it looked like 8 spider lances were bursting out. A cursed spirit attached to the sole of Choso's foot, and Kenjaku retreated. Looking at Choso in front of him that was not going to die, he couldn't help but feel a headache. In order to find out his techniques, he is so desperate. This doesn't seem in line with Choso's character, so it can be confirmed that the cautious and fearful one must be Tengen. Sure enough, the longer an old guy lives, the more afraid he is of death. The more confident Kenjaku is, the more afraid Tengen is, and the greater his chances of winning. What's more, he has already prepared a big move for Yuki. He has never revealed the secret of an open domain to anyone, and absolutely no one knows it. This will also be the trump card to kill Yuki. Thinking of this, Kenjaku became excited. It seems that he is going to accomplish an amazing feat today. Assimilate Tengen and kill a powerful special grade sorcerer. Who else can achieve such a feat except Sukuna? Kenjaku simply stopped retreating, looked at Choso and said, "Don't you understand? Such speed and rough attack can't cause any harm to me. And how long can you maintain this state? The cursed energy in your body is almost used up, right?" However, Choso suddenly clenched his fists. Under his control, blood beads actually surrounded Kenjaku from all directions. This sudden operation made Kenjaku a little confused. When he saw the countless blood beads floating around him, he widened his eyes in disbelief. "What is this?" Choso grinned. From the moment the battle had started, he had never thought of harming Kenjaku through ordinary techniques. Therefore, during this period of time, he kept leaving blood beads everywhere. Now, under his control, all the blood beads scattered around were gathered in one place. Now Kenjaku has any room for escaping, there is no other choice but to take it head-on. Supernova. Countless blood beads around Kenjaku instantly exploded. Boom! A large blood mist rose in the air, completely covering Kenjaku. The huge force instantly blew the surrounding ground into pieces. Countless potholes come into view. Choso looked at the place where Kenjaku was. This move will definitely give Kenjaku some trouble. However, after the blood mist completely dissipated, Kenjaku still stood on the broken stones, unscathed. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Choso's pupils shrank and he felt powerless. This was his strongest killing move that he had been preparing for so long, but Kenjaku didn't even have a scratch. Obviously at the last moment, Kenjaku didn't have time to summon a curse to block the damage, but why? Could it be that there were too many blood beads and his control was not enough to detonate all of them at the same time? No, that's not it. There was no mistake in his fatal blow. The only explanation is that Kenjaku finally used a different technique. The shocking holes under his feet were the best proof. He did it. Tengen, Yuki, did you see it? Damn it. Kenjaku wiped the blood off his face, and the calmness on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. The blow from Choso made him feel danger. He had no choice but to use a technique other than cursed spirit manipulation to defend himself at the last moment. Although the blood mist blocked vision, and Choso might not have seen it. But, he can't hide it from Yuki, who is also a special grade. As a 1,000-year-old scoundrel, Kenjaku attaches great importance to information. In many cases, even a tiny deviation in information can determine the outcome of a battle. He wanted to use his open domain to kill Yuki. He had never expected that Choso, whom he had always looked down upon, would push him to this point. This was a situation he didn't want to see. This scene on the battlefield was naturally seen by several people in the main hall of Tombs of Star Corridor. Yuki moved her body, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She said, "This is enough. Wait a little longer." Tengen's voice came from behind. "Choso still has some strength left. Now is the best time. Perhaps he can force out more techniques from Kenjaku. This way we win." "That's enough." Before Tengen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yuki. "Don't forget, I'm also a special grade sorcerer. I can't hold back any longer." Yuki then walked towards the gate. "So, you finally chose to believe the words of those cursed spirits." Tengen's tone was unusually solemn. Tengen's words made Yuki pause, and she turned around and smiled confidently. "Wrong, I chose Kazuma." After saying that, she turned and left without even looking at him again. Yago and the others who were watching the show seized the opportunity to mock Tengen. "You old man, do you really want to squeeze out the last remaining value of Choso to save your life as much as possible? To put it bluntly, Kenjaku is insidious, and you are a coward." Hearing this, Tengen looked deeply at the 4 disaster curses and said, "You seem to be looking forward to the battle between Yuki and Kenjaku. If Yuki rashly goes to fight Kenjaku now, it will be the perfect opportunity for them to stab him in the back. Moreover, there's no guarantee that these disaster curses are still under Kazuma's control." Yago sneered, "Of course, we have been waiting for this moment for a long time. If Yuki can't fight, how can we find the right opportunity to beat up Kenjaku?" Mahito sighed in a pretentious way, "My kindness is really taken for granted." Tengen said, "That better be the case, otherwise." Seeing that Tengen was going to threaten him, Yago immediately got angry and asked, "Otherwise, what will happen? What can you do in your current form?" "I'm afraid of Kazuma, not you, Tengen." "No, I'm not afraid of Kazuma either. I'm afraid of his genjutsu." "Okay, Yago, don't fight this creature. The opportunity to beat up Kenjaku is coming soon. We have to seize the opportunity. When the time comes, I will open my domain and slap him in the face. Mahito made a gesture of expanding his domain and said excitedly. Yago's eyes lit up and he said, then I will burn all his hair with fire. Hanami said calmly, I'm going to poke him with a giant tree. Tengen. 181 Yuki vs Kenjaku. Outside the hall, Choso's body flew out at high speed. Flying backwards in the air, he was startled as he looked at Kenjaku that was rapidly approaching. Ever since Kenjaku became serious, he was no longer his match. At this moment, Choso felt the gap between first grade and special grade. What's more, he was up against a top-notch special grade sorcerer like Kenjaku, who had lived for 1,000 years. But as long as he still has a breath left, he must not give up. He needs to force out more technique from Kenjaku as much as possible to provide more information to Yuki. As long as Kenjaku dies and he can avenge his brothers, Choso didn't care about his own life. What's some pain? What's a special grade? Suddenly, a loud female voice echoed from the sky. Choso, let me take over. Boom. Yuki jumped from the top of the hall. She put one hand on her waist, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, and the Shikigami behind her hovered excitedly in the air. Yuji is lucky to have you as his brother. You've done enough, step down. Hearing this, Choso breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, for my brother, these are just the most basic things. After saying this, he decisively withdrew from the battlefield. Although he didn't know why Yuki had shown up so quickly, he was already at the end of his strength. If he stubbornly stays here, he will only become a burden. He hoped that the information he had just desperately fought for could increase Yuki's chances of killing Kenjaku. The moment Kenjaku heard Yuki's voice, he decisively gave up the attack and retreated. He hadn't expected Yuki to appear so soon. However, being able to take Choso out of the battle and fighting against Yuki was a good thing for him. Yuki had an excited smile on her face. The thought of the upcoming battle made all the cells in her body boil. Her body, which had not been active for a long time, was ready to go. At this moment, her condition had reached an unprecedented level of perfection. She looked across at the calm and composed Kenjaku and said, we meet again, you maggot that steals other people's bodies. Kenjaku raised his eyebrows slightly. He squinted his eyes, and smiled. He said in a gentle voice, you changed your words so quickly. Last time in Shibuya, you called me ghetto. Yuki spread her hands and smiled. She said, don't blame me, this title was given to you by Kazuma. If you don't agree, you can go find him. Kenjaku was stunned for a moment, then said casually, so it's Kazuma, then call me whatever you want. However, his heart was not at peace at all. Looking at the confident woman in front of him, Kenjaku quickly calculated his chances of winning. Judging from the aura alone, Yuki was clearly not on the same level as Choso. This woman, who had already become a special grade sorcerer years ago, might be even more powerful than he had expected. Moreover, there is absolutely no valid information about this woman. Nothing is known about her abilities or techniques. The only thing that could be found out was that she just gets paid but doesn't do nothing and spends her days lazing around abroad. If he's not careful, his life might be in grave danger. Therefore, his best hope for victory is still his open domain. Although Yuki already knows one of his techniques, she knows absolutely nothing about his open domain. Thinking of this, Kenjaku laughed and said, why didn't you ask me what kind of woman my type is this time? Having been cautious for 1,000 years, he wanted to have a conversation with Yuki to recover as much cursed energy as possible. Yuki replied, that's not necessary. I have no interest in people who steal other people's bodies. Really? That's a pity. Kenjaku pretended to be disappointed and continued to ask, you always ask others what kind of women their type is. So let me ask you this time, what kind of man is your type? Hearing Kenjaku's meaningless talk, Yuki sneered in her heart. Does he think she can't see that he is trying to stall for time to recover his cursed energy? But it doesn't matter, Garuda behind her is also not idle and is accumulating imaginary mass. In contrast, she has the advantage by stalling for time. She smiled, and stroked her chin. After some thought, she said, if you were like to do, a bold person, maybe I would take a second look at you. If you were a mysterious, powerful, and seductive man like Kazuma, I would be even more interested. But unfortunately, you don't even deserve to be looked at by me for a second time. So, I'll beat you up so that you can look good. After saying this, the veins on Yuki's arms bulged, and her body exuded murderous intent. The Shikigami Garuda behind her roared in dissatisfaction at Kenjaku. The smile on Kenjaku's face froze, replaced by extreme vigilance. He felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was no longer at ease like when he was first fighting against Choso. Kenjaku said, I don't like you either, so the feeling is mutual. As he said this, he released a few cursed spirits without hesitation. With a roar, a huge cursed spirit appeared behind Kenjaku. Yuki, sensing the aura of the special grade cursed spirit, guessed. This cursed spirit was imported from a foreign country, right? Having lived abroad for many years, she was very familiar with the aura of foreign cursed spirits. Kenjaku proudly introduced, yes, it's a cursed spirit from India. It can remove all obstacles, so, it should be enough to give you a hard time. Kenjaku showed a sinister smile and introduced with pride. He just revealed its technique. At this moment, both Yuki and Tengen and others hiding in the hall were extremely surprised. What on earth is Kenjaku doing? Why did he openly disclose the technique? Could it be that this is another conspiracy of his? Yago and the others disdainfully said, "Humph, it doesn't matter whether it's from India or China. As long as it is a cursed spirit, it can never be compared to us, the disaster curses. However, I have to say, Kenjaku is really a shady old bastard. Such a powerful helper was hidden so well." Tisk. After a brief moment of shock, Yuki could no longer suppress the murderous intent in her heart. Who cares about this curse? I'll just blow it up with one punch. As she finished speaking, Garuda behind her changed into the shape of a football and was held in her palm. Yuki lifted her powerful left leg back to accumulate strength. This was a very standard shooting posture in football. Bang! A powerful shot volleyed the football-shaped Garuda out. Looking at the Shikigami flying towards Kenjaku at high speed like a cannonball, Choso, Yago, and others were also shocked. What? The intimidating-looking Shikigami behind this woman was actually used like this? However, the terrifying power contained in it made Kenjaku even more solemn. What an amazing strength. 60 advanced chapters on p@trian.com/alex1000. 182 Binding Vow. Boom. With a loud bang, a blow containing imaginary mass poured out. Ganesha that Kenjaku was so proud of was actually pierced by Garuda. A mist of blood sprinkled on his face, and Kenjaku's eyes widened in disbelief. What a terrifying attack power. The special grade cursed spirit that he summoned was killed instantly. What exactly is this woman's cursed technique? However, Yuki would not give him any time to continue thinking. Without stopping, Yuki instantly ran towards Kenjaku standing there at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Yuki was already in front of him. Yuki said, "You must be curious about my cursed technique, right? It's okay to tell you, my cursed technique is very simple and brutal, it's called Star Rage." As soon as these words came out, everyone present in Tombs of Star Palace was shocked again. Another cursed technique revealed. Are these two people crazy? One first revealed his special grade curses technique, and the other was even more outrageous, and actually revealed their own technique. Yago took a deep puff of smoke and asked in confusion, if that's the case, wouldn't that mean she has told Kenjaku all the information about herself? What a crazy woman. Even we cursed spirits know the importance of information. Does she not understand this? Mahito also shook his head, expressing his incomprehension. It was the first time he had seen someone take the initiative to reveal their skills during a battle. If Kazuma had been so reckless and disclosed his technique to the public, perhaps we would have won. Yago shook his head and said, Kazuma can't be treated as an ordinary person. How many techniques does he have that we don't know? Even if we just take the ones he has used in public, I'm afraid it will take 10 minutes to list them. Don't you remember it? Mahito's mouth twitched and he said, it seems to make sense. Isn't it because of Kazuma that they can stand here and discuss in this half-dead state? He can even use the dead for his own purposes. Who knows what other incredible technique he has? At this time, Tengen on the side spoke up, Yuki's choice is correct. Although revealing her skills will put her at a disadvantage, she will also gain some benefits. By making a binding vow, the effect of one's cursed technique can be enhanced by revealing it, thereby increasing the lethality of the technique. It is especially suitable for sorcerers like Yuki who use simple and crude techniques. Yago nodded, thinking to himself. He knew it, why would Yuki do something that would do no good? This old monster Tengen actually knows a few things. In the battlefield, Yuki's heavy punch had already arrived in front of Kenjaku. As a veteran special grade sorcerer, Yuki's cursed technique is very powerful, but her combat skill and experience is also unparalleled. Bang! A heavy punch containing powerful cursed energy landed firmly on Kenjaku's cheek. Kenjaku's appearance was distorted by the terrifying power contained within that punch. The huge impact force caused Kenjaku to fly backwards at high speed like a cannonball. An attack involving imaginary mass cannot be described by common sense. Inside this huge empty barrier, Kenjaku's body flew backwards at a high speed, completely out of control. Boom! Finally, Kenjaku hit the edge of the barrier and stopped. Dense spider webs appeared on the barrier, and sand and gravel flew all over the sky. Ahem. Kenjaku sat on the ground, holding his aching stomach and laughing at himself hoarsely. Haha, does this count as being literally beaten to a pulp? If it weren't for the barrier set up by Tengen, he might have to fly in the air for a whole day. In 1,000 years, this was the first time he had been so embarrassed. He was always cautious and careful, and even when he was plotting against Gojo, not a single one of his fingers was touched. But now, he was beaten into this state by Yuki. He looked down at his two broken arms. One was covered in blood and completely destroyed, and the other wasn't much better, with only some tendons and skin connecting it. Yuki in the distance, was showing a provocative smile at Kenjaku. Star Rage, huh? Although it was very powerful, it was still within his expectations and not as troublesome as he had thought. It doesn't matter if she is happy for a little while longer. The moment he uses his domain, her death will be near. On the other side, although Yuki appeared to be proud and underestimating Kenjaku, she was not careless at all. She still kept the open domain that Kazuma had reminded her of in mind. Now she seemed to have the upper hand. But this injury was nothing to Kenjaku master who knew how to use reverse cursed technique. Moreover, she felt that Kenjaku had intentionally taken the punch just now. Kenjaku might have just wanted to test the power of her technique. Sure enough, Kenjaku in the distance had already healed his broken arm using the reverse curse technique. He brushed the dust off his sleeves and looked at Yuki in front of him. Seeing Yuki, who was like a ferocious beast, his heart became filled with uneasiness. Although Yuki's curse technique is simple and crude, it is extremely powerful. And maybe there is no upper limit to its power. And the amount of cursed energy consumed doesn't seem to be much. In other words, the cursed spirits that he had collected in Shibuya won't be of any use at all. Because no matter how many are released, they will all be killed instantly. Geto's cursed spirit manipulation technique is perfectly restrained by Yuki. It seems that he can only rely on other techniques to hunt this tigress in front of him. Thinking of this, Kenjaku chuckled and said, "You 4 special grade sorcerers should have a ranking, right? Although I don't know where you rank, you are definitely above Geto. After all, even a useful cursed spirit manipulation technique is useless in front of you." Yuki responded jokingly, "Really? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought I was the weakest. After all, I'm only girl among the 4 special grade sorcerers, right?" But at the same time, Yuki was constantly analyzing Kenjaku's abilities in her mind. A jujutsu battle is not just about pure power, strategy and planning is also extremely important. Previously, the technique Kenjaku had used to avoid supernova should be related to gravity. At the moment before countless blood beads had exploded, he had forced them to fall to the ground, thus greatly reducing the damage. However, he definitely does not only possess this gravity technique. However, if a person possesses too many techniques, it will lead to excessive load on the brain. But for a guy like Kenjaku who has been changing his body for thousands of years, she can't know for sure. Thinking of this, Kazuma's figure emerged in her mind. Until now, everyone seems to have overlooked an important point. Kazuma should have the most cursed techniques, right? So how does his brain bear such a huge load? Logically speaking, a person who possesses so many techniques at the same time should have become a madman. How did Kazuma do it? Is he not a human? 183. Kenjaku's domain. It's really tricky. Yuki couldn't help but sigh. In just 1 minute, she had consumed more brain capacity than in the previous decade combined. After all, in the past, even when facing a special grade cursed spirit, she didn't need to worry too much. She could just blow it up with 1 punch, and if 1 punch doesn't work, then use 2. But this 1000-year-old demon, Kenjaku, is so sinister. When she thought about the fact that he still had a trump card hidden, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Even if she now knew that the other party has an open domain, it can only serve as a defense. Then the only way is to use Star Rage to continuously consume his physical strength and reduce his combat power after he deploys the domain as much as possible. In this way, Tengen might be able to break the domain within a minute. The plan in her mind was already finalized. Yuki took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and prepared to attack again. However, the next second, cold words reached her ears. "Oh my, what a difficult opponent. Since both you and I are very afraid of our techniques, why don't we compete in domains?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The most worrying words had finally been spoken. Is he planning to use his domain so soon? Tengen, who had not yet fully prepared himself mentally, had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. The sudden change to a domain showdown made Tengen panic. A bad premonition came to his mind. Kenjaku is decisively planning to open his domain. Doesn't this prove that he has great confidence in his domain? Is it true that as Kazuma said, Kenjaku has an open domain? But Yago and the others on the side had completely different reactions. Excited smiles appeared on their faces. Has the moment finally arrived? Yago's eyes were gloomy, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He asked, "Hanami, Mahito, Dagon, are you ready? It's time to go." Seeing Kenjaku cross his hands and starting to form a seal, Yuki was shocked. This sudden situation instantly shattered the plan she had just made in her mind. She had never expected Kenjaku to not use gravity or other techniques. Instead, he chose to decisively open his domain. "Tengen, get ready." Yuki's urgent shout reached Tengen's ears, but there was no response. The eerie words spread throughout the entire barrier. Domain expansion, womb profusion. Boom. The entire ground of Tombs of Star Corridor suddenly began to shake violently. A huge pillar suddenly rose from the ground. The pillar was covered with horrible, twisted human faces. These people's faces were all bleeding and crying, and their mouths were wide open, begging for mercy. Countless cries of pain were heard everywhere, as if they could affect the human mind. Looking at his domain, Kenjaku felt emotional. This is the ultimate killer move he has polished over the past 1000 years. Where is his domain's barrier? It's actually an open domain. Even though Tengen had been prepared, he was still confused. He hadn't expected that in this world, besides Sukuna, there would actually be someone else with an open domain. Kazuma, what he said is true. Tengen looked at Yago and the others helplessly. Thinking back to his previous doubts, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed even though he had lived for so long. Yago and the others were also shocked by the domain and turned towards Tengen. "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what that crazy woman said? Start breaking Kenjaku's domain. If you don't break the domain, how can we go up and beat Kenjaku? Originally, the 4 disaster curses had planned to attack and surprise Kenjaku the moment he used his domain. But when they saw the open domain, they realized that they could not rush forward. Otherwise, even if all 4 of them open their domains together, their domains will be destroyed from the outside by Kenjaku. Thus, they won't be able to launch a surprise attack. His open domain is close to Sukuna in terms of solidity. I'm afraid I won't be able to remove it in a short time. Sweat was already oozing out of Tenjin's forehead. He realized that he had made a serious mistake in his judgment. With his skills, it is indeed possible to break an open domain, but he had overlooked a crucial point. That is, even among open domains, there are differences. At first, he had thought that even if Kenjaku had an open domain, it would definitely not be as solid as Sukuna's domain. But the fact is, Kenjaku's domain is probably not much less durable than Sukuna's. If Kenjaku is given another 1,000 years to grow, he might have a chance to become the next Sukuna. What did you say? Yago and the others were upset, and they wanted to rush up and beat Tengen up first. Tengen had vowed before that even if Kenjaku's domain was an open barrier type, he would be able to crack it within a minute. But now he is telling that it cannot be resolved in a short period of time. Then how can they give Kenjaku a beating? Doesn't this mean that Choso had been beaten for nothing? The most unlucky person is probably Yuki, who is fighting against Kenjaku. On the battlefield, Yuki looked at the huge pillar with human faces hanging on it behind Kenjaku with a solemn look. There is no mistake, there is no domain barrier at all, this is an open domain like Sukuna's. She had called out to Tengen just now, but hadn't received a response yet. She had given up hope on Tengen. She had completely given up the Tengen plan in her heart. Fortunately, she had believed Kazuma's words. Otherwise, she would have foolishly opened her domain to fight against Kenjaku. If she had done so, her domain would have been shattered and she would have entered a burnout period. At that time, she would fall into an irretrievable situation. So, now, the only way to deal with it is new shadow style, simple domain. Boom. In an instant, a simple small circle of 3 meters in size appeared under Yuki's feet. This simple domain can effectively resist ordinary domains. However, when facing Kenjaku's womb perfusion, it was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a strong corrosive force. Yuki was extremely shocked. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't open her domain now. And Kenjaku, who was standing opposite, was also very puzzled. Simple domain. Yuki did not open her domain as he had expected. But this is totally inconsistent with her fighting style, right? Shouldn't she immediately expand her domain and fight against him? Could it be that she knew from the beginning that his domain was an open barrier type? Kenjaku shook his head and quickly rejected the idea. Although Tengen is knowledgeable, he is not a prophet and cannot predict his killer move. Who could have reminded Yuki? Or maybe Yuki's intelligence was beyond his imagination, and she was able to detect something wrong in advance just by her own perception. Kenjaku threw away the thoughts in his mind and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What if she knew? Does she naively think that she can resist his domain with just a simple domain? Having been scheming for thousands of years, he knew better than anyone that in the face of absolute strength, any strategy is meaningless. Since you don't want to open your domain, then just go and die. 184, Simple Domain versus Domain. As he spoke, the terrifying faces on the pillar behind Kenjaku rushed out of the pillar and flew towards Yuki at a high speed. The piercing, sharp howls seemed to have some effect on the mind. Yuki's simple domain was constantly compressed and weakened under the attack of the human faces. The guaranteed hit effect within the domain made it impossible for Yuki to dodge, so she could only endure it. Looking at Yuki, who was in a passive position, Kenjaku said tauntingly, "Where is the smugness from before? Do you really think that you can fight me with just this small, simple domain? Open your domain, don't let this kind of battle become too boring." Facing Kenjaku's ridicule, Yuki ignored it and gave up defense, going on the offensive. Instead of standing still and waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative to attack. She knew very well in her heart that the 4 disaster curses were waiting for a perfect opportunity to enter the battlefield. In this case, she will create this opportunity. Wrapped in the simple domain, she ran towards Kenjaku at a high speed. At the same time, in order to make Kenjaku less vigilant, she shouted, "Hurry up, Tengen. Stupid." Looking at Yuki rushing towards him, Kenjaku had already anticipated Tengen's plan. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, "Only that old Tengen can come up with such a stupid idea in this world." He slowly raised his fingers and spoke indifferently, "I am different from him. I emerged from bloody battles, but Tengen. To put it bluntly, he's just an old antique who stays at home." At this time, inside the hall, Kenjaku was already sweating profusely and was completely at a loss. A minute was about to pass, and he still had no idea what to do. If Yuki only relies on the simple domain, she won't be able to hold out for long. If he had listened to Kazuma's words from the beginning and discussed new tactics with the 4 disaster curses immediately, how could this have happened? Only by removing his emptiness barrier, will there be a chance of survival. However, as time passed, only a few spots of the simple domain under Yuki's feet remained, and it would soon be completely stripped away. At that time, what awaited her would be an indiscriminate attack. Kenjaku laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, you have no chance to get close to me. I will make you pay me back 100 or 1,000 times for the punch you just gave me." He raised his hands high, and at this moment, the terrifying aura in the domain was mobilized in his hands. "Go to hell, Yuki." Eerie words came out of his mouth. The next second, the terrifying attack of countless vengeful spirits, accompanied by the piercing roars of countless human faces, suddenly fell. Boom! The powerful destructive force caused the entire earth to collapse instantly, and even the huge tombs of Star Corridor was shaking. The power of this attack far exceeded the supernova that Choso had previously used. Looking at Yuki, who was overwhelmed by the attack, Kenjaku laughed in his heart. Because of the guaranteed hit effect in his domain, she could only endure it. Without the simple field's defense, Yuki would surely be seriously injured. However, the next second, a domain like the starry sky spread out instantly. Yuki's long brown hair fluttered, her hands were in a seal position, and she stood in the center, intact. Behind her was a huge black hole that was slowly rotating. It was constantly swallowing up the tiny stars around it. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Domain? Yuki opened her domain. How did she get the courage to open her domain? Tengen widened his eyes and looked at Yuki in disbelief. Even though Yuki knew that her domain would be suppressed, she still insisted on opening it. Could it be that she wants to take Kenjaku down with her? A gleam flashed in Yago's eyes, and he stretched his neck. Here comes the opportunity. On the battlefield, Kenjaku watched on as Yuki opened her domain to offset his fatal blow. Seeing this, he was not disappointed. On the contrary, the smile on his face became even more sinister. If Yuki hadn't opened her domain, there might still be a chance for her to survive. But since she had opened her domain, this battle would no longer be a suspense for him. Boom! The forces of the two domains constantly confronted each other. At first, they were evenly matched, but soon, Kenjaku actually gave up directly confronting Yuki's domain. Instead, he used the special features of an open domain to continuously attack the outer barrier of Yuki's domain from the outside. Click! Seeing a crack appear on the top of her domain, Yuki remained calm. She continuously injected imaginary mass into Garuda's body. She has to do her best to inflict a fatal blow to Kenjaku's domain before she enters the burnout period. A minute passed. Kenjaku constantly attacked the outer barrier of Yuki's domain. However, Yuki could only passively defend, without any means of attack. The outer barrier of Yuki's domain was already covered with dense cracks. It seemed as if it would completely fall apart in the next second. Kenjaku's eyes flashed with a cold look, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. He said, "This is just the last struggle before your death." As he spoke, he exerted force with both hands. He condensed a sharp spear to pierce the outer barrier of Yuki's domain. Bang! With a loud and clear sound, Yuki's domain finally shattered. Everything was rapidly dissipating. Without the protection of the domain, the evil spirit's black energy enveloped her again. Suddenly, wounds began to appear on her body. Even with the neutralizing effect of the simple domain, she still couldn't withstand this endless attack. However, as the simple domain quickly dissipated, there was no panic on Yuki's face. Instead, she stared at Kenjaku in front of her. Her Shikigami, Garuda, had disappeared. "It's time to end this. You have entered the burnout period and will not be able to use the cursed techniques engraved in your body for a short period of time. The disappearance of the simple domain will be the final countdown of your life. Yuki, you really disgraced the name of a special grade sorcerer and did not satisfy me at all. As for the reason for your defeat, it's all because you trusted that old fellow Tengen too much." A smug smile appeared on Kenjaku's face. Yuki could now only use the most basic physical skills to dodge his next attack. Apart from Toji of the past, he couldn't think of anyone who could survive under such circumstances. Too bad, she's not Toji. Disgracing the name of a special grade sorcerer? Really? Yuki's hoarse words came out. The next second, Kenjaku's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, what about the Shikigami behind her? Even if she can't use her cursed technique now, it shouldn't affect her Shikigami. A bad premonition surged in his mind. Thousands of years of experience in life and death battles made him subconsciously use a cursed technique to protect himself. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 185 for new domains. As expected, a strong aura came from behind. Suddenly turning around, Kenjaku saw Yuki's Shikigami, Garuda. This Shikigami, which was filled with imaginary mass, was like a giant white python, flying towards him at a high speed. Fortunately, he had prepared defenses in advance. With the buff of the domain, he would not suffer fatal damage. Come on, this should be your last struggle, right? However, the next second, confusion appeared in Kenjaku's eyes. Garuda actually brushed past him and slammed into the human-faced pillar behind him. His expression suddenly changed. What a cunning, crazy woman. Her target was not him but the core of his domain. That's right. Although his domain is an open barrier type, the huge human-faced pillar behind him was its core. It was also the most vulnerable part. This was why he had stayed here and never left since opening his domain. He was preventing Yuki from noticing the flaw and launching an attack. And now, the thing he feared the most had happened. During the battle with Yuki's domain just now, his open domain had been weakened. If his core were to be hit by this imaginary Shikigami, he feared. Boom. The moment Garuda came into contact with the pillar, it instantly released all the imaginary mass contained in its body. The extraordinary power blasted a huge gap in the entire barrier. The human-faced pillar behind Kenjaku trembled violently under the horrific impact, then cracked in two and collapsed. Seeing this, Yuki wiped the blood off her face, but the mocking words she had prepared stopped at her lips. How is that possible? The pillar had clearly been destroyed, so why did the domain still exist? Could the collapse of the pillar only serve to weaken the domain? Damn open domain, it's so tricky. Ugh. Kenjaku slowly stood up, his face extremely grim. He said, what a surprise, but your vision is too shallow after all. Even if the pillar collapses, I can still maintain the existence of my domain. For thousands of years, I have constantly sought progress, while you sorcerers have remained stagnant. Today, the gap is evident. Die in despair, special grade disgrace. Kenjaku flickered and instantly appeared beside Yuki like a ghost. Just as his horrific fatal blow was about to land, several strange-shaped insects suddenly flew out from around him. Kenjaku was startled. This is Ember Insect. The Ember Insects rapidly expanded and then detonated instantly. Boom. The immense impact force sent Kenjaku flying. Barely managing to steady himself, Kenjaku looked down at his scorched hands in disbelief. Isn't this Yago's technique? Could it be that? Boom. The doors of the Tombs of Star Corridor slowly swung open. In Kenjaku's widened eyes, for all too familiar figures came into view. W.H. What? Mahito flashed his usual harmless smile, waving his hand. Long time no see, Kenjaku. Humph. Yago grumbled, clearly annoyed. Why are you still being polite to him? Let's just attack already. On the side, Yuki exhaled in relief. She curled her lips and whispered softly, Kazuma, you really are a reliable man. Now that the 4 disaster curses had arrived to disrupt the situation, she had enough time to recover from the burnout period. By then, it would be the day of Kenjaku's demise. Yago, Hanami, Mahito, Dagon. How is this possible? Kenjaku was so shocked he could barely speak. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, seeing them here in the flesh still left him utterly stunned. Countless questions raced through his mind. He had seen them die with his own eyes. How could they be standing here, completely intact? Besides, weren't they supposed to be trapped in that culling game? How were they here now? Why were they attacking him? Had they truly joined Jujutsu High? But who in Jujutsu High possessed such power? Before, he had suspected Tengen, but now, he was certain Tengen, that old shut-in, could never have orchestrated this. Which meant, someone else was behind it. Jujutsu High truly hides monsters in the shadows. Kenjaku first used reverse curse technique to heal his burnt palm, then feigned sadness as he looked at them. It's wonderful to see you again. But unfortunately, it seems that this time, we are no longer allies. The moment he saw the Ember Insect, Kenjaku knew the 4 disaster curses were now on Jujutsu High's side. Had they been hiding this whole time, watching everything unfold? TCH, the only drawback of an open domain has appeared. It allows free entry and exit. This was a real headache. He had finally cornered Yuki into a desperate situation. But now, at the last moment, his former chess pieces had returned to ruin everything. Beyond anger, Kenjaku also felt a growing sense of unease. It felt as though someone had predicted all of this. Yago said, TCH. Stop pretending to be kind. Have you ever treated us as allies for even 1 second? Sparks flickered ominously from the volcano atop Yago's head, and the surrounding temperature started to rise. Kenjaku paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. He said, being reborn has matured your thinking, Yago. But why are you still so hot-headed? He secretly glanced at Yuki, who was recovering in the distance, then turned back to Mahito. So, your purpose here isn't just to reminisce, is it? These 4 troublemakers had to be dealt with fast. Otherwise, once Yuki recovers from the burnout, everything he has worked for will be ruined. He might even end up being surrounded. Mahito narrowed his eyes with a smile and said, we came here for one reason, Kenjaku. To beat the hell out of you. The reason? You used us as pawns from the very beginning. Hearing this, Kenjaku's expression darkened instantly. His worst fear had come true. Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized his domain, launching a massive, overwhelming attack at the 4 disaster curses. Seeing this, Yago yelled toward Yuki in the distance, hey, crazy woman, get out of here. It's time for the disaster curses show. Then, 4 distinct voices echoed simultaneously. Domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Domain expansion, shining sea of growing branches. Domain expansion, horizon of the captivating Skanda. Kenjaku gritted his teeth and said, fine, very well. See how I crush your domains like eggshells. 186, Domain Self-Destruction. Boom. The bombardment of the 5 domains was causing the entire Tombs of Star Corridor to fall apart. Several huge volcanic turrets suddenly appeared around Yago. Boom. Terrifying flames erupted, and the scorching heat instantly raised the temperature in the air. Mahito had a crazed expression on his face. His mouth opened wide in laughter, and 3 pairs of pale little hands grew out of it. The small hands intertwined, forming an extremely complex hand seal. Under his control, countless pale hands condensed and bloomed like lotus flowers. A massive hand stretched infinitely, and swept toward Kenjaku, who was in the air. "Kenjaku, take this slap." Hanami, who stood calmly nearby, summoned countless vines from behind, shooting them towards Kenjaku. Dagon was not to be outdone. He suddenly swung his legs and spread his arms wide. Death swarm. All of a sudden, countless giant fish emerged from the sea, each opening its bloody maw, biting toward Kenjaku. Before Kenjaku could curse, Yago became annoyed and shouted at Dagon, "Watch it. Don't put out my flames." Mahito cackled excitedly, "Hanami, you're being too serious. You should tie up Kenjaku with vines, any posture is fine. Then I can reward him with a big slap." Faced with the fierce attacks of the 4 disaster curses and their taunting, even the usually calm Kenjaku almost couldn't help but curse. While the 4 disaster curses were not stronger than him individually, each had their own domain, and their curse techniques were difficult to handle. Most importantly, he still couldn't understand, why were they attacking him so relentlessly? Wasn't it Gojo and Kazuma who had killed them? And yet, their faces were filled with excitement. Their fighting spirit was practically overflowing. Why didn't they go this hard against Gojo and Kazuma? They had immediately deployed their domains against him, as if they had an irreconcilable grudge. At most, he had only used them as pawns. Was that really so unforgivable? There has to be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Angry as he was, Kenjaku's 1,000 years of combat experience and deep understanding of the 4 disaster curses techniques allowed him to barely hold his ground. The guaranteed hit effects of the domains were cancelled out during the clash. For now, neither side could overwhelm the other. Tengen, hiding in the darkness of the main hall, was utterly dumbfounded. The sight of the 4 disaster curses fighting against Kenjaku was beyond belief. At first, he had doubted the authenticity of the information that stated that Kenjaku had an open domain. Then, he had refused to believe that the 4 disaster curses would actually side with Jujutsu High. Yet, one by one, those doubts were shattered as the battle unfolded. Ironically, from start to finish, Tengen looked like the clown. But deep inside, Tengen felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Now that the 4 disaster curses have joined the fight, Yuki finally has a chance to catch a breather. All they need to do is hold on until Yuki breaks free from the burnout phase, then Kenjaku will be finished. It seems Kazuma is even more mysterious than he had imagined. Forget about how he had convinced the 4 disaster curses turn on Kenjaku. The most terrifying thing was that he had predicted Kenjaku's every move. This boy is unfathomable. Whether in raw strength or strategy, Kazuma could actually keep up with Kenjaku. In terms of intelligence, he might even surpass him. But Tengen still couldn't figure out how had Kazuma known about Kenjaku's open domain. Back on the battlefield, the simultaneous presence of 5 domains filled the entire area with violent cursed energy. The domains of Yago and the others existed within Kenjaku's, but Kenjaku cleverly expanded his domain just enough to enclose them. Both sides stood their ground, unwilling to make the first move. Although Kenjaku was stronger than the 4 disaster curses in both raw power and domain mastery, there were still 4 of them. Plus, his domain had already been severely damaged by that crazy woman, Yuki. His expression was grimmer than ever before. Everything happening now was far beyond his expectations. First, Yuki had refused to engage him directly. Then, the 4 disaster curses, who had once fought alongside him, were now turning their fangs against him. And worst of all, he hadn't forgotten about Yuki in the background. Once she recovers from the burnout phase, she'll be ready to strike. Wolves ahead. A tiger behind. Even Yago and the others were shocked. Although they had already witnessed Kenjaku's terrifying power, seeing him fight in person was something else entirely. This 1,000-year-old monster had been hiding his true strength all along. Enough! Kenjaku roared. The longer this drags on, the worse his situation will become. Even if he can hold out and destroy all their domains from the outside, it will be useless. By that time, Yuki might have already recovered. He has to seize control of the battlefield. His expression darkened. It's time to gamble everything. Maximum Uzumaki. As he spoke, a massive dark vortex erupted behind him. Pairs of terrifying hands scrambled to crawl out. The voices of countless cursed spirits overlapped, spreading ominously throughout the battlefield. These were all the cursed spirits he had carefully cultivated over the centuries. They might not pose a threat to Yuki, but for the 4 disaster curses, that was a different story. Kenjaku sneered at Yago and the others. Didn't you 4 always believe you were superior to ordinary cursed spirits? Then I'll let you die at their hands. With a wave of his hand, countless cursed spirits rushed from the vortex. Mahito sighed, glancing at the shrunken mummy in his grasp. Ah, it's all Kazuma's fault for stopping me from killing freely. My stockpile is running low. Yago grinned and said, who can be as crazy as us, disaster curses? No one should be able to escape CT burnout, right? Mahito's eyes lit up as he turned to Yago in surprise. You mean, let everyone enter CT burnout? Yago nodded with a sinister smirk. Mahito gasped dramatically, stepping back and pointing a finger. You, who are you? Get out of Yago's body. Idiot. Yago snapped. Kenjaku's open domain is too strong, we can't win in a direct fight. But after fighting for so long, I've almost reached my limit. And that pillar is getting smaller. So I'll blow up my own domain and drag him down with me. Hanami and Dagon exchanged glances. Then, as the cursed spirits charged toward them, they raised their hands, and formed a hand seal. 60 advanced chapters on. p@trian.com/alex1000. 187. Everyone enters CT burnout. Kenjaku on the opposite side was confused by this scene. Careful observation revealed that the hand seals of the 4 disaster curses had changed. What other tricks can they come up with? Click. A crisp sound brought Kenjaku's thoughts back to normal. He focused his eyes and saw cracks beginning to appear on the outer shells of the 4 disaster curses domains. But he was not pleased, his domain had already been greatly weakened after such a long battle. There was no way it could disintegrate all 4 domains at the same time in such a short period. The only possible explanation was, Kenjaku's pupils contracted. They're trying to detonate their own domains and drag him down with them. A mix of shock and rage surged through him. For the past 1,000 years, no fool had ever willingly self-destruct their own domain, because doing so would leave them defenseless. And yet, they were doing exactly that. The explosion of their domains would release an uncontrollable force, and his own domain would be caught in the impact. If all 4 domains explode simultaneously, his domain will undoubtedly collapse under the overwhelming force. In just an instant, Kenjaku fully grasped the 4 disaster curses' intentions. I won't let you succeed. Kenjaku tried to break free from their domains, but it was too late. Crack. The black, shell-like domains rapidly expanded, their energies leaking uncontrollably like time bombs about to detonate. Yago's face twisted into a wild grin. Boom. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire sky was swallowed by an overwhelming light. The force from the self-destruction of 4 domains was utterly uncontrollable. The surrounding structures were instantly reduced to rubble. Even Tenjin's highly reinforced empty barrier, built to withstand the strongest of forces, shattered into countless pieces. Fragments of what was once a powerful stronghold scattered like a broken mirror across the battlefield. The self-destruction lasted for 10 full seconds. When the dust settled, the tombs of Star Corridor was gone. All that remained was a wasteland of devastation. Tenjin stood atop a massive slab of debris, gazing at the destruction below with lifeless eyes. The place I lived in for so long, is gone. A deep sigh escaped from him. They're absolutely insane to have even thought of this. Ahem. As the dust continued to clear, Kenjaku weakly propped himself up, his voice hoarse as he looked toward Yago. Yago, you never ceased to amaze me. But was it worth it? None of us gained anything from this. The 4 disaster curses were clearly in bad shape. The backlash from detonating their domains had taken a heavy toll on them. Yago wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, looking down at his shattered arm. There was no gain. He smirked at Kenjaku, his voice laced with mockery. Why are you acting clueless? You're in the CT burnout period now, aren't you? Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Kenjaku's face stiffened, an incredibly rare sight for him. Yago was right. He had indeed entered CT burnout period, where all cursed techniques were rendered useless. That meant he could no longer use Geto's cursed spirit manipulation technique. Now, his only option was to rely on pure hand-to-hand combat. Of course, the same applied to Yago and the others. But there were 4 of them. As Kenjaku was still processing this, a grinning face covered in stitches suddenly appeared before his eyes. He, I can smell your fear. I never thought I'd see you afraid. Mahito cackled wildly. His fist, fully charged, shot forward. Bang! A sandbag-sized fist smashed straight into Kenjaku's face. Yeah, I won. Yago, I was the first to hit him in the face. Mahito threw his arms up, spinning around in celebration. Yago twitched. That bastard, he beat me to it. But before he could react, bang! A powerful fist struck Mahito, sending him crashing into the ground. Kenjaku glared at them, his face dark with rage. It was bad enough getting punched by Yuki, someone on his level. But these 4? The very disaster curses he once controlled had the audacity to humiliate him. Thousands of years of continued existence, only to end up getting bullied like this. At that moment, Yago and the others closed in, surrounding him in a triangle formation. Kenjaku narrowed his eyes and smirked. He said, I never thought I'd end up brawling like a common thug. Tell me, who brought you back? Yago responded with a hard punch. Kenjaku swiftly sidestepped, dodging the attack with ease. Even without his cursed techniques, 1,000 years of battle experience made him a deadly hand-to-hand fighter. Yago scoffed, want to know? Then beat it out of us. At his signal, Hanami and Dagon lunged from both sides. Bang! Kenjaku jumped at the last second, narrowly dodging their combined strike. The ground where he had just stood shattered, leaving a deep crater in its wake. As Kenjaku rapidly retreated, ready to counterattack, Mahito disappeared. A voice purred behind him. MMM. Kenjaku turned, only to see Mahito puckering his lips dramatically, pretending to kiss him. His face twisted in rage. TSK. Among the 4, Mahito was by far the most annoying. Before he could retaliate, the 4 disaster curses charged at him at once. Bang, bang, bang. The battlefield exploded into chaos. 4-on-1, with no cursed techniques, just raw physical combat. Kenjaku was barely managing to hold his own, and the most infuriating part? Mahito's fighting style was completely shameless. Cheap tricks, dirty moves, kicks to the groin, but, you name it. Kenjaku gritted his teeth, swearing to himself. If he gets out of this, he will definitely return all this after multiplying it hundreds of times to Mahito. Meanwhile, Yago and the others were growing increasingly alarmed. Why is he still standing? Even when facing 4 opponents, Kenjaku was holding his ground and he was only using one hand. Yago's fury boiled over and he said, "You arrogant bastard, take us seriously." Tengen, observing from a distance, was stunned. A battle between 5 special grade beings. Reduced to nothing more than a primitive street fight. No grand jujutsu. No deadly cursed technique-s. Just fists meeting flesh. But then, Kenjaku suddenly stopped dodging. He let himself get hit. Then, using the force of their attacks, he broke free. Like a ghost, he vanished from their reach and rushed straight toward Tengen. His fingers stretched out, aiming for direct contact. Tengen's mind went blank. If he touches me, it's over. But then, a familiar voice rang out. "Oi, did you forget about me?" Kenjaku's pupils shrank. Yuki had recovered. Oh no. 188, a brawl. Garuda. With a loud shout, a skeleton-like Shikigami shaped like a python tore through the air and appeared before Kenjaku's eyes. Kenjaku's shoulder was instantly pierced. His entire body was blown away. He could only watch helplessly as his hand moved further and further away from Tengen. He was one last step short. He had a chance to kill Yuki. This was all because of those damn 4 disaster curses. Oh, the true mastermind behind them. At this moment, Kenjaku felt extreme unwillingness. Now, there was no hope of killing Yuki or assimilating Tengen. Even his own life was under the greatest threat he'd ever faced. Sure enough, before he could even stop flying backward, a devilish voice rang out behind him. "Just now, you said I was a disgrace among the special grades." Blood trickled from the corners of Yuki's mouth and eyes. The price of forcibly recovering from CT burnout was damage to her cerebral cortex. On top of that, the injuries from her previous battle with Kenjaku left her looking like a blood-soaked ghost who was out for revenge. In Kenjaku's terrified gaze, Yuki suddenly swung a devastating punch infused with imaginary mass. Bang! The overwhelming force struck Kenjaku's body. As he flew backward, he realized that one of his arms had been blown off by the punch. Imaginary mass. What a terrifying attack. A strong sense of impending death consumed him. If we just take the sheer destructive power of cursed technique in consideration, this woman might even be more terrifying than Gojo. But, she looked like she was barely holding on. With his keen observational skills, Kenjaku instantly noticed something unusual. I see. She must have forcibly broken free from the CT burnout a few seconds early to stop him. What a crazy woman. Isn't she afraid that her brain will completely break down and she will turn into a lunatic? Considering her reckless domain outburst earlier, calling her insane was an understatement. Kenjaku was momentarily stunned by this desperate woman before him. He said, "You're insane. Why don't you care about your own body?" Yuki grinned, her bloodshot eyes locked onto him with uncontained excitement. "It's just a fatal wound. Obviously, I'll beat you up first." With those words, she vanished and reappeared behind Kenjaku like a phantom. A devastating kick, infused with imaginary mass, came crashing down. Kenjaku clenched his teeth. He had no choice. Simple domain. A domain with a 1-meter radius formed around him in an instant. Just recently, he had mocked Yuki for using a simple domain in desperation. Now, their roles were reversed and he was the one struggling to survive. If he doesn't activate a simple domain now, his body will be utterly crushed by Yuki's kick. Bang! Yuki's whip-like kick collided with the simple domain. Kenjaku's body slammed into the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater in the earth. The simple domain that had just formed was nearly shattered by the attack. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Kenjaku's lips. 1,000 years. It had been a full 1,000 years since he had suffered such grievous injuries. Glaring at Yuki's blood-stained face, Kenjaku screamed in his mind. Why won't she use reverse cursed technique to heal herself? If she did, he'd finally get a moment to breathe. He attempted to use his cursed energy but realized that his entire energy flow felt short-circuit. Yet, the corner of his lips suddenly curled into a wicked smirk. You really want to fight to the death? Kenjaku sneered. Don't forget, this body belongs to Geto. If you kill me, this body disappears. I doubt Gojo would want that, right? Before Yuki could reply, bam! Yago's fist smashed into Kenjaku's face. As Kenjaku was sent flying, Yago took a leisurely puff from his pipe. Yago said, what the hell is a Geto? Or a Gojo? I don't give a damn. Yuki sighed. Well, the 4 disaster curses may have been following Kazuma's orders, but at least they were helping her out. She could let them beat up Kenjaku a little longer. Besides, wasn't Geto's downfall somewhat related to her? She recalled that conversation in the school corridor. After she had spoken to Geto about her ideals, he had defected the very next day. Forget it. Let the 4 disaster curses do the work. With that thought, Yuki moved to stand beside Tengen, just in case. Then she began healing her injuries with reverse curse technique. Tengen sighed. This time, it's thanks to you. Yuki didn't even look at him and said, I refuse to talk to someone whose bad decision-making almost got me killed. If this had been before, she might not have liked Tengen, but she at least acknowledged his importance. But now, she had completely lost trust in him. If she hadn't chosen to believe Kazuma, she would have died because of Tengen's incompetence. So from now on, she was holding on to Kazuma's coattails for dear life. Tengen's mouth twitched, but he had no rebuttal. Compared to Kazuma, he really had seemed foolish this time. And without Kazuma, this entire crisis could have ended in disaster. He had promised to break Kenjaku's domain quickly, but he had failed, and it nearly got Yuki killed. All because deep down, he still clung to his pride. Yuki shot Tengen a contemptuous glance and said, why are you still standing here, waiting for Kenjaku to get another chance to assimilate you? Tengen's expression darkened. This entire Tombs of Star corridor is in ruins, where the hell is he supposed to go? Meanwhile, Kenjaku's situation had turned utterly miserable. With no access to his cursed techniques, he was forced to fight the 4 disaster curses with nothing but his bare hands. Also, he only has one arm left. This plan is a complete failure. He needs to escape. Bang! A fist sent him crashing into the ground again. Before he could even react, a gleeful cackle echoed above him. He he he. Kenjaku looked up just in time to see a grinning Mahito soaring toward him. The dark soles of Mahito's shoes filled his entire vision. I step on you, I step on you, I step on you. Mahito stomped down gleefully, over and over again. Kenjaku weakly raised his remaining arm to block, his eyes blazing with murderous fury. But the more he glared, the more Yago and the others kept hitting him. Then suddenly, the corners of Kenjaku's mouth curled into a sinister smirk. Finally, he had waited for this moment. 60 advanced chapters on. p@trian.com/alex1000. 189. Kenjaku the Genius. Reverse curse technique. As the words left Kenjaku's mouth, the broken arm and various injuries across his body instantly healed. Boom! A powerful impact sent Mahito flying off him. Kenjaku stood up, and pinched the end of the suture on his forehead with his index finger and thumb. Then he suddenly pulled, leaving everyone watching in confusion. Sizzle. The top of his head split open, exposing his pale brain for all to see. For thousands of years, some called him Kamo Noritoshi while others called him Kenjaku. But no one realized that his greatest strength wasn't taking over bodies or stealing cursed techniques. It was his brain itself. He glanced around, smiling gently. Actually, I have a big ultimate move. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 disaster curses changed instantly. They cautiously retreated dozens of meters. There was no way around it. Kenjaku's sudden action was too terrifying. Why would he open his head in the middle of a fight and casually announce an ultimate move? In the distance, Yuki widened her eyes, a bad premonition creeping up her spine. A black hole quietly formed behind her, continuously drawing in imaginary mass. It was meant to be her final trump card, but now it seemed unnecessary against Kenjaku. Still, it was always good to be prepared. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Kenjaku's gentle, fake smile suddenly twisted. It morphed into something vicious and deranged. Tengen frowned. A secret move? Could he have already escaped the CT burnout period? Otherwise, no matter how powerful his attack, it would still rely on his cursed techniques. Kenjaku was becoming harder to read, and it was possible he had broken free from the CT burnout in record time. Puff! Kenjaku's 5 fingers curled into claws and suddenly reached into his brain. Then, with a sickening motion, he peeled off a small piece. Under everyone's shocked stares, he used reverse curse technique to instantly restore it. Yago was stunned. Reverse curse technique. Wasn't he in the CT burnout period like him? Hee. Sewing up his head, Kenjaku smirked darkly. I'm sure everyone here knows that the reason CT burnout happens is because the fragile brain can't handle a powerful load. And so, a self-protection mechanism kicks in. A sorcerer capable of reaching the special grade level has willpower far beyond their physical limits. But what if I simply remove my brain, force the curse technique to restore itself, and immediately heal it with reverse curse technique? At that moment, a massive vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Everyone recognized it instantly. It was none other than Geto Suguru's curse technique, Maximum Uzumaki. Yuki, compared to your reckless, brain-damaging struggle to break free from the CT burnout, my method is far superior, don't you think? In terms of talent, I surpass everyone from your Jujutsu high, except Gojo. More than that, Yuki, you're still just a child compared to me. Kenjaku's manic laughter echoed through Tombs of Star corridor. Everyone held their breath. This lunatic. He had devised such a terrifying method just by observing how Yuki had forcibly broken free from the CT burnout. This technique was possible only for someone insane enough to rip open their own skull. The vortex behind him was no illusion. It was clear, Kenjaku had really escaped CT burnout. Tengen was shaken to the core. Hundreds of years ago, he had sensed that this man, Kenjaku, was extraordinarily gifted. But he had never imagined this. Yuki frowned. Something felt off, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly. Ignoring his taunts, she waved dismissively, unimpressed. She said, okay, you're amazing. Happy now? You've lived 1,000 years, yet a junior like me almost managed to kill you. And you're still laughing. If I could use domain expansion, you'd have joined Geto long ago. Kenjaku thought he was impressive, but Kazuma had still tricked him. Maybe Kenjaku hadn't even realized that this had all happened because of Kazuma's words. As she spoke, the black hole behind her kept growing in power. Kenjaku ignored Yuki and instead turned toward Mahito with a grin. He said, "Come to think of it, I should thank you for your idle transfiguration." Mahito blinked, confused. What does he mean? Is there something he hasn't fully unlocked in his own cursed technique? The next second, the vortex behind Kenjaku expanded at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, half of the Tombs of Star Corridor was swallowed. A crushing, terrifying aura erupted from the vortex. Retreat! Yago's sudden roar rang out. The 4 disaster curses immediately withdrew at full speed. They didn't know what technique Kenjaku was about to unleash, but its sheer presence was unprecedented. Kenjaku spread his arms and slowly rose into the sky, his robe billowing without wind. "Tengen, your Tombs of Star Corridor is already rotting. Why don't I help renovate it?" As soon as he spoke, he violently swung his arms. A colossal vortex engulfed the sky. Yago and the others watched as the enormous vortex descended, their expressions grim. Without hesitation, Tengen used the last of his empty barrier's energy to create a protective shield around them. As the vortex loomed closer, everyone braced themselves for impact. Would Tengen's barrier hold against such an overwhelming attack? However, the moment the vortex touched the barrier, nothing happened. Everything remained calm, peaceful. Not even a hint of cursed energy fluctuation could be seen. Yago scratched his head, puzzled. Wait, is Tengen's barrier this strong? Did it just neutralize Kenjaku's ultimate move? Kenjaku said, "Everyone, I look forward to our next meeting." Everyone instinctively snapped their heads up. Somehow, Kenjaku had grown a pair of flesh wings. Mahito gasped, pointing at him with a trembling finger. He lied to me. Wasn't this just a basic application of idle transfiguration? What a trick. A smirk tugged at Yuki's lips. Behind her, a massive black hole began to rise. The fleeing Kenjaku suddenly froze, turning back in horror. There, in the sky, an inky black miniature sun was slowly forming. The sight alone sent a wave of sheer deathly fear through his body. Is that an actual black hole? She actually possessed such a terrifying technique. Yuki's voice drifted through the air. Let me show you what it really means to destroy the world. 190. Kenjaku's still alive? This move is also called Ultimate Star Rage. It is Yuki's ultimate killer move. She has never used it since she had mastered this technique. Now, let Kenjaku experience its power. The black hole was suspended in midair, not touching the ground below, but it had forcibly created a huge deep pit. The whole sky lost its light temporarily. Madman. Yago and the others looked at the black hole behind Yuki and felt their scalps tingling. Including Tengen, they all retreated and hid. The compression of absolute mass instantly forms an ultra-high-density black hole. All objects and living things, even light, will be completely swallowed up. At this moment, all that was left for Kenjaku was boundless terror. He flapped his flesh wings madly, with only one thought in his mind. Escape. No one can withstand this black hole. Don't waste your efforts. I can't think of any way to avoid this attack except Kazuma's Kamui. Gravity, mass, and time will cease to exist at this moment. Yuki's playful words came from behind. Kenjaku suddenly lowered his head and saw a terrifying black shadow appearing under his feet. The powerful suction seemed to drag him into the abyss of hell. Everything around him fell into absolute darkness, and the only sound in his ears was the mocking voice of that damn woman. What now? Am I, a young kid, crazier than you? Yuki asked. At this moment, Kenjaku was completely speechless. The ground buildings of the Tombs of Star Corridor were reduced to ashes. The underground place shook violently, and the terrifying black hole with white light seemed bottomless. The empty barrier that Tengen and even the entire Jujutsu High were so proud of no longer existed. Boom. At this moment, the world was eclipsed. At this moment, there was only an endless roar in their ears. After the end of the world, the broken dome of the Tombs of Star Corridor cast dazzling sunlight, contrasting with the devastation on the ground. For the first time in hundreds of years, the Tombs of Star Corridor, which had never seen sunlight, welcomed the light. There was complete silence all around, as if the brutal battle just now had never happened. At this moment, there was no trace of Kenjaku. Yuki knelt weakly on the ground, a satisfied smile appearing on her pale face. The reason she had used this move was because she wanted to respond to Kenjaku's words. She can accept others saying she is weak, but she will never accept someone being crazier than herself. The damage she caused was just the one she could control. If she is given enough time, she can even bury the entire earth with her. Yago and the others slowly crawled out from underground. They stuck their heads out, and carefully observed the scene around them. Now, I'm afraid even the ashes of Kenjaku have been scattered by you. Tengen stepped on a piece of gravel and sighed. With such power, I'm afraid that even if Kenjaku is given another life, he won't be able to survive. Yuki smiled confidently and said, I told you, no one can survive this move except for Kamui. Yago breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. He said, now that Kenjaku is gone, now I can finally go kill someone. Murder. Yuki frowned and glanced at the 4 disaster curses with a threatening look. Although I'm in a very weak state now, I should have no problem beating the 4 of you. Mahito said, Yago, can't you explain yourself clearly? Yago waved his hands and explained with a laugh, don't get me wrong, we received instructions from Kazuma to capture the high-ranking officials and throw them into the culling game to give Kazuma and his team points. Just now, the 4 of them had received instructions from Kazuma in their minds at the same time. After they have beaten up Kenjaku, they should go to the higher-ups. Hearing this, Yuki's expression changed instantly, and her eyes lit up. She said, go to those higher UPS to kill them. Take me with you. Shoko had already told her about the decisions of the higher-ups. This bunch of rotten oranges are completely hopeless, she has long wanted to destroy these hopeless old guys. When that happens, I will create a black hole directly on top of their heads. Yago's mouth twitched. This crazy woman. As expected, none of the 4 special grade sorcerers from Jujutsu High are normal. As if she had just remembered something, Yuki showed a dangerous smile and said, Tengen, you should not have heard anything, right? Tengen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He said, the world of Jujutsu is completely in chaos. What happens at the top has nothing to do with me. Humph, you're smart. Yuki was now filled with anger. If Tengen dared to speak out to stop her, she won't mind using him to vent her anger. When everyone had left, a faint thumping sound was heard from beneath the silent rubble. Bang! Under the suddenly propped-up stone stood a man covered in scars. Half of his body had been blown away by the terrifying black hole just now. With his only remaining hand, he gently brushed off the dust on his body. Kenjaku said with emotion, what an ultimate killer move. She's even crazier than me. Yuki, I recognize you and look forward to the next battle. At the last moment of life and death, he had no choice but to use a technique that wasn't known to the public. That is the anti-gravity system. The owner of this cursed technique is Yuji's mother, Kaori. At the critical moment, he had instantly activated the anti-gravity system technique. At that moment, he didn't know whether this method would work, but in a life-and-death situation, he had no other choice. Fortunately, he made the right bet and pulled half of his life out of the black hole. However, even with such a miraculous operation, he still almost died in the black hole. What a terrible woman. Thinking of this battle, Kenjaku couldn't help but laugh at himself. In thousands of years, he has never been so miserable. This time he has completely failed and the chance of assimilating Tengen has become very low. With the addition of Kazuma, the culling game has probably really turned into a game of killing monsters and leveling up. Gojo will be unsealed soon, and his injuries may not recover in a short time. It's really troublesome. But Kenjaku took a deep breath and smiled with enjoyment. It's great to be alive. Having lived for 1,000 years, he cherishes his life more than anyone else. Anything and any plan requires a life to be done, and also requires a life to witness, right? He is not like those fools like Yago who are willing to die for their ideals. The best plan at the moment is to regroup with Sukuna first, and the subsequent plans will be carried out around him. I wonder how Urim is doing. 191 Angel. Colony number 1. Inside a luxurious skyscraper room, Yuji and Megami were sitting at the dining table. Opposite them was a girl with golden curly hair, a halo on her head, and a pair of angel-like wings behind her. Hana tilted her head and smiled slightly. She asked, did you sleep well, the 2 people of destiny? Yuji smiled and politely responded, it was okay. After the 2 had rushed to the culling game, they had encountered Higuruma and Registar respectively. Finally, after an unremitting search, they finally found Angel that they had been searching for, Kurisu Hana. Seeing Megami, who was worried about his sister, Yuji summoned his golden bug and showed it. Don't be so sullen, Megami. We are getting closer and closer to victory. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and continued, Hakari-senpai has scored 100 points, and Yuta-senpai has scored an impressive 190 points. Kazuma, who seems to have a cheat code, has even scored 500 points. With these points, you will definitely be able to save your sister. Hearing this, Megami felt a little better. As long as they can meet up with Kazuma and others, there will be hope. Megami took a deep breath and looked seriously at the blonde girl sitting opposite him, staring at him with a crazy look on her face. Megami asked, Hana, are you really Angel? If so, please help us unseal the prison realm. Megami felt that Kurisu Hana was not like an angel, but more like a nymphomaniac. At this moment, a voice that did not belong to Hana reached their ears. Yes, I am Angel. The next second, a terrifying mouth appeared on Kurisu Hana's face. Yuji was petrified on the spot when he saw this. He couldn't even speak clearly, mouth. He knew the mouth on Hana's face very well. Isn't this exactly the same as with Sukuna in his body? However, the mouth on Hana's face didn't care about the exaggerated reactions and started to talk. Hey, Megami, I remember what Hana thinks. Before she could finish her words, Hana, who was blushing, slapped the mouth. However, the mouth appeared on the back of Hana's hand. Knowing that Hana was thin-skinned, Angel changed the subject. My innate curse technique can invalidate any cursed technique. The colonies are no exception. So this is why Hana and I can freely cross the colonies without consuming points. Of course, the main reason is that there is a mad demon in the second colony. The mad demon mentioned by Angel refers to Kashimo, who was fooled by Panda. As for the prison realm you mentioned, I can actually unlock it. Hearing this, Yuji's eyes flashed with excitement, and he even stood up excitedly. His tense nerves were relieved, and he excitedly high-fived Hana. However, the next second, Angel's words sounded again. But, I need you to help me find someone. The disgraced one. If you help me find and kill the disgraced one, I will immediately unlock the prison realm. As the word disgraced one was spoken, Yuji's eyes suddenly widened. The extremely evil feeling came again. The scene suddenly changed, and a scenery filled with blood and bones appeared before his eyes. The countless broken limbs and arms scattered on the ground let him know that this was the devil's domain. Sukuna sat on the mountain of bones and said impatiently, I feel sick when I see your lowly face. Living inside your body is the only shame of my life. But now, for your life and my safety, I'm going to tell you a secret before you, an idiot, spill the beans. Yuji clenched his fists and stared at Sukuna. He wanted to see what this demon who killed people without blinking an eye had to say. The next second, Sukuna's words made Yuji completely frozen in place. I am the disgraced one. Facing Angel, who was his nemesis, Sukuna told Yuji his other name from thousands of years ago. Did you understand, idiot? What? You damn jinx, how much does everyone hate you that you have so many nicknames? Yuji pointed at Sukuna angrily. If he could defeat him, he would beat this demon that had occupied his body to death today. Okay, then I will tell Angel that you are hiding inside me. Haha. Sukuna held his chin up, looked at him like a fool, and sneered, you will die. Yuji said, what if I die? For everyone's safety, for Gojo-sensei to see the light of day again, I am willing to die. It's you who ruined my life. It's you who made me a time bomb. As long as I die, I can at least make you lose more than half of your strength, or even destroy you together. Seeing Yuji become so angry, Sukuna was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yuji's hatred for him to have reached such a level. If it were someone else, this horrible negative emotion would immediately catalyze a powerful curse. This kid's willpower is amazingly strong. However, Sukuna no longer liked this body. The black-haired kid outside was even more tempting to him. After his thoughts turned upside down, Sukuna still smiled calmly and said, it doesn't matter if you die. But have you ever thought about what would happen if Angel finds out that I, the disgraced one that she wants to kill, has been living in your body? Will she still trust you? Will she help you unlock the prison realm? Perhaps that naive Hana will be willing, but the one who can make the decision is Angel, who is living in her body. Looking at Yuji, who was standing there in confusion, Sukuna revealed a wicked smile and waved his hand. Go ahead and tell her, but your dear Gojo-sensei will never come out again. Haha, idiot. Yuji lowered his head and said nothing, but his nails that were deeply embedded in his flesh revealed his anger and helplessness at the moment. Sukuna was right. Perhaps his death could replace Sukuna, but if Angel becomes suspicious, she might refuse to lift the seal. Then, Gojo-sensei will never see the light of day again. Yuji returned to the outside world. Megami noticed that something was wrong with Yuji's expression and was about to ask about it when he was interrupted. Anonymous has added a rule. Teleport the player Fushiguro Tsumaiki to the colony where Yuji is. Megami suddenly stood up and his eyes widened. Sister. 192, Tsumaiki. Megami's eyes suddenly widened, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Who on earth was willing to spend 100 points to teleport his sister here? Could it be Yuta-senpai and the others? But why Anonymous? Although he was extremely eager to see his sister Tsumaiki, he was not overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. At this time, Yuji, who was standing by, said, Megami, don't get excited. Don't forget that your sister was taken away by Kenjaku. Now she suddenly appears here. What conspiracy could there be? After saying that, Yuji called out to Sukuna frantically in his heart, wanting to ask if this was his conspiracy. But no matter how hard he pressed, the answer he got was just one word. Idiot. Wasn't it too much of a deliberate act to teleport Tsumaiki to Yuji's side? Yes, Yuji is right. Angel also nodded in agreement. Megami clenched his fists and said, no matter what, I have to go downstairs to check now. This is not a safe place, fighting is taking place all the time. If Tsumaiki encounters any danger, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Hey, your damn sister complex, let us go down with you. Seeing Megami's expression that showed he wouldn't change his mind, Yuji shook his head and smiled bitterly. Soon after, the platform downstairs. In the sky, a black figure suddenly landed on the ground. Ah. Tsumaiki, who fell from a high altitude but was unharmed, patted her chest, looking frightened. Wow, teleportation. Yuji was so shocked by this magical scene that he couldn't help but exclaim, this is exactly like playing a game. Megami, is this your sister? She's so beautiful. Megami glanced at Yuji with a wary look on his face, then fixed his eyes on his sister. Whether in appearance or tone of voice, the girl in front of him is no different from his sister. But, his sister had been lying in bed for many years and had fallen into a deep sleep because of a curse. But now, she had appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Was all this done by Kenjaku? What on earth does that damn guy want to do? Tsumaiki smiled as she looked at her brother who was deep in thought. She said, Megami, long time no see, did you miss me? Falling from the sky really gave me a scare. With just a few words from Tsumaiki, Megami was unable to think anymore. Sister. She is his sister, no one can imitate her. However, Hana on the side noticed that something was wrong. She remembered that when she was a child, she had seen Tsumaiki from a distance, and her personality seemed a little different from now, but she couldn't explain why. She looked at Tsumaiki and asked, Hello, Tsumaiki, do you know who spent 100 points to teleport you here? Now is the time to make a good impression on her future sister-in-law. But now, Megami is so excited that he has lost his judgment. She must figure out everything. Yuji smiled and asked, Oh, right, I almost forgot. Tsumaiki, which kind-hearted person teleported you here? You can talk about their appearance, too. For example, a weak-looking boy or a man with one red and one purple eye. In Yuji's opinion, if it was really the work of Jujutsu High, then either Yuta or Kazuma, who had the most points, were the most likely to be responsible. Moreover, these two people were present at the time and knew that Megami's sister was taken away by Kenjaku. Tsumaiki hesitated for a while, then nodded excitedly. She said, Yes. It was the man with one red eye and one purple eye who sent me here. It's thanks to him that I could be rescued, otherwise I might have never been able to see Megami again. Hearing this, Yuji and Megami breathed a sigh of relief. Putting aside the possibility of someone wearing cosmetic contact lenses, Kazuma is the only one in the entire world of Jujutsu to have such eyes. A man with one red and one purple eye. Hana tilted her head to show that she didn't understand. Neither she nor Angel within her had ever seen eyes like these. Angel's intuition made her feel inexplicably uneasy. But if she continues asking now, it will probably leave a bad impression on Megami. What are you doing standing there? Go and reunite with your sister. As he said that, Yuji transferred all his points to Megami without hesitation. By the way, spend another 100 points to send her back from the culling game. Megami stood there in a daze, feeling extremely grateful, and finally managed to utter two words. Thank you. He stepped forward, grabbed Tsumaiki's hand, transferred the points to her, and carefully instructed her how to add rules. Tsumaiki smiled and nodded. She took a step back, waved to the crowd, and blurted out. Add additional rules to allow players to enter and exit the colonies freely. What? As soon as Tsumaiki said these words, the three people's eyes widened in disbelief. What she should have said was, escape from the culling game. What on earth is going on? Megami suddenly took 2 steps back. His pupils shrank and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at Tsumaiki, who was smiling, and spoke slowly. You, who are you? Ha ha ha, the people in Jujutsu High are really idiots. Tsumaiki's expression suddenly changed. The originally gentle Onisan vibe that she gave off completely disappeared. A crazy smile appeared on her face. A voice that was completely different from Tsumaiki's echoed throughout the entire platform. Of course I am your sister, Megami. Get out of my sister's body now. Megami roared, unable to hold back his anger. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. He should have thought of this earlier. Why would Kenjaku lead his sister to meet Kazuma? For a moment, Yuji and Hana's brains went blank. Were they tricked? Not only was their feelings betrayed, but also the 100 points they had worked so hard to earn were wasted. Yuji clenched his fists. Who are you? What he hated most were people who played with people's feelings. Haha, let me tell you, my name is Yorozu. You may not have heard of it, but those old guys hundreds of years ago should know it. I have to thank you very much for giving me the answer to your question. Thanks to that, I was able to get away with it. Originally, when Yuji had asked who had teleported her here, Yorozu was shocked and didn't know how to respond. But who would have thought that this naive Yuji would actually give her the answer? Want to know who sent me here? I can tell you. I don't know her name, but she has white hair, a mushroom-type hairstyle, and a cold expressionless face. White mushroom hairstyle, facial paralysis girl? Yuji and Megami immediately had the answer in their hearts. During the Shibuya incident, after Kazuma used that repulsion technique, had disappeared without a trace. Jujutsu High had searched for her afterwards, but could not find any trace of her. 60 advanced chapters on p@trian.com/alex1000. 193 Megami's trump card. Megami was overwhelmed with regret and endless guilt. Why did you lie to me? Yorozu just smiled evilly and said, no reason, isn't it good to get 100 points without any effort? As for why I added such a rule. Yorozu paused briefly, took a deep look at Yuji's body, then stuck out her bright red tongue, and licked her lips. She said eagerly, I know you can hear me, I won't interfere with what happens next. But once you accomplish your goal, don't even think about abandoning me. Yuji and the others had no idea what Yorozu meant. The next second, dragonfly-like wings grew on Yorozu's back. As her thin wings vibrated rapidly, her body floated into the air. Yorozu blinked and blew a kiss to the three of them playfully. Bye. Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew into the distant sky like a cannonball. Chase. Yuji and Hana reacted immediately and chased after her at high speed. They must pull her down before she flies away. However, Yorozu, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped and turned to look down, smiling triumphantly. Then, in front of their shocked eyes, she took out a finger. She said, "Take it. Just consider it as my dowry to you." What? That's Sukuna's finger. Was she talking to the Sukuna in his body just now? Sure enough, a scary mouth suddenly appeared on Yuji's face. The finger still falling in the air seemed to sense Sukuna. It turned into a streak of light and flew towards Yuji. "Get out of the way!" Megumi shouted from the back. However, the finger moved too fast for Yuji to react. The finger instantly fell into the terrifying mouth. Well. Yuji stood there in a daze, with his head down and no words. "Yuji, what's wrong with you?" The next second, the demon that was occupying Yuji's body reappeared. Sukuna tightly strangled Hana's neck. Hana was unable to react in time. She quickly went into shock and fainted on the ground due to the terrifying feeling of suffocation. Sukuna turned his head to look at Megumi, who was rushing over. The long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. Now he has gained the strength of 16 fingers, and has improved exponentially in every aspect. Therefore, he can forcibly occupy Yuji's body and move freely for 1 minute. However, he cannot do anything too big, in other words, he cannot kill anyone. However, not being able to kill is nothing compared to the perfect vessel, Megumi. "Sukuna, return Yuji's consciousness to him." Megumi made a hand gesture. He could clearly see that Yuji was still completely unconscious. Maybe there is still a chance to wake him up. "Come back." "Okay." Sukuna grinned, and in front of Megumi's shocked gaze, he suddenly tore off Yuji's left ring finger. Sizzle. The bloody severed finger made a sharp contrast with the hideous face of the devil. "You, what on earth are you going to do?" Megumi stared at Sukuna intently. He didn't understand why Sukuna would commit such a self-mutilating act. Sukuna held up the severed finger as if he was admiring a piece of art. He knew that he had won the bet. The intense pain did not allow Yuji to regain control of his body. Instead, his willpower was impacted for a brief moment and his body was completely possessed. Although Sukuna will feel pain as well, he is stronger than Yuki in terms of willpower. From the Heian era till now, no one has ever defeated him. Looking at Sukuna's increasingly wide smile, Megumi felt uneasy. Yuji, can you hear me?" His words of probing were no longer effective, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Megumi realized the situation and started to make hand seals without hesitation. However, when the hand seal was only halfway formed, a devilish low voice sounded in his ears. "You know, you're more attractive than Yuji." Megumi's eyes widened, and he tried to fight back with a punch, but was locked tightly by a powerful fist. Bang! A punch that was too fast to be captured by the naked eye hit Megumi's abdomen. Along with a dull sound, Megumi's eyes turned bloodshot. His cheeks were forced to bulge, and he spat out a mouthful of gastric juice. Under the huge force, his body kept hitting the ground. Not bad, his physical endurance is no worse than that idiot Yuji. Ahem. Megumi, who had stopped himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he was hit by Sukuna, who had flashed over again. Bang, bang, bang. The huge gap in strength left him with no power to fight back. While Sukuna was attacking Megumi physical ly, he also did not forget to attack his heart. "You realize you're weak, right? It's fine that you can't protect your best friend, but even your sister has been possessed by someone. There is infinite potential hidden in your body, but you don't know how to use it. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are useless, right?" Bang! With another kick, Megumi was kicked hard into the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and Megumi struggled to stand up. Haha, useless. Facing Megumi's crazy grin, Sukuna frowned. What's going on? These heart-piercing words didn't hit him at all. Sukuna said, "Hey, kid, what are you crazy about? Did you get a concussion?" Hee. Megumi's arms fell weakly, and he stood up shakily. The messy hairstyle covered half of his face. His eyes were gloomy, and he looked up at Sukuna, with a crazy smile on his face. "I'm going to die first, you do your best." Bang! A pair of pale arms full of explosive muscles instantly knocked Megumi away. Looking in front, Sukuna saw a monster with a huge body like a small mountain, a ferocious face, pale skin, and a roulette-like structure on its head. Kazuma, who had killed all the cursed spirits in the colony, looked up at the sky. It seems that Sukuna has met Mahoraga. Now, everyone knows that something has happened to Megumi. Is the final battle of Culling Game about to begin? I'll go join in the fun too. On the other side, Toji stomped the cursed spirit under his feet and said in an extremely gloomy tone, "You're courting death if you dare to touch my son." He doesn't care what kind of bullshit king of curses you are. When he was alive, he even dared to kill Gojo. Now that he has died once, what does Sukuna matter? 194, Sukuna vs Mahoraga. 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga. The ultimate Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique. A former head of the Zenin clan had summoned an untamed Mahoraga to die together with the head of the Gojo clan who had possessed the 6 eyes. With this, you can see how powerful it is. If it were an ordinary sorcerer, they would have been frightened to the point of rolling on the ground. Sukuna slowly walked out of the ruins, with no injuries. That powerful punch just now didn't cause any harm to him. Sukuna clenched his fists, and grinned excitedly. Mahoraga, huh, let me check your quality. In response to Sukuna, the ring above Mahoraga's head slightly shook. The next second, an afterimage appeared in an instant. Bang! A punch. The punch was so powerful that Sukuna, who had raised his arm to block it, flew backwards again. With this punch, Sukuna felt as if he was hit by a high-speed truck. Mahoraga grasped the sword of extermination in its hand, and then its figure flashed and instantly approached Sukuna. Without a moment's hesitation, the sword of extermination cut through the air and slashed down towards Sukuna's neck. However, Sukuna became even more ferocious. A mouth suddenly appeared from his Adam's apple and he bit the sword of extermination. Click. The sword of extermination that was specifically designed to kill cursed spirits was actually bitten off by Sukuna. If Sukuna's true nature was a cursed spirit, this attack could have turned him into ashes. But now, he is in human form. This level of attack no longer poses any threat to him who has already devoured 16 fingers. Sukuna fell to the ground and lightly stroked with his fingers. Cleave. Whoosh. An invisible blade that was incredibly fast cut through. Boom. A terrifying 10-meter-long cut instantly appeared on the wall of the building opposite him. Mahoraga stood there as if petrified, with a thin line of blood appearing on its head. Half of its head began to disintegrate and fall off. Sukuna's calm voice rang out. It's over. Just then. Clang. The wheel above Mahoraga's head rotated like the hands of a clock. The half of its head that was about to fall off actually returned to its original position as if time had gone back. The fatal wound on its head healed instantly at this moment, as if it had not been attacked at all. Seeing this incredible scene, Sukuna's eyes flashed with surprise. As the king of curses, he could tell at a glance that it was not reverse cursed technique that had healed Mahoraga, but an ability that he had never seen before. You really gave me a big surprise. He looked towards Megami who was lying unconscious on the ground in the distance. He hadn't expected this kid to actually have such a powerful force hidden in his body. You are full of treasures. Mahoraga's attack struck again. Sukuna's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He knew that Mahoraga was an untamed Shikigami from the 10 Shadows technique. Since Mahoraga is an untamed Shikigami, he can tame it. Suddenly, Colony No. 1 ushered in a terrifying battle. The aftermath of the battle caused all players and cursed spirits to stay away. Mahoraga's roar resounded through the sky, and its incomparable body turned into an unstoppable bulldozer, destroying all the buildings along the way. However, despite this, Sukuna was not at all inferior to it. He even dealt with Mahoraga's attacks with ease. Whoosh! An invisible slash swept across, cutting off Mahoraga's fist and arm that were coming towards him. Then, Sukuna waved his arm downwards. One of Mahoraga's feet was separated from his body. Boom! Sukuna kicked sideways, instantly sending Mahoraga's huge body flying and crashing into a large car shop. Looking at his smoking fist, Sukuna blew lightly and looked inside the car shop. He uttered in a low voice, "Submit, or die." However, what responded to him was numerous cars speeding over. Whoosh! 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 Mahoraga grabbed all the cars in the store and threw them at Sukuna without thinking. It seems that it still hasn't been defeated. Looking at the cars that were rushing towards him, Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, and countless slashes swept forward. In the blink of an eye, a large number of cars were cut into long thin noodle-like shapes and scattered across the sky. The next moment, Mahoraga's figure flashed in front of Sukuna again. The battle between the two begins again. During the battle, no matter the cars on the roadside or the houses along the way, Mahoraga threw them everywhere like toys. However, after devouring the 16th finger, Sukuna was able to stroll leisurely under such a crazy attack. However, during this period, he found that his slashes were becoming less and less effective. This made him realize Mahoraga's terrifying ability. Adaptation. As expected, every time the wheel on Mahoraga's head rotated, it adapted to his attacks. Sukuna estimated that after the wheel rotates about 6 times, his slashes will be completely ineffective. Thinking of this, Sukuna grinned, dodging Mahoraga's crazy attacks while thinking in his heart. I had never expected there to be such a mind-blowing ability in this world. If I can obtain this incredible adaptability, my power will increase again. There is even a chance to surpass his peak 1,000 years ago. At that time, he can perfectly counter Gojo's Infinity, Hollow Purple and other moves. Fuga. As Sukuna's low and hoarse voice fell, a huge flaming arrow suddenly shot out, dyeing the entire sky red. As the huge flames slowly died down, everything was over. The terrifying Shikigami Mahoraga had already been reduced to ashes, leaving only the broken wheel rolling on the ground. Watching the wheel gradually disappearing from the ground, Sukuna knew that he had subdued Mahoraga. 195, Yuji vs Megami. Next, comes the more important thing. Sukuna had a sinister smile on his face and walked leisurely towards Megami, who was unconscious in the distance. In the battle just now, he had deliberately kept his attacks as far away from Megami as possible. From ancient times to the present, the only person who could be taken care of by him in this way is probably just Megami, right? Sukuna took out the severed finger that he had torn off before. He squatted down, roughly opened Megami's mouth, and put Yuji's severed finger in it. You should be content, right? It is your greatest honor to be valued by me. Ugh. The next second, Megami, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes wide, put his hand into his mouth, and tried to dig the finger out frantically. However, the powerful cursed energy filled every cell in the body, and the black energy that belonged to the King of Curses spread crazily. Megami's eyes were bloodshot and his face was extremely ferocious. It's so painful. Megami spat out blood and stared at Yuji, who was standing there unconscious. So, you have been enduring this kind of pain. At this moment, he finally realized how much Yuji had been enduring. Megami. Yuji finally woke up. He patted Megami's body gently with a look of horror on his face. However, the person who slowly raised his head was no longer his friend. Bang! Yuji's hand was ruthlessly slapped away, and an evil face covered with strange evil patterns slowly raised up. Sukuna smiled triumphantly. Do you remember what I said? I'll give you a big surprise later. Sukuna could hardly suppress his excitement at this moment, as he finally possessed the body he had dreamed of for so long. The King of Curses from thousands of years ago has come to the world again. Now, he no longer has to suffer the constraints of Yuji, the strongest vessel. In other words, he no longer has to worry about losing control of his body. Yuji's eyes widened in horror, his trembling pupils fixed on Sukuna in front of him. Rip. Sukuna tore his clothes and ran his hands across his hair. Sukuna was looked up at the sky, feeling very happy. He felt like he had been reborn. Ah, this body is so amazing. Whether it's the degree of compatibility or the 10 shadows technique that comes with the body, they are all so tempting. And now, he finally has them. Ha 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 ha. The unruly laughter spread throughout the Tokyo colony. Looking at Megami, who was emitting a black aura, Yuji said anxiously, Megami, don't let his consciousness take over. Sukuna was in a playful mood and pretended to speak like Megami. Yuji, save me. However, the devilish black lines on his face became even more intense, and his calm face could make a normal person tremble with fear at a glance. The strong cursed energy sizzling in his palms proved that Megami would never come back. The EXT second. Sukuna's fist roughly hit Yuji's abdomen hard. The powerful impact caused Yuji's body to bend uncontrollably. The terrifying cursed energy penetrated Yuji's abdomen and burst out from his back. Puff. Yuji's pupils contracted, and a large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his throat. The severe pain from his internal organs being severely damaged almost made him faint. Sukuna smiled sinisterly and continued to exert his strength. It's not over yet, my dear friend. Boom. Yuji rapidly flew backward, crashing through concrete skyscrapers one after another. The violent collision sounded throughout the Tokyo colony. Yuji was knocked hundreds of meters away and flew backward in the air. He stared at Sukuna, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Finally, the force of the punch dissipated, and Yuji, lying in the ruins, was covered in blood, as if paralyzed. This huge noise caused Toji, who had just entered this colony, to turn around suddenly. Without any hesitation, he raised his sword and rushed towards the battlefield in the distance. Meanwhile, Sukuna just sneered. He had already sensed several powerful auras approaching. Haha, no matter what era it is, there will always be ignorant bugs that come to bother me. In that case, they can all die. As he spoke, he gently raised his hands and formed the hand seals of the 10 shadows technique. A black shadow and lightning flashed by. The huge Shikigami Nu landed on top of a building. The spread wings completely covered several buildings. The Shikigami that Megami used to use became 10 times bigger and stronger than before when it was under Megami's control. The characteristic of the Shikigami following its master also made Nu look unusually ferocious. Under Sukuna's control, it roared. Purple lightning filled the sky like thunder snakes descending from the sky. The target of the attack was Toji, who had rushed to the scene at full speed. This scene looked like it was a punishment from heaven. Sukuna smiled with satisfaction. This way, the bugs that were disturbing his adaptation to this body should be solved. Just when Sukuna was about to take the opportunity to study how to use Mahoraga's ability, a figure suddenly flew out of the sky. Sukuna looked up and saw that it was Hana. At this moment, Hana was bathed in golden holy light. The dazzling light made Sukuna unable to help but raise his hand to block it. Sukuna's newly improved mood disappeared instantly, replaced by endless anger. In a real sense, Angel is his natural enemy that hard counters him. He alone had almost caused the world of Jujutsu to collapse 1,000 years ago. But Angel is the only one who he doesn't want to face. In the sky, the cursed energy in Hana's body rose as she slowly flapped her wings. Angel who lives in her body has long been thirsty for Sukuna's blood. The demon that she has been chasing for 1,000 years is right before her eyes. This is a great opportunity to completely eradicate him. However, Hana worriedly looked at Sukuna on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Wait, if I kill Sukuna like this, will Megami also?" Angel said firmly, "There is no other way now. If we kill Sukuna now, Megami may still have a chance to survive. The longer we wait, the slimmer the chances of Megami surviving." After saying that, Angel controlled Hana's body and began to chant. Sukuna felt fear for the first time in his life, but he did not run away with all his might. Because he knew that the range of Angel's curse technique was large enough to cover the entire city, and he had nowhere to hide. Furthermore, when Angel is chanting, she is in a state of absolute invincibility. His attacks can't cause any damage to her, let alone interrupt her chanting. O divine light that descends from the heavens, tear through the wicked and cleanse the impure. By the decree of the angels, let all curses be undone and all shackles be broken. Shine forth, holy radiance, and erase all that is tainted. Jacob's Ladder. Advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 196. Are you hungry, Sukuna? Boom. As Angel's curse technique was activated, a huge halo appeared out of thin air above the entire Tokyo colony. The cross in the middle of the aperture emitted a dazzling holy light. The whole city was instantly illuminated at this moment. As the holy light rapidly shrank, a beam of light descended from the sky. The location where the beam of light fell was exactly where Sukuna was. Sukuna was locked by the beam and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. The black cursed energy in his body was being madly drawn out. Sukuna's face turned hideous, and his miserable howls resound throughout the Tokyo colony. In the sky, Angel continued to increase the output of her cursed energy. Below, Megami's desperate cries made Hana burst into tears. She shouted frantically, "Give Megami back to me! Give Megami back to me!" A minute passed. Sukuna, lying on the ground, could no longer utter a word, and Hana was already in tears. At this moment, Megami's distinct voice rang out. "Hana, thank you, I'm back." Hana's expression suddenly trembled, and she immediately stopped outputting any more cursed energy. Because this voice was extremely familiar, it is a voice that only Megami has. The black lines on Megami's face dissipated. Megami stood up slowly, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. He said softly, "Thanks to you, I'm fine now." Megami stretched out his hand and looked tenderly at Hana in the sky. Hana was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Great! Her efforts have not been in vain, Megami is finally back. Now she just wants to open her arms and hug the love of her life. No, Hana, keep performing the cursed technique. The disgraced one cannot be purified in such a short time. That's not your Megami. Angel screamed madly inside Hana's heart. Jacob's Ladder is a unique purification technique. Once it is interrupted, it cannot be activated again for a short period of time. By then, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be completely ruined. However, at this moment, Hana was completely overwhelmed by emotions. She flew down the sky recklessly, rushing towards Megami. At this moment, space fluctuated and a vortex that was wide enough for one person to pass through appeared. "Are you hungry?" Before the person could arrive, a voice was heard. Kazuma rushed out of the vortex and stuffed the raisin gan in his hand directly into Sukuna's mouth. Bang! The violent impact caused Sukuna to fly backwards, his stunned eyes full of confusion. This sudden scene made Hana just stand there in a daze, still keeping her hands outstretched. Obviously, she was completely stunned. Kazuma ignored this psychotic woman and looked at Sukuna lying on the ground. He mockingly said, "The king of curses is trying to use a honey trap. You didn't rely on this trick to kill people all over the world 1,000 years ago, did you?" Kazuma wanted to laugh at this moment. Did Sukuna learn this from the old and sinister Kenjaku? Is he also going to take white flashes like Kenjaku? My goodness, the two villains in the world of Jujutsu are both masters of emotional deception. One used a honey trap against Gojo, and now Sukuna is also using a honey trap. Kazuma raised his middle finger to Sukuna. Bastard. Honey trap. Hana's eyes suddenly widened and she covered her mouth in disbelief. No matter how stupid she was, at this moment, she knew that she had been deceived by Sukuna. Boundless anger suddenly arose in her heart. Damn king of curses. Even killing him 1,000 times is not enough. He actually dared to use Megami's body to fool her. She secretly swore in her heart that she would tie Sukuna to a cross and torture him with Jacob's Ladder every day. Make him live a life worse than death. Haha, it's you again, little brat. Sukuna wiped the blood off his face and stood up shakily. You have ruined my plans time and again. Now that I have taken over Megami's body, possess 10 shadows technique, and have devoured 16 fingers, do you think you can still get the upper hand? Sukuna did not reveal the matter of having tamed Magaraga. After all, this is his trump card for the future. Trash. Kazuma said lightly. Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. What did you say? Kazuma said, I said you're trash. So what if you have 16 fingers? Aren't you still trash? After these words came out, Hana and Angel who was in her body were stunned. Where did this man come from? How dare he point a finger at Sukuna and call him trash? And judging from Sukuna's tone, it seems that the two of them have fought before. Hana, pay attention to his eyes. Angel said in surprise, and Hana looked closely. Red eyes? Could he be the friend from Jujutsu High Yuji had mentioned before? The Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have magical powers, making Hana unable to take her eyes off of it. Kazuma noticed something and tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hana, don't look. The reminder from Angel pulled Hana's gaze back. Her face turned pale, her heartbeat quickened, and she said in fear, what strange eyes. Just by looking for a second, she felt like she was trapped in a quagmire. If this had happened during a battle, this brief moment of daze would be enough for the opponent to kill her. No wonder even Sukuna had deliberately looked away the moment Kazuma had arrived. Hana secretly called out in her heart, "Angel, you have a lot of experience, what is the origin of these eyes? I've never seen it before, but I'm sure that it's a pair of eyes that can forcibly influence people's minds." Angel had never seen such strange eyes. Haha. Sukuna laughed in anger. "Although your genjutsu is annoying, the way to deal with it is very simple. Killing you is easy." Although he said this, Sukuna didn't really want to fight an opponent of Kazuma's level at the moment. Firstly, he had just withstood Angel's Jacob's ladder and was not in good condition. Secondly, he had just taken over Megami's body and had not yet fully adapted to it, so he could not display his full strength. Also, Kazuma's strange ability to become virtual made the 10 Shadows technique he had just mastered ineffective. Kazuma couldn't help laughing when he saw Sukuna's stubborn attitude. Knowing the plot, he naturally understood Sukuna's current situation. "You suicidal bastard." Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded beside his ears. The next second, a black figure broke through the barrier and fell from the sky. Boom! The huge impact force created a huge deep pit in the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Sukuna dodged the attack, and put his hands in his pockets. He moved his head, and looked at the deep pit on the ground with displeasure. Inside the deep pit, a man wearing a black tight-fitting shirt and holding a blood-stained long sword was staring at him as if he were his prey. Kazuma said, "You are too late. Your son has already been possessed by someone." Toji glanced sideways at Kazuma and said, "Let me handle it. I must divide him into 8 sections today." Kazuma looked at Toji with interest, whose eyes were extremely cold. Well, he wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when Toji would face Sukuna. 197 Toji vs Sukuna. Hana standing by was stunned. She quickly put on a gentle and ladylike look. "Is he Megami's father? It looks like he's very powerful." Although she had never heard of him, his appearance and hair are indeed very similar to Megami's. She must perform well in front of her future father-in-law. Facing Hana's gaze, Toji simply ignored it. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly pull out the bastard that was occupying Megami's body. He stroked the bloody long sword in his hand and blurted out cold words. "No matter who you are, get out of my son's body immediately. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed your flesh to the dogs." Sukuna stared at the man in front of him who had a strong aura. There is no fluctuation of cursed energy coming from him, but what is this invisible sense of oppression? Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had remembered something, and grinned excitedly. "I see, it's actually a heavenly restriction. No wonder Nu couldn't get rid of you. I am sorry for occupying your son's body and using his cursed technique to attack you. But..." Sukuna licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. "So what?" Whoosh! An extremely sharp cold light flashed. Sukuna slightly tilted his head to dodge, but found a drop of blood dripping from his cheek. So fast. The next second, he flashed. 2 afterimages collided at high speed in the air. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged nearly 100 moves. The rumbling sound of fists hitting flesh spread, and the terrifying force swept around. Toji's superhuman body wasn't inferior to Sukuna. Moreover, he had already made preparations long before coming. When Sukuna does not activate his domain, he needs to raise his hand to release a slashing attack. Even if this initial movement is tiny, Toji had the confidence to detect and dodge Sukuna's technique. At this moment, Sukuna felt that the opponent's punches were getting stronger and stronger. His arms were already numb from the shock. But he was not panicked at all, instead he showed a crazy fighting spirit. It's been a long time since he has encountered an opponent with such strong taijutsu. Therefore, he wanted to use taijutsu to completely crush the opponent's pride. The battle between Toji and Sukuna was a rare scene. This is all thanks to Edo Tensei. What is certain is that Toji will not be able to defeat Sukuna. But Kazuma wanted to see how much strength Toji could bring out of Sukuna. The battle between the two will not end in a short period of time. Kazuma flashed and came in front of Yuji. Looking at Yuji, whose eyes were rolled back and who was lying in the ruins covered in blood, Kazuma went in thought for a moment. He then said, "Student, get up quickly. You are not allowed to sleep here." As soon as these words came out, Yuji's consciousness was immediately brought back to reality. Megami. He stood up suddenly, breathing heavily, then looked up and saw a familiar face. Kazuma. Yuji was delighted at first, then immediately said anxiously, "Go and save Megami, he is possessed by Sukuna." Seeing Yuji's anxious look, Kazuma made way and pointed forward. He's already trying to save him. Megami's father is working hard. Kazuma's goal is to quickly complete the culling game and take the first place in the scoreboard to get the system reward, BT Onshin. There is no pressure in speedrunning. He can just beat up Sukuna and then use a lot of points to end this game. But the only trouble now is the points ranking. Kenjaku went to the Tombs of Star Corridor. Currently, the control of the culling game should be in Yuram's hands. Now, at every moment, there should be a large number of contracted players and cursed spirits working for her. Relying solely on himself or with the help of Jujutsu High, he definitely won't have as many points as Yuram. From the fact that Yuram had spent 100 points lavishly just to pass on a message to Sukuna, it was clear that she had quite a few points in her hands. T/N Urim passed on message telling Sukuna about Mahoraga's ability. Moreover, anonymously teleporting Tsumaiki to the first colony was probably also Urim's doing. To put it bluntly, a large group of players who had signed a contract with Kenjaku years ago are now forced to work for Urim. So, if that's the case, then he should just wait for Urim to show up, and then just grab the pointa from her. All he has to do now is wait for Urim to show up. Yuji stared at the battle ahead, obviously attracted. Wow, so strong. I didn't expect there to be someone in this world who can fight Sukuna to this extent with just physical strength. Kazuma looked at Yuji carefully. In just a few minutes, the blood on Yuji's body had coagulated and the injuries of all sizes on his body were healing rapidly. In terms of strength, Yuji is probably not that weak at the moment, right? Wait. Yuji suddenly thought of something. He stood up and looked at Kazuma. Can Megami's father beat Sukuna? Kazuma analyzed. Not likely. What? Yuji shouted in shock. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go help. At the same time, two afterimages in the sky were still bombarding each other. Although Sukuna was hit several times during this process, he still did not forget to taunt. Try harder, this alone won't save your son. Toji even exhaled a breath of foul air and suddenly changed his fighting style. He took several punches from Sukuna, then suddenly moved closer. The muscles in his arms exerted force, his veins bulging, and he locked Sukuna's body tightly. An extremely indifferent voice rang out. You are even more annoying than Gojo, who was floating in the sky back then. After saying that, he grinned, and raised his head suddenly. He gathered strength, and delivered a powerful and heavy headbutt towards Sukuna's head. Click. A dull thud sounded, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Sukuna felt like his head was hit by a huge hammer. He fell directly to the ground. He was dizzy and confused by this sudden attack. Touching his cracked skull, Sukuna cursed angrily. Where did this lunatic come from? Toji's eyes were cold and blood was flowing from his forehead. He was like a beast that felt no pain. He stuck out his tongue and tasted the blood flowing from his forehead to the corners of his mouth. Toji knew clearly that Sukuna was not inferior to himself in either speed or physical strength. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Sukuna had not used any cursed technique. Generally speaking, he is indeed no match for him. But so what? Anyone who dares to attack his son will be killed, even if it is the king of curses. 198 Doji's determination. Are all people with heavenly restrictions like you, self-harming idiots? Sukuna spat out disdainful and cold words. The wound on his forehead had already been healed by him using the reverse curse technique. In this way, the one who had suffered a loss in the exchange just now was only Toji. However, Toji just stared coldly at Sukuna in front of him, ignoring his ridicule. With every step he took, his aura rose. I am saying it again, get out of my son's body. After saying this, he swung his hand back to gather strength, and his eyes fixed on Sukuna's face. The next second, bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly broke apart, and Toji was nowhere to be seen. The fleeting punch hit Sukuna's face hard, without any mercy. This punch was like a mountain pressing down on Sukuna, causing his face to twist and he flew backwards for hundreds of meters before he could barely stop. Come on. Sukuna didn't care about the injury on his face at all. Instead, he rushed ahead and attacked Toji. The two powerful punches collided violently without giving in to each other. The powerful impact pierced through the thick wall of the building, and a spider-like crack appeared under the feet of the two people, which was rapidly spreading in all directions. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the smoke at high speed. Sukuna bent and grabbed the ground, his sharp black nails making long scratches on the ground. Only then did his rapid retreat stop. His heart was filled with surprise. Although he only has the strength of 16 fingers, his body strength has long exceeded the category of a normal special grade. But facing the heavenly restriction user in front of him, he actually lost in the physical battle? In the past 1,000 years, he had never encountered a sorcerer who could make him take even a few steps back just by using physical attacks. Is this the case with all physical-type heavenly restriction users, or is this man in front of him too abnormal? If Yuji, the indestructible cockroach, possessed a strength that even he envied, then the man in front of him relied entirely on his own strength to launch attacks beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Ha ha ha. Sukuna suddenly stood up and laughed. It's been a long time since I have had such a refreshing battle. Let's end it here. There was no time for Sukuna to continue thinking. Toji kicked a huge truck and it flew towards Sukuna. As the truck flew out, Toji followed closely behind the truck like a ghost. He wanted to give this so-called king of curses a fatal blow. However, Sukuna just waved his fingers calmly. Cleave. Swish. The all-destroying slash instantly cut the incoming truck in half. The next moment, the wild wind died down, leaving only the sound of a sharp swish. Toji suddenly slashed with his sword. But Sukuna seemed to have anticipated this and calmly dodged the fatal blow. A joking expression appeared on Sukuna's face. He said, "What do you think I am? These tricks have already been played out by those people back then. Thousands of years ago, many sorcerers skilled in assassination had used similar tricks to try to sneak attack and kill him. But in the end, without exception, they were all cut in half by him. They died without a complete corpse." Having missed the chance to attack, Toji did not give up and continued to hack and chop. However, Sukuna did not intend to waste time on this. Let's end our game here. Your taijutsu is indeed good, but that's all. As soon as the words fell, swish, a slash flew out again. Feeling a sense of danger, Toji instinctively switched from offense to defense and blocked with his sword. However, he had still underestimated the power of Sukuna's slash. The long sword in his hand was cut instantly, and a deep scar appeared on his chest. His entire body rapidly flew backwards. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, "It hurts, right? And you don't seem to know reverse cursed technique." Toji fell to the ground and looked down at the shocking scar on his chest, his expression still calm. It was as if the one who was attacked just now was not him. He stretched out his hand and slowly touched the wound on his chest, saying calmly, "Is the attack from the King of Curses just a tickle?" Sukuna laughed in anger. "Tickling? In that case, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can touch me, I will let your baby son go, how about that?" Toji grinned and said, "Come on." Swish. Toji rushed towards Sukuna's body at a high speed and stopped where he was. The sharp slash cut all the way down along Toji's shoulder. Puff. Bright red blood instantly spurted out from the shoulders to the thighs. However, Sukuna was slightly surprised. Toji was hit by his cleave but was not split into two. Is this guy's body stronger than steel? After all these years, this was the first time he had encountered someone who could withstand his attack with just their mortal body. Hana, who was flying in the sky and watching the battle, widened her eyes and covered her mouth in horror. "This won't work, father-in-law. Megami's father is very strong but he can't stand being chopped like this by Sukuna." She began to call upon Angel in her body. "Don't you have a unique healing technique? Help him." Angel hesitated and said, "But if I do this, I won't be able to use Jacob's ladder again in a short amount of time." During this period of silence, Angel had been secretly gathering strength in Hana's body, preparing to give Sukuna another fatal blow. But with Sukuna on one side and Hana's future father-in-law whom she wants to please on the other, how should she choose? Angel is not Sukuna, a demon who has no human feelings. For a moment, Angel was in a dilemma. She still couldn't forget the man who had emerged from the whirlpool and had stuffed an energy ball into Sukuna's mouth. If he also joins the battle against Sukuna, it will be much easier. But now he is standing in a tall building far away to watch the battle. Is he waiting for some opportunity? Below, Sukuna looked at Toji who was slowly walking towards him, and said in an unhappy tone, "Although you have withstood my attack, I had never taken you seriously. You extremely weak human bug, don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you feel bored when you keep talking about ridiculous things like family, love, and friendship every day?" In Sukuna's eyes, so-called humans are just a bunch of ants that can be crushed to death at any time, and those so-called sorcerers are nothing more than slightly larger ants. Toji still kept his head down and said nothing, walking towards Sukuna with heavy steps. His murderous expression was in stark contrast to the smiling Sukuna on the other side. Seeing that he still dared to approach him, Sukuna said impatiently, "Dismantle." The numerous slashes all hit Toji's body, and blood spurted out. However, the more this happened, the more intense his grim smile became. He stared ahead with bloodshot eyes, like a bloody avenger. His whole body was covered with wounds. He looked like a bloody man, or even a demon from hell. He was completely defenseless and kept moving forward despite the attacks. "Haha, that's it. What if you cut me into pieces? What if you want to kill me? If you dare to touch my son, you will have to pay the price." On the tall building, Yuji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it, damn Sukuna. This fight isn't fair at all. In his opinion, being able to achieve this level with just the physical body was already very impressive. 199, one more headbutt. But this bastard Sukuna has no honor at all. He actually used Megami as an excuse to let his father take the slash. If this continues, even if Megami's father is physically strong, he will die. Yuji thought anxiously. Kazuma on the side looked down at the battle situation below thoughtfully. Toji and Sukuna's battle had brought him an ultimate visual feast. However, Toji is not a reckless man like Yuji. He would never resist Sukuna's attack just to be angry. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to follow Gojo for several days in a row in order to kill him, and to act with great patience when Gojo was most tired. Not to mention that he had fully understood all of Gojo's techniques beforehand. Thinking of this, his eyes fixed and his Sharingan moved. After a while, the corners of his mouth turned up. "I see, that's what I said. Toji would never do such a meaningless thing." Through the careful observation of the Sharingan, he saw that the power of Sukuna's slash was weakened at the moment it had hit Toji. This is definitely not due to Sukuna's lack of cursed energy or weakness, nor is it because Toji used some strange trump card. It's because of Megami whose body is occupied by Sukuna. The two fathers and sons have reached a mutual agreement without any communication. "Angel, heal him now." Hana, flying in the sky, was madly shouting at Angel in her body. Toji below has been completely turned into a bloody man under Sukuna's slash. "Oh, well, there's really nothing I can do about you." Below, Toji, who was bearing the storm of slashes, was getting closer and closer to Sukuna. Suddenly, a beam of holy light shone on his head, and the injuries on his body began to recover under this holy light. He glanced, nodded at Hana in the sky, and continued to move towards Sukuna in front. Seeing this, Sukuna raised his eyebrows slightly and said, healing techniques other than reverse cursed technique. Do you think this will work? Although Toji is getting the healing of the holy light, his recovery speed is far less than the damage caused by his slashes. It's nothing more than a dying struggle. Thinking of this, Sukuna once again increased the output of his cursed energy. For a moment, the overwhelming slashing attacks completely surrounded Toji. However, the expected scene of Toji being cut into pieces still did not appear. Looking at Toji getting closer and closer to him, Sukuna frowned and realized that something was wrong. Even the strongest steel bars would be cut into pieces. How could human flesh continue to resist? After a careful observation, Sukuna's pupils contracted as he knew the reason. So that's it, it was the little brat inside him that was causing trouble. He was wondering how Toji could withstand his slashes. It turned out that it was because his own curse energy output had decreased. This also resulted in the slash that could have killed Toji only causing less than fatal damage to him. Megami, you are so shameless even though you have already been devoured by me. Is it because you can't bear to see your father being cut to death? Then I will make you completely collapse and despair. An excited smile appeared on Sukuna's face, at thought of killing his opponent. He slowly raised his hands, and cursed energy continued to gather. Go to hell. Before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by a pair of bloody hands. A terrifying face that looked as if it had been washed in blood appeared before my eyes. A devilishly deep voice came to his ears. You've scraped me so hard, are you tired? As he spoke, Toji grinned, raised his head again, and suddenly hit Sukuna's head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed followed by a bone-cracking sound. The two were sent flying backwards under the powerful impact. Sukuna felt his vision spinning and he saw stars. At the same time, an overwhelming rage surged in his heart. Looking at Toji lying on the ground, dying, he roared in anger. You bastard! How dare he humiliate him twice with such a stupid attack? What a shame this is for him, the king of curses. Damn, I will do it myself. However, before he could finish his words, a loud bang was heard from the rooftop in the distance. A red figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards them at high speed. Yuji clenched his fists, and black lightning surrounded him. Bang! A black flash hit Sukuna's arm solidly, knocking him back dozens of meters. Sukuna shook his numb arms and sneered, you're not dead yet, you're just a piece of shit. At the same time, he also glanced at Kazuma on the rooftop in the distance. From beginning to end, Kazuma had never intervened. Was he waiting or planning something? His intuition told him that he could no longer get entangled with these small fry. He should just go back, adjust himself and swallow all the remaining 4 fingers phi.rst. By then, with his full strength, 10 Shadows technique, and Mahoraga, he will be completely invincible. What Kazuma? What Gojo? He won't even have to take them seriously. Yuji's roar brought Sukuna back to his senses. What caught his eye was another black flash. This time, Sukuna did not resist, but instead moved his body to the side and dodged. Black flash in every punch. He looked at this old friend with whom he had been living day and night with some surprise. Little brat, where did you get the courage? Get lost. Yuji stood in front of Toji, staring at Sukuna. Hee. Sukuna couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know, when a person or animal that is too weak gets angry, the stronger ones will think it is just being cute. Or, are you, Yuji, acting like a bitch now because you're jealous that I gave up on you and took over Megami's body? Facing Sukuna's ridicule, Yuji ignored it and grabbed the steel pipe on the ground and launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. From time to time, black lightning appeared. The two figures collided with each other and separated again. This cycle repeated itself for about 3 rounds, then Sukuna launched a slashing attack and sent Yuji flying. The steel pipe in his hand also broke into 2 pieces. Looking at the lively Yuji, Sukuna said dissatisfiedly, Tisk, it's the little brat in this body that's causing trouble again. I will make you sink to the depths of despair when I return. Shocking bloodstains were seen on Yuji's chest and his adrenaline surged. Suddenly, an extremely cold female voice sounded. Really? Sukuna's eyes widened, and a silent aura of death filled the surroundings. Beside him, a woman with short hair, black clothes and holding a long sword was leaning quietly against the wall. Those extremely calm eyes revealed endless murderous intent. New book. Naruto Reborn with Combat Simulation Space. The MC has a combat simulation space. Every month, 4 opponents are refreshed. For example, 4th Great Ninja War, Hinata. Knight of Uchiha Annihilation, Sasuke. If he defeats the opponent, he can get one thing from them, be it chakra, jutsu, bloodline, talent, anything. The sage body of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, Azura chakra, Indra chakra, Rinnegan, 10 tails. As long as he defeats the opponent, he will have everything. Kazuki transmigrated to the Naruto world and became the son of Uchiha Kagami and the father of the future Uchiha Shisui. As the bridge between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, facing the distrust of the Uchiha clan by the Hokage faction, and the intrigue within the clan, if he is not careful, he may follow Shisui's path. 200. Maki vs Sukuna. Sukuna glanced at Maki and was secretly shocked. What's up with this woman? When did she appear, and why couldn't he even sense her presence? Thinking of this, Sukuna frowned and looked at Maki, who had appeared quietly in the corner with an impatient expression. No cursed energy. Although this girl doesn't have any cursed energy at all, she is exuding a dangerous aura all the time. Could it be another person with a heavenly restriction? What happened today? Did he disturb the god of heavenly restriction? Maki didn't even look at Sukuna, but asked Yuji calmly, "Tell me, what's going on with Megami?" The extremely indifferent words made Yuji feel a chill on his back. What happened to Maki-senpai? Although she usually looks aloof at school, she is actually warm-hearted. But now she is giving off a cold feeling, especially those calm eyes and the aura emanating from her. What on earth did Maki-senpai go through before this? Yuji came to his senses and immediately warned Maki, "Maki-senpai, be careful, Megami is now possessed by Sukuna." Just as he finished speaking, Maki's flying kick hit Sukuna's chest. Bang! There was absolutely no hesitation. Sukuna and Maki didn't talk nonsense, they jumped straight into battle, all their moves were deadly. Sukuna raised his hand to block Maki's high kick, and took the opportunity to grab her temple with his claws. However, Maki seemed to be prepared. She slipped away from Sukuna's fingertips. She pressed down on Sukuna's arm, and suddenly sent an elbow strike through the air. Bang! Sukuna stumbled back after being hit, and covered his sore nose with his hand, cursing in his heart, "What a crazy woman." Obviously, this woman who had suddenly appeared was not the kind of trash that could be easily dealt with. Her swift attacks and sharp grappling and fighting skills showed that she had honed herself to the extreme. She was basically the same as Megami's father. But her power seemed even more fierce, especially the green energy attached to her body. It made him feel amazed. Bang, bang, bang. Fists were hitting each other like a violent storm. The muscles in Sukuna's whole body were tense, and his face was fierce. On the other hand, Maki's expression remained indifferent, and her eyes remained calm. From the beginning till now, she hadn't even blinked. Her fists were like sharp knives, and her legs were like sharp axes. This crazy attack style of attacking without any focus on defense made Sukuna have a difficult time. Yuji on the side widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Maki, who seemed to have been reborn, he was extremely shocked. What on earth did she go through? How did she suddenly become so powerful? How could she gain the upper hand in the fight with Sukuna? He knew that Maki's taijutsu was very strong, but right now, it seemed that she was no worse than Toji, who was lying on the ground, right? Hana, who was flying in the sky, used holy light to heal Toji's injuries while observing the battle. So powerful. Also, her physique is as powerful as Toji's and they have a similar fighting style. Just as she was thinking, a loud noise sounded from below. A whip kick struck again, hitting Sukuna's head. The explosive kick caused Sukuna's face to twist horribly. Maki exhaled, and spread her hands. Her self-created taijutsu technique Shiranuigata was already unfolding. Under Sukuna's puzzled gaze, she suddenly pushed her hands forward. The outrageous operation of grabbing the air with bare hands caused the air around Sukuna to vibrate violently, affecting his body. Boom! Sukuna was knocked flying and crashed into the iron guardrail behind him. Looking at the guardrail in his hand that had been twisted beyond recognition by Maki, Sukuna grinned. "You are the most powerful woman in taijutsu that I have ever seen in the past 1,000 years. But that's all. The last man with the strongest taijutsu was chopped into a bloody mess by me." Maki glanced indifferently at Toji, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and there was no ripple in her heart. Maki asked, "What do you want to say?" Sukuna stretched his neck and said hoarsely, "I admire you. Either follow me or die." As soon as he finished speaking, a car came towards him. Swish! An invisible slash swept past. The car that was 1 meter ahead of him, split into two. Sukuna's forehead scrunched up, and he glanced coldly at Yuji. Looking at Yuji beside him, who was pestering him endlessly, he felt annoyed. "Do you find this interesting, Yuji? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, what can you do to me?" Before Yuji could answer, Maki's kick hit Sukuna again. At the last moment, Sukuna raised his arm to block, but was blown away by a strange force. His body flew backwards at a high speed and crashed straight into the building in the distance. A deafening sound reverberated through the surroundings and a cloud of dust appeared. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna walked out with his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened. This kind of basic physical attack can no longer cause any substantial harm to him now. Moreover, this is not his prime period. With some time, he will fully master Mahoraga's abilities. By then, he will truly be the only one in the world who is supreme. Yuji's eyes fixed on Sukuna and he said, "Maki-senpai, your attack just now was not in vain. It's just he has mastered reverse cursed technique." Maki nodded, but didn't take it too seriously. Now her physique has reached its greatest heights and her body has fully adapted to the heavenly restriction. She was just using Sukuna as a training dummy just now. Before entering the culling game, the imitation of the soul-splitting katana was made for her by her sister Mai by using up all her cursed energy. That katana still had not yet been used, and she also wanted to test it out. If she opens the last 3 gates of the 8 inner gates, will Sukuna still be able to laugh? Thinking of this, Maki's eyes softened. She glanced at the tall buildings in the distance, and nodded at Kazuma. The next second, a terrifying aura burst out from her body. Slightly excited, she blurted out, "I'm going to speed up Yuji, can you keep up?" "Yes." Yuji, with scars all over his face, nodded vigorously and gave an affirmative answer. However, before he could move, a strong wind suddenly blew up beside him. Yuji was blown around uncontrollably by the strong wind. Maki, who was standing next to him just now, has disappeared. Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief, wishing he could take back what he had just said. How can he possibly keep up with this speed? Boom! Maki's body shot out like a cannonball. Sukuna said, "Two little brats whose hair hasn't even grown out yet, do you really think you can beat me?" This novel is updated by Fanfic Novels. Please keep supporting me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.